feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers are limited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers are limited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers are limited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers are limited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. My powers are limited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a f***ing prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In the dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now, I feel alive. I have arrived. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is night, come alive. Tonight is night, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Needed in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not play with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now, I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now, I feel alive. Right now, right now. Hey, come alive. Sweating. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is night, come alive. Tonight is night, come alive. I feel alive. Doomsday. Hey!
of the barrel to the Coliseum. Ha! Warriors, yeah, I got a legion. Take your life from my per diem, you won't get to see it. Ha! Open your eyes, you don't believe it. The dust after the dawn when the storm's coming. Yeah, I want it all, you don't want nothing. What you wanna do? You got a point to prove, well, like I wanna make. Let's set your doomsday. This is the eve of your destruction. Yeah, is you ready? Right now, I'm ready. This is the eve of your destruction. Come on, what you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, are you ready? Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, right now. Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, cause I'm ready. Get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Yeah. The eve of your destruction is upon you. You can't say I never warned you. I'm like the locust, the way I focus and then unload it. Down and dirty, no sugar coating, I am the coldest. Like Rome, get broke off with bare knuckles. Take souls, break spirits, my case flows. Where the hunters become prey, Lord knows. If you don't want the smoke, you better stay low. This is the eve of your destruction. Right now, right now. This is the eve of your destruction. I'm ready. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, now. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction?
Always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I make their own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can know is that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know. Mounting my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow. Ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know is my rap so cold. Been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's. Not about that, no, don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me? One of the greats in the game. Better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this one. Best.
Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death. Give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath. Give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death. Give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'ma keep
I came from the bottom, but ain't nothing stopping me now. Haters, I got them, don't worry about them. Putting them all in the ground. Prodigal child with a style. You'll click a whole bunch of clowns. I'm lining them up and laying them down. Who be the man that's in charge? Point him out, show me the face. Down on his knees while I'm testing his faith. Pleading his case, make no mistakes. I'm executioner, judge, and the jury. And I lack patience, so I'm in a hurry. Your position ain't one that concerns me, but you should be worried. Cause I know I got
both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. Both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running.
Yeah, I'ma keep running, but I ain't no slave. I just keep running, the track has been laid. Run up the numbers to stack when I'm paid. She gon' keep coming, her back getting break. Oops, I mean broken, I'm loud and outspoken. I laugh to the bakers, no joke, I ain't joking with joking. Stop all that talking, I told him, yo, can get rolled up, I'm smoking. Getting blood money, my crypto, the token. The take was closed like the legs make it open. They say whenever your boy come around with the smoke, they don't want it the way that it's potent. I know this for sure, it's some more that you got that I never could mess with, cause yours is just bogus. I do no look as I pass, your hook is not magic, you couldn't take that shot if you open.
I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down.
Cause I know I got
both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running. Keep running. I'ma keep running.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. It's disclosure. The fire out. The pace slowed. Nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I miss my opportunity, there goes the opening. Arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus. Grip this old road, I'm at liberty to trudge, so it's the same old souls. Same old goals, just stick to the script, but sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink, but oh, the cold's crept in. No momentum to stop it, I swear my prayers on repeat. All I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge to stand up in front of, convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me, to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest from the belt. There's only one thing left. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. This disclosure.
And that's it. No more doubts, it's over for 'em. I'm promoting it with no more routes. We're all in, debt collector about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shook for more well-conditioned. I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back, so it's breaking off, shackles off before Mother Nature is at work, and we cooking up a storm. I'm coming, my feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory, the vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears. Winding back the clock, I guess we button in the years. Now we light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up.
You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing our favorite song, but on radio. So when you like the sunrise, and you make me feel like howling out my window. Tell everybody about my baby. I think you're quite alright. I don't go a night, don't go a day without thinking about my baby. You knock me out cold, and I'll get right back up just like I left the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. And I'll get right back up just like I did the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing our favorite song, but on radio. Do we like the sunrise? 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 Do we like the sunrise?
just felt it straight. Been a bad man since when? Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me, Lord knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows we say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors when we come through, straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow, kick down doors when we come through, straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering. Bleeding, begging, but nowadays you gotta pay me that feature. Man, a different breed of creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. Keep that deal turning. Add a little season, and that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news. But that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors when we come through, straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins. Wow, kick down doors when we come through, straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngins.
You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through all your lies. I'm not like one of your kind. I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never settle, fight back with resistance, pedal to the metal. We're setting fire to the system, yeah. With my hands tied. Start up the riot. Start a riot. Start a riot. La la la, feel it, ignite it. Light it up, light it up. Light it up, it's going down. We're gonna burn it to the ground. So rah, start up the riot. It's about to get ugly out here. About to get get ugly out here.
Play the ting now. What you saying, cuz? Play the track, play the track, play the track. Fuck the neighbours, blood, turn it up. What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me? It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motives corrupt. Is that you? Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. Cause I eat it up. Don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Faced with it, I ain't never seen a war, can't tear down. Now watch them all scatter, because they're scared now. You're done, just get your white flag out, surrender, render. If you're on my list and you're finished, if I'm on my vibe, can't kill it. Your cook got you sitting in a skillet. At the end of the road, got you swinging. I'm concerned that thing like you bring it. Like a virus that needs clinic. It's time to repent for your sinning. Got blood on your hands like you're spilling. I'm ready for the fight. I'm coming like a thief in the night. Just empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me better run. 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 If you know me, then you know I'm on crud. Sharks in the water and they all smell blood. If you test my team, then I'll drag you to the mud. Better build a boat, cause you ain't ready for the flood. I got a theory, bury bodies in your bed, then now you gotta lie. Bring it down to my level and a key like Lord of the Flies. Through stones at a glass house, no I can't play nice. Equip up the blaster, man, why are you surprised? Empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run, yeah. What doesn't kill me better run. Move, what doesn't kill me better run. Okay. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. Swear down. It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motives corrupt. Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. From the ocean to the river, getting senile. Emergency siren say Nino. I'm the new monarchy, running knee now. Night, knock 'em out like sleep well. Run. What doesn't kill me better 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 run.
Woke up early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah. We get your block lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We get your pop split. We get your pop hit, pull up with the drop tip, yeah. We up with the stakes, whatever it takes to level the pot quick. You better look over your shoulder and be on. You wanna send shots at us, you better be God. You ain't no tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. DOA, we gon' bring them back dead.
don't really know how to go slow. Oh no, I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride to chauffeur. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quarter. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide, no. It's do or die. I don't run, I don't hide, no. I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Yeah. You better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die.
Like a Gemini, high shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. Now I'm born on a team that's treading. Now I'm on a team. Let's go. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night, but I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night, but I'm in a different climate. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better
renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away.
Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day, you don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day, or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky, or you gon' turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me.
Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away.
Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your
faster, faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, but you feel the boom. Gone in the wind, when you see me, better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, too fast, you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning, beginning, beginning. Do I have your attention, attention, attention? Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Ha! Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster, faster. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, they say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, it's yours if you take it. Ah. It's yours if you want it, go and get it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprinting. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Ha! Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster, faster.
You need an upgrade. You ready for an update? It's time for you to level up. Listen, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. When I put my pen to the page, it's like I just entered the games. First on my head to the range, then do some work on perfecting my aim. I'm spending hours to develop and train. You don't get a medal for setting the pace unless you're ahead at the end of the race. I wanna get better by stepping my level. Attackers up until I'm dead in a grave, yeah. I never said I was brave, nah, but these other men are afraid. And they're only here for the rep and the fame. So don't be thinking me and them are the same. I step on a stage where legends are made. Forget that your claim is weapons ablaze. I'm ready to spray and let out my pain. Tell everybody not to game away. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. To be a master of anything, you've got to put masses of effort in. So if your mentality's negative, then you might never be classed as a veteran. But don't turn your back on your enemy, cause they wanna capture your territory. You can't let them damage your health. If your energy's loading, you have to replenish it. You might need to balance your regimen. Well, life's like a battle, you never win. So what really matters is legacy, passing knowing that you had your integrity. Cause your credit's in the negative, developing a deficit. But when you're dead and buried, every penny is irrelevant. Instead of getting treasuring, it's better to be generous. And then when you're in heaven, you'll be ready for the benefits. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up.
Yeah, please stop messing me up, just cover up. But I just stole her from my dad, now she ain't getting a bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance.
dance, I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do you dancer? Got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. Three gone beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please don't mess me up. Just live it up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting the bands up. Do you dancer? Where your man's up? Do you dance? I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do you dancer? Got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, you're never doing bands, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man. So he wishes he was us. And my lady has no trust. So let me tell you that's the crux. So you're looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup. Yeah. She on track, she spent a couple racks, some tats and a fifth, make it lame, let's smash. I'm on her ass, I love her ass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Or while you rolling the back, or while you rolling the joint. I think I'm missing your back, I think you're missing the point. I haven't seen you in a minute, let me see you in a minute. I mean, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a band. Do you dancer? Where your man's up? Do you dance? I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do you dancer? Got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. Three gone beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please don't mess me up. Just live it up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a band. Do you dancer? Where your man's up? Do you dance? I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do you dancer? Got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. Three gone beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please don't mess me up. Just live it up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a band. Do you dancer? Where your man's up? Do you dance? I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do you dancer? Got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, right? I'm never going to the country club, like. And your man's, yeah, he wishes he was us, so I'm never going to the country club, yeah.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb mistaken. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion, what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it coming, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it ramping, better start it running. I'll bite like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes two ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as you're running. Me and my side tooth digging in, honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt.
Life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated. Write these poems on pages. Phases, stages. Backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot, I'm blessed and I'm all with ease. All these men when they talk that breeze. Did that big chat, did that scene, but I won't go back. Now I switch that theme, let's get that P. Now I got that team, now I hit that pump, that get that clean. No rest in peace till I said my piece. Now we gotta run with a different league. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems on pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shit.
You wish. In the dojo. You want the head high? In the dojo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn to run, now look what it's become. Outnumbered 10-1, back then should've bit your tongue, 'cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun, you're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try
Welcome everyone to the final day of Worlds 2024 Playing Stage, brought to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. Today, final 4 teams will battle in the hope of advancing to Swiss and making their regions proud. Whether you're watching from home or here at the Riot Games Arena, I hope you're ready for an epic day of League. The fans are ready, taking pictures with the trophy. We have the trophy here?
Where is the trophy?
Oh, hi! And we have friends, yeah, we have friends here as well. Hello, everyone. Hi, here I'm Lauren, and we'll be joined by Raz, GB, and Dagda. Full house here.
Yeah, it's nice.
Raz is looking pretty chill there. I suppose you got like easy breezy today. Is that the plan?
Yeah. Like, after yesterday, like no teeth chattering. I wasn't pressured at all. Definitely alive.
We are matching. And speaking of yesterday, sorry, I have to shout out a guy. I got back home yesterday.
Yeah.
Went into a league game, as you do when you get back home from a League of Legends
Wait,
broadcast.
you do?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do at least. I went into the lobby. First thing he said, "Are you the real one?" I went, "Yeah, man." He went, "No, you're not."
And then you proceeded to run it, right?
He then said, "Do it. Were you on show today?" "Yeah." And I'm on show today as well. So if you're that guy out there playing with, it was me. GG, thanks for playing.
And I'm sorry you had to play with him anyway. Let's focus on the professional teams we have here as well, because, guys, this is the final days of playing an epic playing stage, if I may say. This has been so much fun. Of course, yesterday we have to wave goodbye to 2 more teams, and we have 4 left, Raz. 4 left, 2 spots.
Yeah, just being able to come through the play-in stage. First, like, honestly, when I was doing some research, I was pretty pessimistic. I didn't think it was going to be action-packed. I thought there were clear divisions. I was wrong. The exciting games still happened. I wasn't happy with some of the results.
Yeah, your boy stepped up to make it interesting.
Yeah, but I think for me specifically, it's just the fact that our expectations were so subverted on day 1, and I love that it was already that first day, because it meant you have to pay attention, not just to the major regions that you think is going to come in here and just smash play-ins team, no, to Pain Gaming, to R7, these teams that already let you know that they have put their name on the map, and their story's not even done, it's still being written.
Yeah, and we also just got to see the quintessential CB LOL moment for Pain Gaming. They make the games interesting, and the reactions, as you can see from me right behind me.
Love it.
Titan popped off just like he did in the CB LOL finals in any other regular season game, to be honest. So it's nice being able to see that translate on stage here.
Coming in with a bang, honestly, on day 1, especially against PSG, Dagda.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing for me, is seeing all that hard work pay off for so many of these different teams. Like, they've continuously made it to international events, but you're starting to see these regions now rise up and be able to take on the major regions that we see in the world.
And you see players who've been playing for a decade now, still playing on the top level. I have my eyes on Maple here, because he has been the man of the hour for PSG here. Old man still has hands. Look at this Akali and what he made happen for his team on day 1.
Yeah, he gives me hope. He'll play well at some point. But no, throughout his entire career, at some point you would expect the fall off. But no, like, he's still incredibly dedicated to the game, dedicated to his craft. Even if the team at some points in their games throughout this tournament are slumping, or for instance, Junjie not having his best performances, Maple steps up. They rally around him. Having performances like this, as you can see on his Akali, it's just crazy to see at this day and age for him.
And that's exactly what I want from a veteran. The fact that when players around him are stumbling and aren't really able to live up to that expectation, it's Maple who's going, no, I can bring out the Akali, you can look towards me, I can be the one to bring us across the finish line. As you said, like, this is a guy that's been playing since 2013. Like, he started the same year as Faker, hitting those international events, and he's still here showing up for the PCS.
And fighting for his team and for his life, in the hope in making it to the Swiss stage here as well, alongside the first 2 teams we're going to have here. And in that sense, Raz, close your ears, close your eyes.
Please, thank you.
R7 on day 1 against 100 Thieves.
Oh god, I got in here. Even clearer, actually. Oh my god.
That was an insane surprise to me, honestly.
That was
the
a
level
banger.
they had.
That genuinely was a banger. I mean, it was complemented by stage nerfs for sure, by 100 Thieves showing up, but also R7, who as a region is probably one of the least hopeful ones, most internationals that they come into. People often discredit the LLA, but they also haven't had the results. But you can see what it means to them on your screen already. Not just the players, the coaching staff, and all the reactions that came about that. 100 Thieves getting mean, but also I love the fact that as much as people like to clown on NA when they do poorly, I love when they rather celebrate when LLA do well, and specifically R7.
Hell yes, and even just going online and seeing the reactions from the community members, from the analysts like Lord Dural and everybody, like, just seeing how they're like, wow, not only are they like playing well on game 1, but they're adapting And that's the thing that's the biggest surprise, is that I think that just from seeing them domestically and then coming onto the stage like this, they have been a team that has continuously adapted and is playing to what kind of been the nomenclature of this tournament, which is like making their fans believe that they can do it.
I love the slogan. Every time we use it, it makes me happy. But honestly, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying, because we're familiar with these orgs. Most of these players are no strangers to the world stage, and we know how much it means for them to be here, how much it means for them to make their fans believe, but also make themselves believe that they can keep on pushing themselves after playing for such a long time. And when I think about the matchup we have today, Pain Gaming, R7, there is so much on the line for these teams and these regions individually.
Yeah. You opened your mouth, and I was like, I don't want to step on you. But yes, I mean, the passion that the community has, that the team has, you see it consistently, and it's there. And I really want to see what the fans believe, where the predictions are coming in from.
Let's check it out here. MasterCard fan predictions coming in right away. 44.8% of the fans think that Pain Gaming is going to win today. So the advantage is for R7, but it's quite close, but I do feel like it makes sense given what we saw from both these teams.
No, absolutely. I think there was such a difference in stylistic as well. I think Pain Gaming has definitely, over the course of the tournament, become a bit more objective and control-focused in that early game, where R7, what they really brought was chaos, and they thrived in that. They loved the late games. So I think that's one of the things I'll keep my eye on today in terms of how Control can Pain actually keep the game, and will R7 continue to adapt, or will they thrive in the team fight setting later on?
Yeah, and that's the big one for me. It felt like to me Pain Gaming really stepped up in the team fights way more than I expected them to, even against PSG Talon. I kind of half expected, oh, PSG Talon will have better objective setup, they will look better in the team fights, but Pain Gaming were able to hit them there, and then coming into their next series as well, they looked absolutely fantastic. So if I'm R7, I think that's where my big question mark is, how do I try and contest them on that? And I look towards things like the Nocturne Orianna and these kind of things.
And I love the fact that at least the votes are pretty close, because it does feel like this one can just be the toss-up. Because both of these teams at least have shown to me moments in team fights that they can just usurp your expectations. I mean, Pain Gaming did it in their finals, and they're doing it where they're like, okay, their early game is not that great sometimes, but my God, do they just steamroll you through in team fights. I wanted to talk about LLA just a little bit, because the whole kind of story for LLA as a region and for Rainbow Seven as a team is, can they get farther than they've ever been before and get past the play-ins into the main stage? And as you can see the LLA history, I've picked out just a few of those, for me, the historic points for them, where Lion Gaming in the past, of course, then name changed to Rainbow Seven. They've been there. They've gotten close in IWCT and in play-ins. For me, the one that I wanted to zero in on was 2016, where they had the super team. They had Seiya, they had Odie, they had like Dural, they had a White Lotus. People will remember these names that were able to like really challenge some of the best.
So young.
Exactly. It's such an old lineup, you can remember. And these are the GOATs. These are the guys that when they went to IWCI, they were first in groups, and then unfortunately had that loss in that best of 5. Guess who they lost it to? Albus Nox Luna, the team that made it to top 8 at that Worlds event. So as you can see, the real emotions, they're crying at this stage, because they really felt like they could do it with the super team that they had. They were just that close. And the emotion, I feel like, is a really good thing to focus in on, because you can see it from the community, and you can see it from the players. Odie, a player that has been there since the very beginning, who wants to be able to get it done. And this is his chance to be able to make it happen.
But it's not only like that emotional roller coaster continued after that, right? Because we look at, this was a dominant team. They have 16 championships, but losing last year to Estral, having to kind of revamp the roster. Like you had Bong, Miru, who both came in. They end up stepping aside. They bring in Summit. They test out Lava. It doesn't quite work out. Then they bring in Kaney. There's been so many adaptations from this roster throughout that time, and it's great to see them now finding that success both domestically, where they win both splits, and now coming into the international stage. It looks just fantastic for this squad.
And it is the final form of this team, as you said, Dagda. Years in the making, honestly, facing off against a CBLOL, which against LLA is usually performing quite well. GB 9-1 favoring CBLOL here. A historical record.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. CBLOL has always had their number pretty much, and as you can see, you were talking about it, it's only that Leon Super Rosaras that's really been able to take that game off them with the CBLOL, and I think that just comes down to they just have had, you know, maybe some imports in the beginning as well. They've had some really solid play. Beat Brazil for such a long time as well. Has been able to play spoiler. And I think that's really what today comes down to, because no matter what, there'll probably be some history in the making, and history still being written. As you already said with LLA, they could make it to the main stage for the first time. But for CB LOL to be that team again, to be that region again rather, that can continue to move on to the main stage, be a spoiler, not just towards minor regions, but towards major region teams as well, and have their history.
But that's the thing. I think these stats do the LLA dirty. The CB LOL has been here, they've been performing, they've been doing well, but it doesn't show the growth that the LLA has had. Like when you look back, they picked up their first ever international series win against GAM in 2023 MSI. Now they're coming in, they're taking on the LCS, they're taking on some of these bigger targets, and I think it just shows how once they got to this stage consistently, what they were capable of doing. And I think that's where you cannot come into this and look at those and say, hey, I'm going to underestimate R7, because that's exactly where your problems are going to start if you do.
Yeah, it really does. For a lot of these teams, especially when it comes to play-ins, matter how they perform in the boot camp. Because it's basically you're cramming it in during the final exam to see if you can kind of learn and be your best self. And I think Rainbow Seven has been a lot more clutch these days, of course, at the sacrifice the 100 Thieves and sending them down to the lower bracket.
It's okay.
But look, it is what it is. We got elbow drop, but we're coming back. The glow up is happening as we speak. But the main point that I wanted to show, we showed a little bit of the kind of the shots of both Jinquedo and Chitan. Those players have been together when they were on that Kaboom roster that made it internationals in 2018, and they were the star players back then, and they're doing it again. So if there's going to be a challenge to Rainbow Seven, it's those two guys that have been putting in beastly numbers.
Yeah, especially Chitan has really impressed me. Like, this was the guy that they brought in alongside Curry to step up for this roster. When he came in spring, they were like, this is the change that's going to push them to the international stage. Now, they missed out at MSI, but here at Worlds, they've been popping off, and it's so sick to see how cool they've been together, because it feels like this bot lane, alongside Jinquedo stepping up, has really just been a powerhouse in their team fights that you have to try and contend with. I know, like, Raz, you've been yelling from the hilltops about that Tristana yesterday as well, how good it was. Yeah. So it's just been sick to see.
Yeah, but absolutely. And while CB LOL has been to main stage before, it's one of those things where Chitan has never been to main stage himself, right? That is one of those big things that can finally come true. So many players for so many years have made it to these international. They're veterans in their own right. They're gods of their own regions. They always manage to make it to the international stage. And for the first time in a long time for both these teams, it's so close. It's so doable. I mean, we take it back to the prediction. It's almost 50-50. It can go either way. One team is going to be the happiest they've ever been in a long time, and one team's going to go back with the emotions running through. It's going to be painful.
And to the great pun.
I am not intended.
Nice. Oh my God. Save that for later.
I'm going to give it some respect. On the point about Pain, like, even though we've been pushing about how LLA has never been able to do it, for Pain, it's like 2015 was the last time Pain was able to make it. And that was, people will remember the whole BRTT greater than double lift meme. That was like that's when it spawned then.
That's almost a decade ago.
It's insane.
It is a decade ago, yeah.
And so for that organization, the oldest organization for CB LOL, to be able to be on this stage again and have that chance to make it to the main stage again is big for them. So a lot on the line. The community is out there kind of like buzzing for it. I would love to see this series go.
I gotta ask, what is it gonna come down to? Because we have existing synergy on both sides of the rift. Both teams showed a lot. They improved also a lot within the playing stage, and you know that the turnaround is really short. Pain was playing yesterday. R7 we were playing 2 days ago, and I'm like, you can't implement new things in your gameplay, so what are you going to have to rely on?
Yeah, well, I think the things they've been doing well in terms of the adaptation that Dagda has been talking about as well is that they've been realizing that reset timers need to be better for some of the objectives. It was very sloppy in the beginning, but it's the fact that you're not late on an objective. You're there when it starts. You know if you want to fight or if you want to cross-map. Now, there's still cracks, but I think for Pain Gaming, it's keeping that up. And maybe for R7 a bit, it's catching a little bit up or just having an out team fighting composition.
And Dagda, I'm going to ask you this.
Yeah.
Because for me, for winning Rainbow Seven, I look top lane. And what made it difficult for Rainbow Seven yesterday, or at least the last time they played, was that he wasn't able to get that same advantage versus Kiaya. If Summit can get his pick, look, that's gonna be wiser. That's gonna be the wiser. I think that's gonna be the difference maker for me. Because Summit's gonna get you. That's where I think the difference can be made.
I think just kill the other one. It's easy.
Simple.
Simple. We'll leave it on that note. It all comes down to this. In this final series, in this final chance for both teams to prove their worth and how hard they've been working in the entire season. Past results today, they do not matter.
Pfizer, come back.
All that matters is that you come ready to make them believe, to write your name in history. It's time for Pain Gaming versus R7.
Cara, sempre teve muita rivalidade contra o povo do Latam. E a gente agora não pode ter muita compaixão por eles não, porque eles são nossos inimigos no próximo confronto. Já fazem 8 anos que times brasileiros passaram para a próxima fase num evento internacional. Então eu quero fazer diferente e jogar entre os melhores. Eu sonho por isso.
Realmente el enfrentar a Pain es algo que quería hace bastante tiempo. Siento que la rivalidad de Latinoamérica y Brasil existe hace mucho tiempo. El tener la última oportunidad de poder jugar por el main event es como algo muy especial. Y era un match que antes del World yo realmente quería jugar. Desde que empecé a jugar, ya en segunda división, como que sí había podido tener screen contra Titán. Siento que es un jugador contra el que juego hace bastante tiempo. Es un jugador que yo considero bastante bueno y que tengo muchas ganas de enfrentarlo. Les diría que se preparen porque van a ver de lo que está hecho Latam.
Eu acho que o Lions ele vai ter que ter uma religião para acreditar que vai ganhar de nós. Eu acho que algum milagre vai ter que acontecer. Ele vai ter que ter muito mais vontade, muito mais sonhar muito mais alto que nós do que o povo brasileiro para ganhar de nós.
Toda la esperanza de Latinoamérica está sobre nuestros hombros. No podemos perder ahora.
Essa é a nossa chance. Vai ser uma história para o Brasil. Quero que acreditem, que deem força para nós. Eu sei que quando a gente está unido, quando a gente tem essa união, o Brasil cresce muito. A nossa força assim, é incompreensível. A gente tem que olhar para frente e fazer história para o Brasil. Tem que fazer o povo acreditar de novo.
R7 경기 지고 나서 감독님이랑 코치님이 저희한테 와서 쫄지 말고 싸우고 싶으면 싸워라라고 얘기해 주셔서 그 부분에 있어서 자신감을 얻고 경기할 수 있었던 것 같아요. 리버 선수 빼고 다 첫 출전하는 월즈다 보니까 다들 재밌게 즐기면서 지내고 있었던 것 같고 다들 배운다는 마인드로 열심히 노력하고 있습니다.
我觉得我今年跟去年比起来，就游戏内不会到那么紧张了，然后游戏的内容我觉得也有比较进步一点。不会到特别紧张吧，就是想要表现得更好。就是我觉得要证明 PCS 对我没有那么弱吧，所以就是很想要打进瑞士轮吧。
PSG 탈론은 미드 정글이 좀 강한 편이라고 생각하고요. 그 부분에 있어서 잘 준비해야 된다고 생각합니다. 가장 경계되는 선수는 메이플 선수고요. 메이플 선수가 경험도 되게 많고 경력도 오래된 선수다 보니까 그 부분에 있어서는 좀 조심을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
希望我跟 Maple 一起赢下100T 吧。我觉得打到100T 的话，我们只要把自己游戏内容做好，我们胜算还是蛮高的吧。
메이플 선수 정말 잘하는 선수고 경험 많은 선수라는 건 알고 있지만 저도 이번에 스위스 스테이지 꼭 가고 싶기 때문에 이번에는 저가 이기도록 하겠습니다.
我对 Maple 是很有信心的。100T 我们会把你们送回家的。
This is what we ask for at Worlds. Heartbreak and hysteria for South America on the way today. Brazil versus Latin America. for R7, the chance to be the first team ever from the region to qualify for the world's main stage. For Pain Gaming, the chance to follow in the footsteps of giants. 2016 was the last time we saw a Brazilian representative in the main stage at World, and Pain are looking to make their way there once again.
Passion, pride, and a spot in the Swiss stage are all on the line in this best of 3 today. Couldn't be happier to be joined with you here, Medic.
Yeah,
We're in for a banger. I'm excited to see what these teams are prepared. We saw in the teaser how special this was for so many of the players to have the opportunity to qualify by going up against a long-time rival. When we look at the numbers, when we look at the history, Medic, it is quite favoured for Brazil.
Incredibly favoured for Brazil. In fact, you have to go all the way back to 2014 for the last time LATAM took a game off the CBLOL. It is a long time ago. 9-1 is the all-time record. These teams don't often meet at internationals, mostly because often they're in the lower bracket to kick things off. Here, both of them, or both of the regions being able to pick up one series win means that we will have someone from South America, some team from South America making it in to our Swiss stage. And what a delight and an honor it is to be here to cast this momentous moment. And we'll get into draft for game 1. Pain Gaming on the blue, R7 on the red already. LeBlanc taken away from Kaney and Ione removed from Jinkeiro.
I mean, already target towards those mid laners. We've seen them both have impactful performances here at the play-in stage so far. Let's see what they've got else cooking for us. The Wukong going to be taken away from Odi. Makes a lot of sense. Will we see the Sejuani removed from the side of Carioca? It's going to be the Skarner. It does make a lot of sense, of course, given how strong it is in the current meta. When we look at Pain Gaming, a lot of the strong AD carries, Jinx, Jin up and available, but Chitan, 5 different AD carries across 5 games. He's going to be a hard player to ban out. So Renekton is instead going to be the removal. When we kind of look at what play-ins has shown us, so far the priority has just been taking away some of the comfort picks that we've been seeing R7 leverage. So how will R7 respond?
I think Aurora would be a good ban here. Instead, the Orianna taken away. So a couple of mid lane bans, a couple of jungle bans, and that Renekton as well. Such an easy blind pick top. Aurora first pick is a possibility here for Pain Gaming. Could also look towards the Ashe, which has been banned against R7 a lot of the time.
See what direction they head in. So many potentials, so many strong first picks as a possibility. It's going to be the Jax blind, all right, for Weiser. Up towards the top side of the map. Summit, you have to imagine he has an answer to this. So far, all of the champions that he's showcased at the play-in stage with things like the Nart and the Cassante, with both Renekton and Jax being taken away from him, I don't think would be the best possible matchup, but we'll have to wait and see. Instead, you could just look to lock in your jungle here. Maybe instead prioritize something like the Jarvan we've seen come through. Cassante actually going to be the direction. I typically like the Jax into this matchup. There's always the possibility of it being flexed, but I do think that's unlikely. With the Cassante now locked in, do they want to try and grab jungle? Do they want to grab something like the Ashe for themselves that you already mentioned, Medic? We haven't seen it so far from Seiya so far.
It has been banned against Pain Gaming in 80% of their against, I've got this the wrong way around. Rainbow Seven haven't had banned against them at all, so I was looking at what Rainbow Seven were banning, and they banned away the Ashe in 40% of the games. Instead, the Poppy locked in. Cassante likely going towards top, can of course still be flexed to mid, although we don't really see that much anymore. Poppy, jungle, or support. Lucian looks like where Chitan wants to go. We have seen some power from Lucians so far here at Worlds.
Question is, will they pair it up alongside the Nami if they do lock that in? Poppy, the flexibility that you have already getting a lot of value playing into both a Lucian and a Jax. You have to imagine that Nami's going to come alongside it, and there it is. We've been seeing this a little bit so far at Worlds. And R7 looking to round things out with what I believe to be the strongest mid laner on the current patch. Syndra going to be the lock-in, and now they can remove some of the potential answers. Akali, you can take that away from Jinkeiro. As well, like, so far we haven't seen things like the Echo or the Fizz come through. We did see it many years ago. I believe it was Worlds 2018 when we saw a bit.
Yeah, a long time ago. We saw a lot in play-ins a couple of Worlds ago as well, in jungle, but then it kind of fell out as soon as we got into the main stage.
In the main stage, because, you know, Knight used to be an Echo one-trick. So I'm hoping But we'll have to wait and see. Is the Sejuani now banned away from Carioca? The Nautilus going to be taken away as well. Makes a lot of sense. Pain Gaming can limit a lot of those engaged supports. Rel may very well be on the docket next, alongside the Leona. Both viable options, but when you look at what Lions has prioritized, I imagine the Rel is what we're going to see come through.
Yeah, Rel makes a lot of sense as a ban here from Pain Gaming alongside the Nautilus, of course. I wonder where Rainbow Seven will go with their bot lane. You can look for something aggressive. We've already seen Seo play the Draven at Worlds so far, but do you really want to be trying to match head-to-head against a Lucian Nami? There's the option as well to go scaling and just get out of that lane. Lane swap early, get level 3 on your support and your AD carry. Kalista, the second ban, remove some of that engaged potential. The range with the Fate's Call at level 6 for the Kalista, very powerful.
It looks like that Seo doesn't play Jhin, who I was expecting to come through here. I think it was a very safe blind. But remember that this Poppy is a flex. We don't know just yet whether it's going into the jungle or into the support position. Xayah Poppy is an interesting bot lane for sure.
It's a way to get pooped on, man. Into Lucian Nami, you are not going to have a fun time at all. No Jhin games at all for Seo this year, so obviously something he hasn't been too comfortable on, at least in 2014. Pain Gaming looking towards their mid and their jungle. Ahri picked. And as an Ahri aficionado, I'm sure you can break down this matchup for us when we get into the game. No?
I mean, I'm honestly surprised that so many Ahris are kind of getting away with the matchup. I feel like it can be so oppressive from a good Syndra player. But once you get level 6, you have a lot of potential gank setup. So we need to see a strong jungler to pair alongside it. When we look at Pain Gaming's composition, they don't really have a lot of engaged tools, so they've decided we want to round things out with the Maokai. We want to have that large AoE, good objective control, good setup. And as we turn our attention back to R7, it looks like that Poppy is going into the support position. I really think they should consider keeping it in jungle. And then picking something like the Rel. I would prefer the Rel. I think it would give them a lot more team fighting. There's the Rakan.
Yeah.
Now Lions, this man is very familiar with Rakan. When you kind of look at his all-time, he has a lot of experience in the champion.
Yeah, it's his third most played.
Yeah, and it's something that I think gives them a lot of comfort. And that's ideally what you need coming into this first game. In this best of 3, figuring out the playstyle of your opponent. In terms of early game options, I love the potential setup that R7 have through their mids. I think it's going to be, especially when level 6 comes down, look at all the dashes that they have. Ahri, Lucian, Jax, Poppy, going to be gaining a lot of value as we get into the mid-game once those ultimates start to come through. And I think this bot lane is a very easy lane to play through for R7. When you have the Rakan Xayah setup, a lot of skirmishing power that you're likely going to struggle at the very early levels, thanks to the added damage that Lucian's going to get from the Nami. But with the scaling side lane threats and potential side lane options, Pain Gaming, perhaps they don't look to try and 5v5 in the late game. Perhaps they instead try to leverage those side lanes. But knowing how these teams play,
it's going to be fighting.
It's going to be fighting.
It's going to be fighting. I would actually, looking at it more, I'd love a lane swap coming out from R7. I think the ability to put the Lucian Nami not in a position where they can't 2v2 in the bot lane early game, the ability to put the Jax behind early game as well underneath that tower. K'Sante survives so much better when he is forced behind than the Jax does later on. For now, though, both these teams having a moment before they are in front of the world's eyes. For the LLA, as a region, they have never made it to World Swiss stage or to the main stage of Worlds. They've been close a few times in the past. For the CBLOL, it has been a long, long wait. 8 years since INTZ made it to the stage, and as a region, they were explosive when they first joined. Kaboom became a moniker for destroying an upper-level team, for destroying a major region. And now we see both these teams face up on the Rift. It looks like it's going to be normal lanes from both the teams. The Xayah Rakan from Seo and Leon's down towards that bottom side, just covering the blue.
Keeping an eye on early vision being invested from both sides. In terms of the runes, nothing too crazy. And
Minions have spawned.
It looks like that there's just a bit of a battle for that early ward onto the Raptor cam. Kind of gonna drop that one down. And Nami not gonna be able to clear that one out. So in terms of the standard line of scrimmage, nothing too chaotic.
I really feel like that's the only moment of silence we're gonna get throughout this entire game, Betty.
I was surprised yesterday with how patient Pain Gaming were playing. The early games were just kind of steady, slow. Like they didn't actually get drawn into the bloodshed. And I don't want to set expectations that it's going to be chaotic right from the start. I feel like when we enter the mid-game and when these teams need to start competing a lot more around leveraging their side lane push into moving into jungle, setting up their vision, that's where the teams have a tendency to just, why don't we just go mid and fight? And they love fighting over their objectives. They love kind of getting into the thick of things and trying to brawl. Speaking of, already you're seeing the strength of this Lucian Nami, having additional sustain thanks to the Nami, on top of the fact that you just have so much extra trading power. Rakan really just not providing much level 1.
Yeah, the Gleaming Quill is nice when your opponents don't have sustain, because you can Gleaming Quill, you can use that Q, you can heal up, you can take those trades with the Guardian as well, but Kuri on the Nami's like, cool, anything you can do, I can do better. I'm just going to use that ebb and flow, heal us both up, give the Lucian extra damage by using that as well. We see Kaynee winning that mid lane matchup, as you kind of predicted him to, Vedi. Ahri not the easiest to play into the Syndra, but we have been seeing it go okay on occasion.
So, yeah, this is the thing that surprises me, because I feel like really good Syndra players make it very difficult to Ahri to play the lane. And for context, the main reason is Ahri's Q range is 900 units, right? Whereas Syndra's Q is 800. The problem is that when Ahri uses her Q, it kind of very briefly makes her stationary.
Yeah, it's a self-stun.
Right? Yeah, and it's very easy for Syndra to punish that, whether her Q or with her stun or with her W, right? But also...
Oh, good route. Ignite going down as well onto Cheetan. Had to pop the barrier and the heal. 2 sums for 1. The Blade Caller from Seo just catching Cheetan's heals.
But he stands his ground. He doesn't burn the flash. Of course, he does have to use the barrier, but overall, still a good trade. And now Oddie fishing. Started with a clear up towards the top side, moving towards bot, now in a good position to cover. But the Maokai, you imagine, going to be doing the same thing. Carioca hovering off in the distance. TP going to be invested mid from Jinquedo already. But everyone's out of pots. Everyone's out, except for Curry, who's full health, happy as can be. But the wave is now pushing into Pain Gaming, which is a really nice position for them to be in. If R7 choose to back now, it's going to be very awkward. A freeze could be set up. You could also have Pain Gaming's bot lane go back to base and catch the wave. So they kind of need a bit of assistance to help get this lane through. And look at the problem that they now find themselves in. That wave is pushing against them. They don't have the HP. Curry has enough mana to continue providing sustain. And now the involvement of the junglers to help fix the wave state.
And although Oddie is even in terms of CS, he is a camp down from his own jungle. He took a Scuttle Crab, but hasn't taken his blue yet. So that timer on the blue being extended by the fact that Oddie has to stay around here and make sure this wave shoves out. Cheetan and Kuri shouldn't be able to hold this if R7 put a tiny bit of pressure on. Should be okay. Actually, with the wave coming in, R7 decided against any pressure. So Cheetan and Kuri can just back around this corner and the wave will be in a very good spot for them.
Nicely done. So it's not the end of the world though for R7. They're not going to lose too much off the back of this. It's just that the wave is not going to be in the best state form.
Yeah. And the problem for Seo and Leon's is you only have a cleanse, right? So the cleanse is, oh, that was nice from Kuri. He was trying to get the final stack from the World Atlas as the back came out, so he got a stack up, was like, oh, I'll auto-attack this, but it looks like Cheetan was just out of range to actually have that stack go across to him. But the problem for Seo is, even though you've burnt the barrier and the heal from Kuri, you don't actually have a summoner that's going to do too much unless you get CC'd, right? So your anticipation is, I'm going to dodge the bubble anyway. I don't have a barrier against Cheetan and Kuri. The cleanse will be good later on when there's Twisted Advance, when there's the Jackson, when there's the Charm. But in the lane, really, all it's going to do is get you out of that Aqua Prism or maybe a slow, which can sometimes change a fight, but rarely.
True. I will say, though, that it's going to make Azaya, who's already pretty difficult to lock down, even harder.
Oh, yeah. Later on, it's going to be so difficult.
Thanks to the ultimate as well. And as a champion, you love it when people are trying to dive on top of you. Jax, Ahri, Lucian, all these champions that want to try and close that gap, create the space to dive on top. I will say Ahri is one of the better champions if she can leverage Fog of War because of how quickly she can catch you off guard. But in any case, overall, kind of steady, slow laning phase. Kind of what we talked about.
Yeah.
Things don't get chaotic for these teams in the laning phase. In fact, this is where I think we see some of the talent shine through from the regions, where they get to demonstrate some of their individual prowess. Speaking of, nice trading once again from the Pain Gaming bot lane.
Yeah, really nice there from Cheetan, forcing Seo and Leon's away. With Carioca just around the corner as well, they have to back all the way away. Didn't quite see where the wave was, but looks like R7 investing in the top side for now. We'll give up this Drake if Carioca decides to get it, and they will go towards the Grubs. And we've mentioned it a couple of times already, but the history between these regions, although fierce, isn't multitudinous. They've only played 10 games against each other on the international stage. CBLOL 9-1 up. The last time LLA won was all the way back in 2019, and that was only a single series. They didn't actually a single game. That wasn't even a series that PEX managed to pick up back then. CBLOL have been to the world's main stage 3 times, but not since Planes were introduced. They qualified through the International Wildcard Qualifier or the International Wildcard Tournament, but they've never actually been able to make it to the main stage since 2016.
And that was Kaboom, Pain, and INTZ, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because then we had the infamous INTZ getting the upset against EDG back in 2016. Then, of course, I think we had Kaboom upsetting EU as
Alliance,
well.
yeah.
Alliance, yeah.
Tin owns his Ari still. I have nightmares. As Karaoke is looking for a gank here, Vedi, in the bot lane. Cheetan level 6 as well has that culling the cleanse away from the Aqua Prison, but he's not back with a Bramble Smash. And there's first blood to PNG. Karaoke looking to make it 2. The flash away by Leons into a sapling. That won't take for enough through the Gleaming Quill. Kaney on his way across. They can look to collapse, but Cheetan has both sums. Karaoke is still only level 5. Curry has the flash. Karaoke has his as well. Kaney, can you find him? Cheetan dashing forward. The unleashed power is not enough, but Odi comes in for the kill. The knock up on Karaoke, now no flash for him, and that tree might be going timber. Odi puts down the steadfast presence, and Karaoke, even with the Bramble Smash, will not survive. Kaney finds 2.
A double kill for Kaney and a nice roam from the Syndra. Something you don't often see in the early game. Will result in this bot lane wave, though, still being awkward. The timing from PNG was flawless. With a nice stacked wave, they set up for the dive, and before the level 6 can come through, they're able to execute and find themselves first blood. But they back in the brush in the lane, allowing for Kaney's roam to find value. We look back at this dive, only level 4 for Seo. And with Cheetan being level 6, the culling doing so much work, so much farm lost there for Seo underneath the tower. But then they go back in this in this brush. They don't respect the fact that Kaney's on the roam, even though the Ahri has gotten the push in mids. They think that they can actually out-damage Kaney, but I don't know if you know this, Syndra level 6 really hurts.
It's GG, okay? GG game of...
They're able to find themselves 2 kills. Now, the good news for Seo is he did end up going mid and he caught a bit of farm, but you could see the discrepancy already being built. The good news for R7 is that their solo laners, things are going very well. Not quite sure what's been happening in the top lane, but Summit has steadily been building a nice advantage. He's got about a 2-wave lead. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, thanks to those 2 kills, Kaney is now looking to be very powerful with the Luden's Companion already completed.
I do like the move from Seo off the respawn, going to mid, catching that wave, though knew that he couldn't really impact the bot side, and then Kaney stays bot, pushes out an extra wave. Seo can back, or at least move across through the jungle here to get back to his normal lane. Got that solo XP as well, so he's back up to level 6, which gives him the Featherstorm. Obviously adds that extra defensive tool for the Xayah. But when we were talking about all those freezes coming out from Cheetan and Curry, that's what comes out of it. That's what grows from those early freezes. Lack of experience for the enemy AD carrier, 2-level advantage early on, and the dive coming off, but not actually paying dividends in the end for R7. Only 100 gold between the 2 teams. First Drake secured by PNG. Next set of grubs, though, with Rainbow 7 already having 3 of them, is up in 1 minute's time, Vedi.
Question is, will we see a swap come through from either side to control them? Oh, stun. Nice bit of damage. The Luden's Companion going to make this matchup so much harder.
Kaney doesn't have flash, and we can see Wiser was already moving from the top side. Jinkedo going in with the charm. Leon's here to try and block, and they will survive. TP as well by Summit to join the party. They're going for Karaoke first. Force of Will with the stun. Pulled back with the all-out. Wiser there trying to get a stun up, but can't quite land it. Odi caught in the bubble, but already 1 kill over to R7. Wiser locked up again, and R7 will pounce once again. They're punishing Pain Gaming.
R7 responding to the plays from Pain Gaming incredibly well. Nice bubble there.
Curry flashes over the quickness, the charm. Kaney on a rampage now, 4-0 on this Syndra.
Just a nice bait and switch, Seo.
Has the Featherstorm, has to use it to get away. In the end, exchange of ultimates between the AD carries.
Yeah, so Cheetan is now going to be up against... He's got a big hill to climb. Yeah. Because while he's finding his own... Oh, he's overstayed.
He has the flash and barrier, flashes away, but still gets knocked up. Keeper's verdict. Cheetan's guilty of overstaying. Leons gets his first of the game.
Wow. So R7, they shut down the strong point for Pain Gaming. A single overstep from Cheetan costs him a lot. The kill does go over to Leons, but you know what? That's still damage done. A 1.2k lead overall for R7 now. As we turn our attention to mid lane, they're trying to punish the Flash the Syndra. This makes sense. But look at the return damage coming out from Caney. Even though the root comes down, the ultimate immediately forces Jinkedo out of the fight. And then the follow-up stun from Caney onto the Maokai, who doesn't have flash as well. The fact that Caney was able to pick up kill after kill is going to do wonders for this R7 squad, as PNG thinking that they can still go for something. The bubble will connect here as everyone starts to disengage. I don't think Curry really wanted much off the back of this, but Jinkedo looking for a bit of a trade, gets stunned up. Leons then gets to level 6, has the ultimate available, and then the follow-up through means that another kill goes over to the Syndra. 4-0-0 now. Merc Tread secured. I like the choice of boots when you're going up against the Maokai, the Nami, and the Ahri as well.
Also, you're so accelerated, do you really need to go Sork boots, right? Do you need that little bit of extra greed when you already have a Luden's companion complete and only a lost chapter and a little book for Jinkedo? Pain Gaming were able to pick up 3 grubs as R7 were resetting after those mid lane plays. We can see them starting up the Drake again. Jinkedo is pushing out bot. It looks like Seo is going to be the one to answer that. Can R7 get control over the river? At the moment, it's Carioca with the first move in here. Kane cleared out the mid lane and now is coming across to secure this blue.
Summit continues to find advantages in the top lane 1v1, leveraging his experience to just become a powerhouse frontliner that's going to be difficult to deal with as the game continues. Now, if you're paying gaming, you need to be thinking, okay, right, obviously the Syndra's very strong, but trying to force her onto a side lane would be your best case scenario because she doesn't have the mobility and the safety that a side laner does, as Carioca sets his sights on top lane.
Counter-Strike comes out. Summit does have the all-out, has the flash as well. Carioca goes in with the twisted advance, and Summit's now trying to fight a 1v3 all-outs. But even through the Nature's Grasp, the charm connects. Jinkedo on the board for Pain Gaming. You give up the Drake for this, but Pain Gaming decided it was worth.
I mean, we just talked about the side lanes, and this is where I think Pain Gaming needs to try and play through, because the beauty of Ahri is that she has great setup. She can shadow laner, she can potentially shadow the Jax to look for picks onto Summit, or maybe she can work with Maokai to attack the Syndra in a side lane. Like, they have side lane options if they can gain that control. Funneling these plates is going to give them a nice advantage.
Wait. Kaney's coming in here all on his own, so the charm immediately connects. The Counter-Strike, twisted advance forward. Good scatter the weak. Carioca tanking the tower. Unleashed power will not be enough to bring down the tree. Summit TP'd in as well to bolster the defenses of this tier 1.
The best thing about this whole sequence for R7 is that Seo was basically left untouched in the bot lane, able to secure as many plates as he could, able to get a lot of solo experience, while Chitan was pushing in the mid lane and all this action was happening on the top side. Of course, the downside is you committed now both of your TPs, as Wiser was able to go back to base, secure the Drilling Force, and now he's TP'd towards the bot side of the map. We find ourselves 1-to-1 in Drakes, the Krubs are now even, the neutral objectives are pretty much spread evenly across the board, and even though Pain Gaming have kind of been falling short in the mid and the top side of the map, the gold's still not something so significant that they can't turn this game around.
Yeah, 1,000 gold, the majority of it sitting on Caney in the mid lane. He's going to try and answer Visor down towards this bottom side, and he'll be able to do it. Oddie coming across as well, just to make sure that Caney was at no risk of being dived. We'll clear out some of this vision as well. The Rift Herald is available for either team, but really, you're looking at a pick before it, and Carioca's looking at that pick in the top lane. Remember, Summit does still have the flash, will dash away from Jinkedo. The safety of the Pathmaker there shown by Summit.
I think it's wise putting...
He's going back in. Jinkedo's going in as well with the Spirit Rush. Carioca coming across. There's a twisted advance into the charm, into the knockback with the Rambo Smasher. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, R7 should be taking this tower. Nature's Grasp coming out. Pathmaker still rooted. The culling not enough quite yet. Chitan gets a lock-in and he gets the kill to boot. A tower for tower exchange, but a kill alongside it for Pain.
A nice punish, and you called it, Medic. Summit just oversteps. He walks up for a trade that he shouldn't have tried to go for. Again, though, you see these cross maps coming through from R7 because Pain is kind of overstacking on one side of the map, allowing for R7 to at least exchange turrets elsewhere. But I like the fact that Pain Gaming are committing to this tier 2 in the top lane. They'll spread the gold evenly, but now R7 is looking for a collapse.
And Leon's is going to get slowed by the sapling and by that Bramble Smash. Celestial opposition taken off him, and because of that, Carioca guarding well his mid and his bot lane. In the end, it was 2 towers for 2, a kill as well to Pain. The gold's still about 1,000 between the two teams, but because Pain Gaming were delayed on their reset, R7 get the time to set up around the Rift Herald. Carioca could look for this. I'm not sure you really want to play into this, though. You don't have your ultimates, and you don't really have a way in Oh, okay. A second I thought he was just going to blast Cohen over. Sapling coming down, Karioka maybe just looking for the smite fight here, and he gets it! The keeper's verdict too late. Oddie found wanting, and now they just give them the Herald's Eye as well. Couldn't defend, of course, because Leons had just backed away. Cheetan dashing across the wall to put more pain into the back of Oddie.
Oddie didn't have smite!
Well, that's probably why he didn't win the smite fight, Benny.
So, Karioka can just walk up, steal that one away, and says, thanks for the leash, buddy. I appreciate your time. Nice root comes out from Seo. As the culling responds to force him back. No objective available on the map right now, but this Herald is going to be crucial to helping Pain unlock that mid-tier 1.
Summit's got a flank position here. Kuri, you got flash, you got heal. Summit can try and lock you up with the all-out. There's the flash, quickness coming out from Leon's. A great Bramble smash alongside the tidal wave will stop Leon's in his tracks. A little bit of an overstep by Kuri, has to burn both his summoners and 2 ultimates to escape, but it was well played to navigate his way out of that situation.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map, Medic. Oh, that's a flash?
Jinkado spirit rushed away as well. Flash for an ultimate exchange, the charm onto Oddie now. Seo looking for a reset. Kuri taking a chunk, Nature's Grasp coming out, but that's just going to be dodged away by everyone. Oddie able to escape with the root being eaten earlier on. And importantly, Pain Gaming secure the Razor Beaks, Benny. That's what the fight was for, obviously. Pain Gaming get them.
I mean, this was the chaos we were expecting.
Yes,
I mean, it started because Summit had been able to find a flank onto Kuri, which I think in and of itself, good opportunity to go for a play. But then it ends up resulting in Pain saying, you know what, we can convert this into a player of our own. In fact, our observers are saying, no, it starts even earlier than that, because remember, the Herald gets yoinked away, no smite available for Oddie, means that the ultimate from Oddie wasn't used fast enough. And then what's crazy is no one ends up actually dying in that exchange. The Raptors do end up going down, but ultimately, a lot of summoners used. Dragon now in 10 seconds time. I thought that bot tower was going to fall in the exchange because Weiser was just left completely uncontested, but Summit was able to make it there in time. And now the Storm Surge completed for Kaney.
And the Lightning Jewel. Like, Kaney is so damn strong right now. Basically an item ahead of Jinkado. The second Drake of the game on the menu for R7.
You ever
what's up?
Gone up against a baseball machine?
No.
Well, imagine one.
Yes.
Just ramped up to 100s.
Okay.
That's going to be Kaney when she ults.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Syndra is going to do mega damage as the Herald gets dropped in mid. They're looking for the fight.
Karioka going in for the engage here. Goes in with a twisted advance, but the unleashed power into his back will allow him. Oh, he's now going to step away. The Rift Herald going to take this tower in mid lane as well. Karioka able to escape. Scatter the Weak finds him. And in the end, he falls. Summit trying to dash in here. Dodges the bubble, dodges the charm. But can't dodge close enough to Pain Gaming to find that all out.
I mean, the objectives are still being traded. Pain Gaming, they were able to secure mid. Summit oversteps again.
There's the charm. Summit falling low. Pathmaker, quickness. Doesn't land the knockup, but the stun still going on to Cheetan. He tries to escape. He's slammed into the wall. And Cheetan pays for dashing forward, looking for the fight.
Well, it definitely was an overstep from Summit, but the rest of R7 were ready to capitalize and support their top laner. A really nice engage from Leons results in Cheetan losing his life. 1-3-1 now on the Lucian. A great start, still very strong with the second item being completed, but he's the player that they can't afford to have caught, and with no summoners, that's only going to get easier for R7.
The risk for Pain Gaming now is like, how do you get onto Kaney? How do you get past the Scatter of the Weak? How do you get past the Force of Will? He's 5-0. Really, it's Jinkado finding a good Spirit Rush Charm, or Karioka going in, or Weiser flashing with a good counter-strike, because you don't really have superb long-range engage tools that can't be mitigated by someone like Summit just standing in front of the Nature's Grasp.
Well, I think the bigger thing is the Poppy, right? Like, how do you get through the Poppy? The ultimate, the Steadfast Presence. There's so much utility provided by this champion to just offer peel for Kaney. So I think it's going to be difficult. Pain Gaming top position is very much about dive, and you know, we've talked about this on the LEC before, but Maokai is a pseudo-engage, right? You provide a lot of zone control, and the Maokai ultimate can be an engage, but it's not a reliable way to start a fight just because it's kind of, you just stand behind one person. There are things you could do. Summit himself could tank it. Like, there are options to mitigate it. So Pain Gaming have to have good vision control. This is why we talked about them needing to play through these side lanes, gain control over a space, create these pockets of darkness where they can look for picks, create numbers advantage. and then give the space for Cheetan to really unleash on the Lucian.
See how well Pain Gaming can navigate the next few moments. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake. You can see Karioka once again. He's done this flank like 3 times this game. Keeper's Verdict comes out, knocks him away, and even though the Nature's Grasp hits, Oddie should be fine.
I like the fact that Oddie is just covering for Kaini. It just makes a lot of sense, you know? Make sure that your strong side is safe, secure, protected. The Void Staff going to be very, it's going to be completed soon. That's what I wanted to say. And
for the moment, it's R7 on the front foot, taking control of this jungle. Obviously not much left here because it's already been taken out by Pain Gaming. We saw them securing their blue a couple of moments ago. 2 minutes on the next Drake. Looks like a Baron setup currently. Summit doesn't have TP though, so you can see he's starting to wander his way up from the bot lane after shoving that in to make sure that R7 do have a possibility to react if Pain Gaming look for an engage.
For the time being, Pain Gaming are just doing their best to get what gold they can, knowing that there are no objectives on the map to play for right now. Farming is your best bet. Kaini needs to be very careful up on the top side of the map, knowing that without the support of Oddie, who is now there, recalling within, there should be the Void Staff secured. A 600 gold bounty sitting on Kaini as well, with Oddie now completing the Abyssal Mask too.
Yeah, they are so strong right now. 2 items on Seo. Kaini now with 3, 2 items on Oddie with that Abyssal Mask, as you say. Pain Gaming playing catch-up with Jinkado only just getting over to 2 items himself. But it seems like we've fallen into a little bit of a lull in this game, Betty. Is this okay for R7? Are they fine saying, okay, we can wait for the next Drake, which is what they're now starting to play around. We can slowly push our advantage without being too explosive, or should they be looking for something a little bit more explosive at the moment?
I mean, I think because R7 is a stronger teamfight comp, that, yeah, they're fine. You could argue that Pain Gaming just have more damage threats, given that they do have the Jax in the top lane. He's probably the champion you're most concerned about if you're R7, just because his ability to find flanks, his access to the backline isn't as limited, I would say. But again, like, it really all comes down to how Oddie plays the fights.
Yeah.
If Oddie wants to, he can stop anyone getting onto Kaini. So as the next objective spawns, the thing I'm concerned about for Pain is the fact that they're going to want to fight. And the setup is crucial, and you can see Kaini is, it's scary to face check, man. Syndra is strong, especially around towers, because if you overstep, she can stun you, kill you. Walking into Fog of War, stun you, kill you. And hell, you overstep in the mid lane, she'll stun you and kill you. She's really good at doing that.
And you can see Cheetan just trying to put some damage back. Leon's looking for that flank position. Jinkado might go for the charm. Grand entrance. It's a grand exit for Leon's, but again, it's just the poke, right, from Kaini. He's already at 100 splinters stacking up on that Syndra, has all of that increased damage in his kit, and the Drake has been begun by R7. Leon's and Summit holding alongside this control ward. Nature's Grasp coming out. Oddie tanks it. Kaini gets rooted as well, and the flank position is on here for Visor. The charm onto Oddie as well. He flashes away and brings Karioka into the middle of his team. Visor finds one. They're going to engage. Kaini flashing forward. The unleashed power is enough for Jinkado. Still on the chase. The charm eaten by Leon's is beautiful. He saves his mid laner's life, and now Summit has time in the midst of 4 members of Pain Gaming. Seo begins to open up. Karioka going for that backline again. Kaini falling low, but the scatter the weak is sublime. R7, that was on a knife edge. That was a game of inches. And credit to Leon's and credit to R7 for winning out the fight.
A chaotic start to the fight as Oddie dropped so quickly. R7, it felt like that they didn't know how they wanted to play it. Kaini was so far forward that Pain Gaming saw a great opportunity to start a fight. But now with the Baron on the cards, no smite available, but with so many members of Pain out of commission, this should be an easy secure for R7.
Man, I know I'm a support main, and I talk about supports all the time, but if you rewatch Leon's in that fight, he literally saves the entire fight for them. Keeps Kaini alive, doesn't give over the bounty. He's yet to die this game as well.
Crucially, Jinkado missed the charm onto a rooted Syndra that could have made the difference at the very end of the fight. When we get the replay, keep your eyes on how this fight started. So look at the position of Kaini here. Like, they're doing their best to protect him, but Leon's is very far on the flank. Then the ultimate misses from Oddie. He then gives access for Karok into the fight. And then Kaini makes a smart choice, flashing over the wall, committing onto executing. And then the nice dash there to tank the charm from Leons as the second half of the fight is happening on the other side. Summit dives into 4 members. But look at this play from Gario. Flash in, gets the knockback, and this charm misses. It doesn't connect, which means that the stun is able to come through, connects onto 2 members. And even if they do get that kill onto Kaney, does it suddenly turn the fight? I'm not that optimistic, but a huge shutdown could have made a massive difference.
It definitely would have. We see Pain Gaming able to pick up the Drake off the back of this, but it's only because they've let their base lie in tatters. The tier 2 falling in the top lane. R7 now with a 5,000 gold lead off this Red Bull Baron power play. They've already picked up 2.6k, and that's only going to extend further. Above 3k now, the inhibitor falling. And R7 still have 2 minutes. They're going to take the mid-tier 2 as well. They can move over. There's a cannon minion here. Visor trying to get whatever gold he can get back on the rest of the map. The Pathmaker there to dodge the quickness coming in. And Cheetan overstepping just a little bit. He flashes away. The Cullen goes the wrong way, but he's able to survive for a second before Oddie and co dive in for another. Rainbow 7, 5 alive, pushing in. Visor has to base. He's going to finish it before they get to his Nexus towers, but will he be able to defend them? A TP coming in, and Jikado going down. The Storm Surge rips through him. Rainbow 7 double cannons and an Nexus tower already fallen. R7 looking for more. They need to get the waves in. Can Pain Gaming defend? The Liga Latin America have woken up today, and they've come to party. They've come to play. The pullback with the all-out Visor trying to dodge away, but he's dodging away from his Nexus, which is open for R7, who are 1 game away from Swiss.
They will change the narrative. They will change the story of history. Their second ever win against the CBLOL today, and in convincing fashion. 28-minute win, 14-4. Kaney and Leons, the powerhouse playmakers of this game 1.
And they were. We'll be back with what is likely to be an explosive game 2 in just a minute.
Red Bull gives you wings.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想 Jackie Lau 还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
6 as well. Has that culling the cleanse away from the Acroprism, but he's not back with a Bramble Smash.
It's GG, okay? GG game of this guy.
Incredibly well. Nice bubble there.
Kui flashes over the quickness, the charm. Kaney on a rampage now, 4-0 on this Syndra. 루시안 뭐해? 방금 백할려. 아니. 나올지? 로비. 루시안. 나이스. Hit.
Nice, Kaney. Today is so good, you know? Yeah, everyone is so good. Nice guy. Nice. One more guys. We can make it.
LLA shows up strong here in this battle of South America and take game 1 here with Rainbow Seven against Spain. They are 1 game away from making history and reaching the Swiss stage. That was a dominant game from them.
I mean, it absolutely was. At least once we got past the first 10 minutes, I think there's definitely reasons to be a bit worried. You even heard Titan say it. Oh, lane over. And it kind of was.
Yeah.
But then the rest of the game
But
happened.
not for them.
And, yeah, Kaney, what performance on that Syndra.
Yeah, I was worried a little bit about the Lucian piling in on the Xayah pick. I didn't like the Xayah pick in particular. And then it was like, okay, the dive's happening, and then, wait a minute. The Syndra's coming.
Yeah.
Ends up getting the picks. Mid lane, I mean, there's a lot that happened that I felt like Kaney was really pushing the game state.
Yeah, but that was the thing, right? It felt like every time you had a punch coming through from Pain Gaming, there was just a counter punch coming back from R7, playing towards this bottom side, turn around that dive that had just happened on the bot lane. Then they try and make some magic happen in the mid lane. That gets turned around. It felt like R7 were just reading really effectively what Pain Gaming wanted to do. And I was a bit skeptical, as you were saying, Raz, looking at this draft, because it felt like you didn't have a lot of tools to really set your fights up. But R7 were just really good at countering a lot of the engages that Pain Gaming were going for.
Yeah, and I think in general that main problem is also just how Pain Gaming's champions interacted with that one Syndra, because you're right, I mean, the Xayah bot lane, they fell behind very early. I mean, Xayah was even forced to go for that cleanse, so not having that barrier is really easy to get tunneled into thinking you can win, but you can't, because that Lucian will outdamage you and will have that extra barrier. But as soon as that Syndra played against all these low-range champions where just multiple scatters were going to come through, the Splinter stacking was going through 3 items at like 20 minutes into the game, that's just a crazy amount of damage you have to deal with.
Yeah, it's so much. And I feel like Pain, the difference could have just been in how Pain sets up the fights. Even when Drake was coming up, Jax TP's bot, instead of going through mid, they could have actually had Herald push out through mid. Then they can contest. But TP for Jax went bot lane, then they decided to Herald mid, then they pushed a fight where Jax couldn't actually be involved in it. So they're making plays happen without actually having everyone involved, or at least the play on the outset. It felt like they didn't have a clear mind of how they wanted to play the game state out.
And that's the thing, and they're just leaving open doors to R7 actually to maneuver however they want and set up the fights the way they want. And Kaney actually showed us insane reactions that we can see here in the HyperX Reflex replay, because Syndra works when it's piloted by the best players here, Daxa, and I feel like he did a great job.
I was just shouting Kenny's name not once but twice in this, because this flash here was sick to follow up on lines, immediately gets the kill onto Cheetan. And the fact that Kenny escapes thanks to the charm being tanked there by lines is incredibly important, because Kenny then comes back into this fight. Someone goes for the engage. I was a little bit kind of, hang on a second, what's happening here? Because you get this flash, Kenny though gets the double stun and the knockback on the interrupt for Weiser, so he can't follow up with the leap strike and can't finish him off. And that play there was just the solidifying of the victory for R7.
No, I completely agree. And looking at the PGB, you see where the damage is coming from. It's not like you didn't have it on Pain Gaming at all. I think going into next game, you need to stabilize this mid lane by getting rid of this Syndra, because you had the Ahri counter pick available. It did not work. I actually think that Pain Gaming has the better bot lane. They should be able to put more resource down towards Titan, and they should be able to carry through him. You can't do that though if Kaney's able to take over the game on a pick like Syndra, which 80 carries just get blown up by. So I think from a drafting perspective and a game state perspective, Pain needs to slow down if they don't want to get knocked out of Worlds.
In GB, Dagda, you take a step back and it just feels really interesting.
He took an actual step back. Is what you don't see.
Everyone. It's because, like, first of all, Summit had a good laning phase in what felt like should have been a bad matchup. And then also they're playing team fights better. They're looking like the better team and we're now 1 game away from an LLA team making it into main stage for the first time in history.
And that's the part that's really stood out to me, is that they're looking like the better team. The macro is significantly cleaner from R7. That's not something I was expecting to say coming into today. So it really does feel like the LLA is stepping up as a massive unit. And now, as you say, a single game away from just upsetting the entire apple cart in play-ins. This would be such a monumental victory for that region.
They can make it happen, Laura. They're just 1 step away from it making it happen.
And yeah, 1 game left. 1 game separates them from actually making it to the Swiss stage. For the first time ever, can Pain Gaming come up with a new approach and save this road for them? Or will it actually be Rainbow 7 flying it to Swiss stage? Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Laura. The question that is on everyone's lips right now, will the LLA win this game and be, well, will Rainbow 7 win this game and be the first LLA team to ever qualify for an international main stage?
A momentous occasion for R7. And I'm excited. They came out swinging. And ultimately, the game for them was not complicated. They just punished consistently. Summit was winning the isolated match. But bear in mind, Pain Gaming first picked the Jax. They had that much confidence on it, partly as a denial away from Summit, but also as just something that we want to invest around, we want to play around that strong top side, and then we didn't really see the Jax have any impact in the game. So I feel like that their draft priorities need to shift. Clearly, you can't afford to give Kaini the Syndra. Now, of course, the reason why he got so fed was just a lot of over-aggression coming out from the side of Pain Gaming. From the bot lane, they could have just gotten the kill and then based, you know, instead of just sitting in the brush allowing for the Syndra, sorry, to come bot and find those opportunities. And you're going to see the Syndra added to the ban pool. So clearly the focus has shifted towards denying Kaini those options, the Blanc, the Syndra. Will we see a 3rd mid lane ban? No, the Renekton's still going to be taken away. They do not want to allow for that blind pick.
Skarner and Yone, the same for R7 here. Alongside that, they banned Ariana, and there we go. 3 mid laners removed from the pool. Wukong has been let through. We'll see if Oddie decides that's his cup of tea today, or whether something else comes out of the jungle. Obviously, Oddie very experienced on the Wukong, very confident on that champion. It is looking like, I mean, it's already locked. Jack's first pick once again.
So why not just run back a similar draft? You could just go for the Cassante and the Poppy. It worked for you in game 1. I want to see a shift in the AD carry priority, though. I didn't like the Xayah. I think that it didn't give you that much control in the mid lane. Ooh, they're going to shift over to the Hui. They want to guarantee a control mage in the mid lane. This will give... I guess they were worried about it being taken away from them, because I like what they did before where they locked it on 3. You know, because then if Pain Gaming wants to lock in their mids, at the very least, they're going to be doing it blind. But I guess they're under the assumption that the priority bot lane for Pain Gaming is what's going to come through. And now with the Lucian here, you can still ban out these mids because you know the Nami's going to follow up.
Yeah, Hui, the 3rd most picked for Jinkedo this year, so not too surprising that R7 are like, okay, you want a control mage, you're probably going to go towards that Hui. Corki and Azir, the top 2. And then Ari sitting in number 4. Lucian, Nami already locked in, the Poppy and the Hui for R7.
There's a Cassante.
And there we go.
Come as a surprise.
Very similar first set of picks for both teams. In fact, exactly the same for Pain Gaming.
Now, reminder that the Poppy is, of course, a flex pick, but I'm expecting this to go into the jungle once more. R7, we imagine that they're going to look to continue banning away mid laners. You can take away things like the Tristana, you can take away the Akali. There's a lot of options for you to limit that pool even more. They're taking their time with this one. They really want to think about what they want to remove.
And do you ever get rid of the Ari here just because it's comfort for Jinkedo? But there's the Akali that we've already seen here at Worlds. I don't think Ari really can win the push matchup into the Hui. I feel like Hui, as soon as he gets knocked out, it is just farm, as you say. Maybe a Tristana, a possibility. Nautilus once again taken away by Pain Gaming. They went for this last time as well, so.
If you wanted to target Jinkedo specifically, Taliyah is something you could consider getting rid of. Yeah. Something that he is very comfortable on, one of his all-time better champions. But instead they're going to take away the Vi. They don't want to allow that dive threat. Access onto the backline. That does mean that the Sejuani is open, though. I think the Kalista makes sense. Seo has already shown that he's not willing to play the Jhin. Instead, he's going to go for the Xayah. I don't love this.
Yeah, the thing about it was they got put behind early. and it should have been more punishing than it was.
Oh, yes.
Kaney coming across and getting a double kill is the only thing that saved that bot lane. And on the way, you can still move. You get early-ish push if you can get that Lost Chapter, but not at level, you know, at level 6, I think it was, that he moved across earlier on. There's the Sejuani non-committal engage again from the jungle for Carioca. Not quite locked in yet, but expectations are Sejuani with a Jax, with a Nami. That's a very powerful combination. And there's the Taliyah that you were talking about, Veri.
I wonder if they'll decide to lock it in. They're hovering over the Ahri right now. The only reason why I like the Taliyah more is because I think it actually has better setup with the Sejuani, because both, I think, combo into each other nicely, whereas the Ahri is very reliant on that charm. So I think you just have a little bit more non-committal options with the Taliyah.
Sure.
But they're going to stick with the Ahri. They want that side lane option, and R7, they're just going to run it back, a shift in the mid lane, but I mean, it's basically the salty run back, Medic. There's a shift in the jungle for Carioca as he moves away from the Maokai and into the Sejuani. Sejuani Ahri is a slightly better matchup. I prefer Sejuani Jax on the top side of the map, giving you a much stronger 2 versus 2 to really play through this Jax. However, I think R7 still have the same strengths that they had before. Good long-range damage. I think obviously the burst is very different. And I think now in the context, Syndra had a lot of damage and got very fed and was able to really burst through any of the front line that came their way. I don't think Hwei has that same type of threat. He has a lot of versatility in his kit, obviously. He's got great poke. He does have good damage, especially when you combine his passive with his ultimate, with the Thunderbolt that he can summon.
Severing Bolt.
The Severing Bolt, thank you, Medic. But I do think that the dynamic has shifted slightly, replacing the Syndra for the Hwei. We'll see how things pan out. This bot lane really needs to have a better laning phase for R7, because I think Pain Gaming, the reason why they're running it back is because they're saying, we overstepped, we overcommitted, we made mistakes, but we can beat this bot lane 2 versus 2. We feel like we're better, so give us this matchup once again, and we'll get those advantages once again.
And they did manage to get advantages in the early game. For Pain Gaming, it's do or die. A matchup seen as an easier matchup to qualify for Swiss. No PSG, no 100 Thieves. Of course, Rainbow R7 were the team to put 100 Thieves on the other side of the bracket. And here, R7 are 1 game away from the main stage at Worlds. For the first time in the history of the Liga Latinoamerica, they can be the history makers near an evolutionary stage for the league as well. Of course, America's coming in next year, with LLA being combined with other leagues in that region. For R7, it would be a wonderful topper to 10 years of this rivalry. For Pain Gaming, I look to return to the world stage for the first time since 2015 for them, and for the first time since 2016 for the CB LOL.
I also just think that confidence is crucial, right? We look at that previous R7 game, and that's like a big game for them, you know, especially for either of these teams qualifying for the main stage. It's only getting harder from here.
It's true.
And truthfully, the reason why these regions and these teams have struggled to qualify for the main stage for so long is because the competition has only been made harder. The format shifts, the introduction of 4th seeds and 3rd seeds into the playing stage from all of the major regions has increased the caliber of competition. And so for R7 and Pain Gaming to have this opportunity to play against each other to qualify is reminiscent of the old international wildcard qualification tournaments that we used to have, and how these teams and regions often found their way into the main stage in the past.
Once again, we see Titan and Kuri gaining control of this bot lane bush. The Oracle's on Leon's, not able to clear out that ward as well.
The script is different.
Yes.
The ward staying alive.
It's such a difficult lane matchup to play, right? We've talked about the sustain in game 1 from that Gleaming Quill.
Especially if you miss it.
Yeah, well, I mean, so did Kuri. Kuri healed himself and didn't quite connect with the ebb and flow as well. So 0-0 for both the supports early on here, but there we go. And that's the pressure that you can put on Summon Area as well, just ticking over that little bit of extra damage. Titan and Kuri will get that level 2 off this minion, and Leons and Sail just respecting that, backing all the way away.
Now, mid lane matchup this time round, Ahri just doesn't have push early. Sorry, she doesn't. It would be nice if she did, but she doesn't. And in terms of early trading, Hwei actually has a lot of tools in his kit to be able to trade effectively. One of the new, I say new, but one of the combos I recently learned about on Hwei is you actually do a double WE, where you get the empowered autos.
Okay, yeah.
Combine it with the clasp, I think it's EE.
Yeah.
And it's a really effective way to snap apply the passive, which is a quick trade without expending the Q, which means that then as they're running away, you can then hit them with the Q on top of that.
Yeah. You also get the mana back from Stirring Lights, right? The empowered autos, so...
On top of that, you can also just do like a QE combo to push the wave, and if they're in line, then you hit them with something else, right? And you apply the passive, and it's obnoxious for Ahri, is the TLDR.
It was off the back of Caney really in game 1 that R7 were able to take that victory here. Pain Gaming have the early lead as expected. Chitan and Curry getting the push down here. Bubble just wide as Karioka here to defend. He's going to be able to pick up this first Scuttle Crab. No dive in the offing.
A lot of farm lost underneath the tower there though. And the knock-up also causing a small caster minion to be dropped to the tower. Quick base going to come through, but it's going to be interrupted. Pain now looking for a quick push. Maybe they can even threaten the dive, but that's why R7 just feels so concerned. And this is the concern that we talked about coming into this matchup again. We already saw what happened in the first game. Immediately, Pain Game were able to replicate the exact same circumstance. They're going to track to see whether or not the bot lane has gone back to base. The early base going to come in from Curry. And you imagine that Chitan is going to stick around. As, ooh, double scuttle on the horizon for Karioka.
Really nice for Karioka here. Visor as well getting the push in the top lane, meaning that he can come down and defend this. Odi was looking. TP invested by Jinkedo in the mid lane. Karioka's going to come across here. Jinkedo doesn't have the charm, hits that onto Hui. Jinkedo will take about half his health bar, maybe a little bit more. Almost 80% of it falls. He's going to have to back away. Pops the potion, but can't really stay in this lane anymore.
Nicely done. Just a bit of pressure down. And with the TP already used, it means that Jinkedo's just very sad given his circumstances. Level 3 still, though, for the bot lane of R7.
It's a big wave as well. Chitan and Curry have the opportunity to outplay this. Heal early on. Odi with a knockback onto Curry. They're waiting for his flash here. The bubble comes out. Leons goes in for the engage. Takes the tower shot with a blade caller. Sayo gets on the board. R7 with first blood in this fight. Chitan still trying to trade back in, but as soon as Odi turns his head back around, Chitan has to respect it.
But so much farm is still lost. You'll see the gold that basically all this has done is equalize it because of how much experience and gold has just been lost to the tower. Now this will increase a little bit as the wave is now being caught by Sayo. But a nice play from Odi, a play that was very much needed given the amount of pressure that Pain Gaming's bot lane was putting down onto R7's. And at the very least, the gold will now be equalized in the bot lane 2 versus 2.
It's just the neutralizer, right? You know you're losing this matchup. If you can get it even-ish, that's a win for you. If you get out of this lane with only a couple of 100 gold between the two AD carries, you are very happy. Wiser getting the push here in the top lane, knocked back by those Antofos, jumps back in with the leap strike, but Summit just really trying to clear out the wave more than anything. It looks like Visor actually having a much better time in this lane than he did in game 1. Caney here should be aware. You can see Karioka waiting in the wings. Odi's on his way across, though, and should be able to cover this as Karioka backs away. Odi was looking for those grubs, but doesn't have the push in top, so immediately begins to step away. Goes across, tries to steal away some of these honey fruit. Now, he doesn't need them, but Wiser or Karioka could have done with those. So Odi takes them. Leons comes across to help out, looking for these grubs. It looks like Visor is going to back away. Does have the TP, but I think the first 3 grubs will be going over to R7. Karioka just keeps walking forward. It's a magical ability. The collapse beginning to come in as Curry is pinging that he has joined the battle. Summit half HP. Wiser TP's back in with that sheen complete. Odi looks for another. Karioka able to get there in time. Odi has to flash away. Summit could do the same, but doesn't need to. 2 grubs over to PNG.
It was a bit of a misplay there from Odi. He wanted to smite the grub, get the level up, level 5, gives him a bit of extra HP, he can walk out to safety. Unfortunately, 1 HP! Yeah. So he didn't quite have the damage to secure the grub, which means that Karioka can then walk in, secure the objective, and convert it into 2. Small experience lead for Karioka, going to be able to get that level 6 early. I wonder if he's looking for the red buff. Top lane has push.
It feels a little greedy, but Odi doesn't have the flash. Karioka stepping his way in. You can see the immediate move from Caney in the mid lane. Summit here. There's the Counter-Strike used by Wiser, which gives Summit a moment of freedom. I say as he just dies! That's the Grandmaster's might from Wiser. Just gets the kill. Chitan diving in the bot lane as well. Has that level 6. Leon's going to try and block it. Sayo almost falls to the ebb and flow. All across the board, it's coming up Pain.
So these are the individual talents we were talking about in game 1. The laning phase is where we can see these Pain Gaming Pain Gaming members really shine. Wiser was struggling in this matchup in game one. He was falling behind. I think he got frozen on by Summit, which resulted in this huge experience deficit early on in the lane. But this time around, he finds a solo kill onto Summit. A much needed confidence boost, and also a big statement. They ran back 4 out of the 5 champions that they lost in the previous game and said, you know what, we misplayed. We know we can get the better of you. We just need to take the Syndra away. They've done it. And now they've already found themselves nice leads, both in top and AD.
It's trust in your plays, trust in your players, right? Jinkedo has had a great year on this Ahri. I think about a 78% win rate on it after losing game 1. Shouldn't remove your trust from him. Summit here, after the Counter-Strike is used and he's able to escape it, I think he's fine, but Wiser is all the wiser for this play.
I mean, QW in, and then flash ulti into the passive third hit.
Yep.
Ooh. I think he also got the W as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Summit was not expecting that, had his own flash as well. Only had the opportunity to get away from it. Oddie hex flashing, but with Cheetan dashing back, won't be able to find and engage. The first Drake is still on the cards for either of these teams. Last time we saw a Grubs for Drake exchange. Here we saw a Grubs for Grubs exchange between the two.
I'm very interested to see how these fights play out. There's, early Dragons in the early game so far in this series has been very timid. Neither team really has gotten too chaotic, and honestly, I was kind of impressed from game 1 with the amount of cross-mapping that was going on. Pain Gaming had a tendency to overstack in terms of members to be able to secure picks or objectives, and R7 was constantly actually trading on the map, whether it be for pot tower, mid tower, various neutrals. See if something similar happens in this game, with Pain Gaming having the lead that they do, not having to be scared of a 4-0 Syndra after 10 minutes.
Yeah, it makes it slightly easier for you when you know that Unleashed Power isn't an option.
And look at Cheetan. I mean, perfect CS right now, has been completely dominating in the 2 versus 2, has pretty much a full level of experience advantage over his laning counterpart. Root comes through.
Dashes away, the tidal wave used. Just
Big
in
though.
case R7 wanted to go any further. I think if Leon's had been 6, would have made a little bit more sense, because obviously he would have had the quickness, but at him only having level 5, they can dive it, Fetty. Whether it'll go well or not is a sight we have yet to behold.
He's coming.
Here we go. Wiser, no flash. Used it before. Summit has the all out. Cheetan there with the culling. Leon's just going to tank up as much of it as he can. Oddie going in. There's the not bad Severus presence coming in as well, and there's the all out. And they can definitely damn dive this, Fetty. Severing bolt from long range for a little bit of an assist from Kaney, but that was all Summit and Oddie.
I mean, I'm surprised they made that work, really, because Wiser, he knew the dive was coming. He was doing his best to keep the minions from going underneath the tower, but Oddie made the smart call of knowing we can't wait here any longer. We've got to execute upon this, and we've got to make it work. So the beautiful part of what Oddie did was that he flashes over the wall and actually gets Wiser out of tower range, meaning that now Summit and Oddie have a lot less to be afraid of when it came to committing to that dive. With the extra damage that they got from Kaney, they were able to secure that kill.
Important thing for Pain, though, is that they are going to get at least 4 grubs, likely 5 in totality. They may stop at 4. 5 does give you a little bit of extra true damage, but you're not getting more might spawning from it. Karioka will go back and look towards that 5th one. With the push that they already have from Cheetan and Kuri, it makes sense. They're actually even moving them up towards the top side with that bolstering of the defensive of the tower, falling off at 10 minutes. They can get more plates in top lane if they're up here. Resetting, defending Karioka in case anyone decided to fight him around the grubs, and now can try and push Summit back.
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point. By having all these extra grubs, it's just so much easier to siege into these objectives, and it's just like a small advantage that you can gain, because especially you look at the bot wave, Wiser's able to push this one through, but he may have overstepped.
Does have flash. He'll
He's
get
level
1
9.
plate. He is level 9, as you say, not back, not tanking the tower. Counter-Strike comes out, rooted up with the Blade Caller. Visor does still have the flash. Will he use it, or will he save it? I think the answer's save. He'll pop the Grandmaster's Might. That's a much shorter cooldown. In the end, he falls. A good gank there from Oddie.
Yeah, I mean, just a misstep from Wiser. He really can't afford to be pushing it alone, especially with his jungler on the top side of the map. Summit respecting the threat of a dive. Of course, ultimately, the advantage that Pain Gaming wanted was access to this top lane tower. By pushing in that bot wave, yes, they do lose their top laner, but they're already going to start chipping away this tower, and they can funnel more gold into Cheetan's pockets. So, going to be doing something similar, but not at the same rate, and you're seeing the value of those grubs live.
Glacial Prison used. Leon's here to defend. Ease the charm once again. Karioka's going to get caught up in the charm. Oddie coming in with that Steadfast Presence, Spiraling Despair as well on the Sejuani. Knocked up with the Keeper's Verdict. Karioka cannot escape the hammer from Oddie. who brings it down. R7 reacting well to a mid lane play.
Jinkeido not really able to make much off the back of that play, and again, it's members of Pain just not respecting the numbers advantage that R7 have. Like, yes, on paper you're sitting there saying, Kaney's overextended in mid, but the only reason why he's overextended is because he knows that his team is right behind him. He's playing with the knowledge that he has Oddie and Leons to support him, and Leons on this Rakan once again demonstrating his expertise on the champion. Great peel provided. TP available for Kaney, but instead he's going to go catch bot wave, and with the cannon there, this should comfortably go over to Seo as well. So even though Pain are finding advantages in the bot lane, the rest of the map is very quickly falling apart.
And it is still a slight gold lead for Pain overall. About 500 ahead. You can see the lead for Chitan there. 600 gold in advantage. Alongside that, Curry has an equal lead. Has now finished that Imperial mandate on the Nami, which just gives the Lucian even more damage. You can see the culling threat onto Seo. We've already seen an AD carry die to a culling. We're not expecting the damage. Leon's coming in from the side. Will be able to dash back and join up with his teammate, but might stay around to defend. Can, of course, use that duo recall, the Lover's recall, right at the last moment if he so desires. But full HP and with still 2 wards in his pocket, he'll stay out on the map for the moment. Kaney needs to be a little cautious here because Curry and Carioca are making a beeline for this blue side jungle just to defend Wiser on the push. More gold in the pockets of Pain. Summit won't be able to take the tower in the top lane as a recompense, but he will get a bit of chip damage onto it.
I mean, a lot of the gold that Pain Gaming have is thanks to these 2 ADA towers that they've been able to secure. As R7 leads in terms of the kills.
Oddie's by himself.
Yeah,
there.
he started the Herald. I did notice this happening, but once again, he's completely isolated.
Glacial Prison not quite connecting onto Oddie. Summit there to jump in as well. Curry and Chitan have the push. They'll force Leon's away. The Rift Herald resets. Carioca still looking for more. Lands the Permafrost. Summit's now going to be flanked as Chitan's on his way across. Hex splash from Oddie straight. Face planting into the wall, but gets over afterwards. There's the quickness as well. But this is only a poppy. The Keeper's Verdict stopped with the tidal wave. Kaney came in from the top side. Summit looking for a little bit more. Chitan flashes the wall. Spiraling Despair is on him, but Despair only felt by R7. Wiser here to join the party. A 1v2 for the moment. Seo trying to escape. Has that Feather Storm, but the empowered lamppost from Wiser slaps him into the dirt.
Skirmish after skirmish, Pain Gaming get exactly what they wanted. Not a full-on 5v5, not a front-to-back brawl, but Oddie being isolated around the Herald, Summit using his skills to provide peel, the bot lane of Pain Gaming catching Kaney isolated in the top lane. There's not a Syndra burst that they have to be worried about. He's fully confident that he can commit to that play and find that kill. The kill score was 4-1 moments ago. Now they find themselves 4-4 with a 2.5k gold lead.
It's a huge lead now for Pain Gaming. Next Drake on the cards for them as well. They can continue stacking those up. It is a Chem Drake, so not the biggest priority, but we'll see what the Soul is. With Cloud and Chem already off the cards. The aggression from Chitan as well, flashing the wall straight into the face of that spiraling Despair. Kaney really couldn't react in time, couldn't get that fear down. Seo here, no Featherstorm for him. And Leon's realizes he needs to help out his teammate. This tower almost down, those mites helping out, of course. The wave cleared just in time. Chitan stepping forward will get the auto down. Already has a BF sword alongside that Essence Reaver.
It's 3 tasks to 0, Medic.
Yep.
PNG have just been leveraging the strength of this bot lane all around the map. Wiser, while he did get caught out a few times, he's still a very powerful Jackson. Now they've set their sights on Summit, who's still trying to chip away at this tower.
Betty at Summit in a side lane. It's kind of what he does. Gets caught out, a little bit overextended, doesn't know where anyone else is on the map right now, and Jinkeido, Curry, and Chitan are looking to show him what's up. And Tofo's come out. Jinkeido uses the Spirit Rush. Summit's able to dash away. Flashes the charm as well, but Carioca and Vice are like having none of this. Carioca dashes in with the Arctic Assault. Summit doesn't really have many tools left at his disposal, and they're standing on the right side of the wall to avoid the all-out. He bought some time, which allows Kaney some time on the bot lane tower, and a little bit for Seo in mid.
I will say, they sent 5 people top, Medic.
Gotta kill him, Betty.
But
Gotta kill him.
But I don't think it was
It's Cassante,
worth it.
Betty. 4,500 HP, 15-second CDs.
I mean, yes.
And they get the Rift Herald.
I mean, they do,
Perfection.
and that's valuable, I will acknowledge, but they gave up mid-tier 1 and bot-tier 1.
No, mid-tier 1 still stands. They gave up some damage on the mid-tier 1.
Oh, no, top-tier 1.
Top-tier 1 they did give up,
yeah, so 2 towers ended up falling, and the only good news is that the top tower, I mean, didn't give local gold over, I guess.
That's true.
But sure, you killed Summit, your gold difference has decreased a little bit.
But we saw in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot for a second there just how far Cheetan is ahead. 1,000 gold, his lead in the bot lane. He also, like Lucian Nami is just such a deadly combination. Infinity Edge and Essence Reaver for him, alongside that Imperial Mandate, he is absolutely blasting now.
This is a very strong Lucian indeed. Cheetan, a player that, I mean, he's not a rookie, right? Like,
he's been around a while.
I remember when we cast him for his first time on the international stage, right?
I remember forgetting his name in an interview. Yeah. In the middle, it was one of my first ever international casts. I just entirely forgot his name.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that he's been competing now for 7 years, and the man is an experienced veteran, and it's great to see that, especially in situations like this on the world stage, he's able to play with this level of confidence, because it's what you need. With Pain, with the backs against the wall, down a game in this best of 3, it's that confidence that they're going to need. As Dragon, about 3 minutes away, 1.5 minutes till Baron. It's at this stage where we sometimes see play-ins teams crumble, fall apart. Leveraging your strength in the side lanes, setting up proper vision control around the jungle, leveraging that pro into moving into sides, controlling objectives. Getting lost in the fights, getting caught out is often what we'll see where these mid-games can devolve into chaos and skirmishing. Now, the good news is that Lucian is a champion that thrives in these sort of chaotic skirmish environments. So they're definitely set up for success as another culling comes down, and so is immediately forced off the mid-wave. But Pain Gaming, they don't really have much to play for right now, so it's just a matter of catching waves, controlling vision, and working towards those next core items.
I like the argument behind dash forward, use the culling, then force Sayo to back, and then Rift Herald off the back of that, right? You're denying the enemy one man, so you can try and get a charge on a tier 2. Probably not going to take the full tier 2 until you manage to win a fight, but I do like the idea of that little bit of chip damage, especially with the Rift Herald still being available for Carioca. But at the moment, as you say, just waves shoved out, waves caught. It's a nice game of back and forth between these two teams.
Kind of has to be. Of course, R7 would love to be able to secure that mid-tier 1, but it's extremely difficult when Cheetan has so much control over it. Ari's wave clear at this point is also pretty comfortable, which means that they should be able to hold on to this wave, this tower for a good while, giving them a lot more control when it comes to access to the river. Kaini once again being shadowed by his support. This means that Jinkedo gonna have to showcase that respect. But it's PNG setting up nicely around the Dragon. They have the push in mid, they've got the push in bot. They haven't really invested much vision just yet, but here it starts to come through.
Yeah, just trying to get that superficial vision moved into a little bit of a deeper spot. Drake up in a minute's time would be the third of the game for Pain Gaming. There's the culling once again into the back of Odi. Sayo taking a chunk as well. And you can see Odi half HP. Glacial Prism coming out as well. Leons gets the charm onto the back line, and the Spiraling Despair hits Kuri as well. Storm Surge procs, and Leons goes down, but the support's traded by the mid laners.
Keeping track of what was used in that exchange as well. A lot of summoners gone from the bot side of the map of R7. Ari still has the ultimate 2 in exchange for Kaini's. Looks like he's going to go back to base, which means that this Dragon is going to be a difficult one to contest. There's the ult.
Grasping more, just clipping Jinkedo as he tried to jump in. The ult goes out, as you say, that Spirit Rush charm just wide, didn't connect onto Sayo or Kaini. Sayo does still have that cleanse. Pain Gaming just trying to deny as much away from R7 as possible. Take the camps, take their vision, and hopefully take their lives and take us to a game 3.
The supports return to the map. Leon's close to level 9. A couple extra stats on the horizon. There they are secured. And here we go once again. Set up around the Dragon. Wiser with nice push on the bot wave. This objective just going to be started.
Yeah, he's just aggroing the Dragon. Slows you as well, this Ocean Drake. Wiser looks like he's going to back, does have the TP. R7 should know he was there because he was clearing out a ward. Drake down to 3,000 Summit on that front line. Rift Herald charging through that mid lane. Now good. Keeper's Verdict will knock him back, and Odi secures the Drake. Leon's dashing forward, dashes back with the Grand Entrance. Wiser still looking for that flank position, but he is veered away by the Hui. Can they get out of here is the big question. Cheetan dashing forward, Path make it out. Wiser trying to get onto the backline, but Jinkedo has been caught up with the Spiraling Despair, falls low. Kaini falling lower though, Wiser takes the kill. Another Counter-Strike lands, the stun is Odi who has to flash away. Meanwhile, down towards the bottom side, Cheetan is fighting with Sayo and he takes him out. Even through the Feather Storm, Cheetan finds the kill.
In the skirmishes and in the chase, Pain Gaming are able to find more kills. They do concede the Dragon, denying them sole point, but potentially they open up a Baron opportunity opportunity. They're able to push in mid. They make their way towards the objective. All 5 members are alive, and with only Oddie there to potentially steal, Pain Gaming are set up to bring us 1-1.
You can see the pings from Pain Gaming. They're like, we need vision behind this bit, because that Poppy has a Hex Splash, and damned if we get out of Worlds on a Hex Splash smite. Oddie currently working on those Razor Beaks. Tinkedo here dodges away from the knock-up. Oddie just needs to be stopped. Orb of Deception coming out means that Hex Flash can't quite be online yet. Glacial Prison used as well. This is good so far from Pain Gaming to keep the enemy jungler out of the ping. Pain Gaming will take the Baron, and now the next 3 minutes well in their control.
A worthwhile trade for Pain Gaming, as they're able to just run down their opposition. Nice knockback from the ultimate of Oddie. Good damage initially onto Leon's, but notice at the start of the fight, R7 is just straight onto the retreat. You're seeing the difference between the Hui and Syndra, where you're so much more scared to face check, and then Kena takes a very dangerous path through the jungle, allowing for the Jax easy access onto that mid laner, flashes in, knowing that there's little that they can do to stop him. Meanwhile, the AD carry is left completely isolated. Cheetan working with his jungler to secure that kill, results in a Baron.
Tinkedo has to flash here. Oddie looking for something. Leon's going in with the quickness as well. The charm lands onto Leon's, though. He tries to dash back forward. Knocked out. The charm expired by that point. Cheetan now pushing in the bottom lane as R7 need to retreat. They need to get back, but they don't have those empowered recalls. And now with the Baron buff, Pain Gaming pushing in, looking for those inhibitor towers. They have 2 waves synced up right now. The mid wave almost taken out by Kaney. But the bot lane inhibitor already down to a 3rd HP. The wave, only a cannon minion there, now bolstered. PNG continue to push forward. Cheetan knows there's no quickness, there's no threat from Leon's diving in. He still has that cleanse as well. The mid inhib tower stands with a sliver of HP. For the moment, R7 are able to hold on to their inhibitors. Cheetan and Kuri waiting around the corner. Holy hell! Seo almost gets atomized by the damage there from Cheetan. The rapid fire cannon doing absolute work for him right now. It will take him a while to get through Summit, but still devastation so far from PNG, from Cheetan. A 3,000 gold lead for him. Wiser as well, 2.5k ahead.
I just have to say how much I admire the fact that Pain Gaming decided to run back such a similar draft and say, our bot lane won before, they can do it again.
On Kena, he's just able to survive. The tidal wave coming out. Kena will be able to get back to base. The flash forward. Summit looking for something here as well. As Pain Gaming were able to disengage, Kuri gets out of Summit's embrace. The mid lane inhibitor tower still somehow standing. Pain Gaming were looking for it, but couldn't quite find that tiny little bit more damage to take out Kena.
Wow. Such a shift. And I think what's super impressive to me is how, for the most part, when R7 got the lead, they largely cleaned out the game very smoothly. And then Pain Gaming, in a very similar fashion, they've been able to open up the inhibitor on the bot side of the map. The mid lane tower has taken significant damage. And as long as Pain Gaming continue to take this patient approach, they know that they have the item advantage. They know they're so much stronger. And with the Baron wearing off, they can just set it for the next dragon and continue to play out this game methodically. A 7k gold lead. They're looking to bring us to game 3. And in convincing fashion.
Yeah, they should be able to do it from this sort of position. Kaney is at 2.5 items, but you can see how that gold difference has just exploded for Pain Gaming. Not willing to bow out of Worlds just yet. A Swiss spot on the line. The CBLOL, 8 years since the region last made it for Pain, 9. Obviously R7 fighting for the right to be the first ever LLA representatives in that World Swiss stage. But right now they are fighting against a brick wall. Pain are very willing just to play it methodically, play it slow. Your soul is delayed. Obviously, you won the fight around the last Drake, but I don't think R7 are going to give you a fight around this one. They just want to defend, want to clear out these minions, try and get Kaney 2-3 items.
I genuinely think this time around, R7 just don't actually have the damage.
Yeah.
Like, I think in game 1, the fact that Syndra got fed was obviously helpful, but Syndra just changed the dynamic of the comp so much.
True.
Compared to what is a very traditional control mage in Hui, who, like, I guess has good amount of burst, but just the damage isn't comparable. Summit.
Gets the Intofos, Glacial Prison going wide. Summit goes in with the all-out, but that's half his health just gone immediately. And alongside it, the rest of it. Chitan on a killing spree on this Lucian. Summit maybe could have got out when that Glacial Prison missed, but Carioca was looking for the flash predict, and now Seo down to half HP as well. The mid lane inhib will be forfeit pretty sharpish here as Pain Gaming begin to raise the base of R7 to the ground.
A 9-day performance between Game 1 and Game 2 for Summit, getting caught out multiple times. His death may lead to Game 2 falling to the hands of Pain Gaming.
In with the charm, only onto Oddie. There's the tidal wave as well. Carioca caught up with the blade caller. Wiser just looking for the towers. Leon's tries to get in, but an Arctic Assault stops him in his track. Another charm cleansed immediately by Seo. Has to use the Feather Storm defensively. Wiser there, the grasping more on him. It's still not enough damage to get through the Sterax, the Sundered Sky, the Trinity Force that Wiser has collected across this game.
A flawless game from Chitan. His spacing, his aggression in the fights. Able to do so much damage as well, with the charms finally starting to connect from Jinkedo. They secure 2 inhibitors. They're on so point. Ooh, base is going to come through. And now the Baron becomes the next big objective for Pain Gaming to play for. No reason not to take your time. They could, if they want to, just commit to the top tower. They know with super minions sieging in the bot and mid, they could even send Ahri off onto one of the lanes with the threat of the TP. The bases are a little disconnected on the side of Pain Gaming just because Jinkedo's recall got interrupted. But they're in a great spot. Look at this wave on the bot side of the map. Always the threat of a TP with the potential end on the line. Only a single Nexus tower stands.
Yeah, Kaney's going to be the one sent across to deal with that. Summit needs a bit of a culling, but with the TP coming in, Jinkedo just wants to join up with his team. Sharpish. Kaney should be able to get the push down towards that bottom side, but R7 really don't have an avenue to approach this. No way into their own jungle, no vision around the Baron. They may have one ward in the pit looking at the mini-map right now. They have one just up towards the top side. Yeah, they do. So Pain Gaming haven't truly denied that vision, but if you just play in the enemy face for 3 minutes, you know those wards are going to expire anyway. Don't have to rush it. You are well in control of this game, 8,000 gold ahead. Looks like Carioca now going to jump into the pit, and they still haven't used an Oracles. So this is fully known by R7. Jinkedo there looking for the charm. Oddie poking his head around the corner. Seo doing the same. Currently they only see Chitan and Carioca there. Wiser looking for that flank position. Summit on the front line. TP coming in by Kana. Glacial Prism across the wall. Seo low with that Feather Storm. Wiser jumps in immediately onto Kana. He's knocked into the wall. Summit trying to survive the front line. Wiser gets one already, and Jinkedo is dashing across that wall. Spiraling Despair is the name of the game for R7. The way ultimate does nothing. Jinkedo has to flash away from the Molten Fissure. Oddie gets the slam into the wall, but he's slammed into a coffin by PNG.
Wiser just gets so much access onto the backline. A great flank from him from the Krugs allows him to just decimate the R7 carries and clean up the fight for PNG. With the Nexus in their eyes, PNG are going to bring us to 1-on-1.
One more for the road, CBLOL. One more for the road. Liga Latin America, Kana and Leon still can't even survive on their fountain. They are aced, their Nexus falls, and we're going all the way to Game 3.
A commanding response with an extremely similar draft to Game 1. Pain Gaming's bot lane did so much work in this game. Chitan with a 5-0-7 scoreline, Wiser with a solo kill. They've done an incredible job of bouncing back, which means that there's only one game left to determine who will qualify for the main stage. Don't go anywhere as we go to a quick break.
前フラッシュするよね。CS を取られるとき。
Ai là người tự tin nhất và dám flash lên phía trước? Anh.
Anh luôn.
Mi. Thì thường thì động lực của anh để flash lên phía trước là anh hiểu rõ cái tình huống và anh flash lên để outplay đối thủ.
I think for sure Mirwin. He just flashed on cooldown. Even if he needs to save it for the next fight, he's just flashing for the kill.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it. I'm back on 100. I'm ready. I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode. God level, cheat code. New age, hero. Good verse, evil. I'm on the move. I'm on the move. I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power. I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day. Ain't no one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your
CBLOL fights back here in Game 2, and they will bring us a series in this epic battle of South America. And that's all we wanted here. There's so much at stake for both these teams, and I want them to fight until the very end. But what was this game about, guys?
Yeah, I mean, for me, you know how in Game 1 we were talking about how they needed to stabilize the Syndra, get that out of that? They did a great job of doing that. But one problem has now remained on the side of Pain Gaming.
What's the problem?
And I think that problem is very much Illusion down in that bot side. They cannot have that side go into Illusion again. They need to stabilize it. Game 1 about mid lane, Game 2 about bot lane. Now they need to find a way to go on even footing here.
Like, I just hate the Xayah. I know for Seos it is a comfort pick. He's picked it quite a few times. But on the side of Lucian on Game 1, huge lead. Game 2, I know we'll go into it, but as you can see from the gold graph in front of you, they were able to actually maintain the lead that Chitan was able to have and just run that game over.
Yeah, back in Game 1, myself and Raz were chatting, and we were saying, well, at least I was like, look at a Jinx. A Jinx here with so little backline threat would work out perfectly. And I think GB also highlighted the lack of Syndra was so important. This pick gave them a lot of engage. It gave them the opportunity to try and play around a bunch of this, the picks that they found in those fights and turn around a lot of the engages. But without that, it just wasn't the same, and it meant that Chitan had this complete free will to do what he wants and then control bot plus the control on top for Weiser.
Yeah,
this worked out perfectly for them.
And as you can see right in front of you, like, that's the average. Game 2, the Xayah was down 40. Game 1, down 30 CS. Like, and in game 1, like, if the dive went off and they had completely backed away, how bad is that game state for Rainbow 7? So I just don't think, if we are willing to play against Lucian Nami, let's go towards another bot lane pick entirely.
Regardless of specific champions here, I would like you guys to tell me, what did we understand about both teams and their strength coming here today? Because leading into this game 3, I feel like what happened before doesn't really matter. Similar approach in both games when it comes to draft, and they have their League of Legends right. They have the right approach, and I doubt that they're going to bring something spicy to the table. So what is it going to come down to?
Yeah, I mean, we already know that both these regions are very passionate, but I would wish that R7 got a bit more passionate about their early objective as well, because I genuinely think they didn't hit the mark here. They lost out on 5 drops. They lost the first Drakes here as well, right? But you can see it as well, just Pain Gaming coming back here. The fan support was there already. You can hear it in my ears already. Yeah. This region right now, they want to make it happen. I think that's what it's so important now. Pain Gaming needs to be able to stabilize to make it to main stage, and for LLA, you got a big issue you need to fix here.
And that's the thing. I think for R7, it's trying to have a more tempered early game, because I think they are punishing Pain Gaming well when they get to the mid game, like over 5-man top to try and pick off someone. Oh, we're getting the mid tower, we're getting the top tower, actually trading up on a lot of these objectives. But with how much control Pain Gaming have, 1 on the objectives in the early stage and 2 on that bottom lane, you need to find some way to try and fix this, because otherwise you're just running away with it in the team fights for Pain Gaming.
Taking a step back here and specifically focusing on LLA, we know how important it is for them. We know how every playing appearance is important for them, and how close, this is the closest they've been to making history here, guys. And I'm just wondering, in cases like this, it matters whoever wants it more,
yeah.
I feel. And in that sense, you have veterans on the LLA side, you have Odi, you have Sheo, who've been here for ages, and who've been praying, who've been hoping for a moment like this, and this is their chance to seize it.
Yeah, and even zeroing in on the team leader in Odi, because on some of those moments, like on the graph that you saw a little earlier on, he was a part of 2 of those. When he was on Isurus Gaming, he was a part of that team. When he was on Lion Gaming, he was a part of that team. This is like, and he's been a part of many teams, including MSI, many opportunities to make it. He's 1 game away to being able to, like, kind of stock that ticket into main stage. So incredibly important to be calm, because I felt like they have made gradual improvements over the time, in the boot camp when they're in Europe, and then over the time of this tournament, I felt like that improvement has been there. Playing through their solo lanes has to be the priority. Getting a playmaker for Kaney and just trying to play around what Summit wants to do, I think is the best objective, and stabilizing bot lane is a need.
And those scenes you see in front of you right now, those are some of the most important 5, 10, whatever minutes they have right here in the break to really make sure that all this connects. Because none of them are going to be perfect. We've already seen that. But these moments they have in the back now, this is where the composure needs to come through. This is where you show how well you actually deal with the pressure. We've seen multiple times teams getting knocked down and not be able to come back. Now for R7, they need to prove that they're able to bounce back with a game plan that works for them. I like your call with the stylistics here. I think as soon as they stabilize those bot sides, play for those solo lanes, they're clearly a huge strength for them.
And that's the thing. Where's the momentum now? Because after a dominant game from R7, after the past 10 minutes, sure, but in game 1, the way Pain Gaming bounced back here, what is the expectation here leading in game 3?
I think the fact you get Champ Select is going to help. Champ Select side selection coming into this is going to make things a little bit easier for R7. Maybe they can try and take away the Lucian, and maybe they can try and look for something that makes things a little bit easier. But I think it's just going to be a case of trying to find comfort. When you're in a situation like this, it's going back to what works for you. Show what you're capable of. It's how R7 were able to beat 100 Thieves, bringing out something like that Orianna Nocturne. Try and find something that can come through, because this is not only a battle for your main event opportunity, but a battle to take over South America, to show that you are the better region, to show that you can stand up and be accounted for when it matters, when it is only your 1 moment you need to make it count, and this is it.
Yeah. And it has been a battle for Pain Gaming all year long, for Titan, overcoming their demons, defeating their old teammates, defeating Loud, getting in the situation they're in today. And on the side of R7, 10 years in the making on the side of Odi, Sheo, and all these players who've been playing for a decade to get into the situation they're in today. It's game 3 right now. Last chance for either of these teams to make it to the Swiss stage. Casters, over to you.
You said it best, Law. The last chance for either of these teams to make it into Swiss. The final hurdle, overcoming someone from South America, a team basically your neighbors between Pain Gaming here and R7. For
yeah,
R7,
I mean, it's bittersweet in a sense, right? Because someone's, in a sense, dreams is going to be made to have that chance to compete against the best teams, but someone's will be denied.
Yeah, I'm sure for the team that wins, it's pretty sweet.
It's pretty sweet,
and for the team that loses, pretty bitter, Betty.
Yeah. But we even heard in the teaser where Pain players were talking about how they need to see them as rivals coming into this, right? And obviously there's the friendly, combative rivalry in the sense of like wanting to compete against each other to make each other better as well. But today they will have to deny each other a spot at the main stage. But one of them will qualify. One of them will have that opportunity to go up against the best teams that the world has to offer. And this draft is what will determine it. Yone going to remain on the ban pool. Syndra, LeBlanc likely to follow alongside from Pain Gaming, given Kaine's recent Kaine's recent performance. There's the Syndra. Now, Skarner, what is going to happen with that? Because typically we've been seeing the LeBlanc, the Syndra, and the Renekton from the side of Pain Gaming, but this time around, R7 have the option to leave the Skarner open, but they're not going to. Instead, they're going to ban it themselves. Lucian, I feel, has to make its way to the ban table unless they want to play it themselves.
Yeah, first pick Lucian would be something I didn't expect coming into Worlds Plains, but something that has defined this series. Chitan's power on that pick alongside Kuri's Nami has been devastating for R7. Jax, their final ban, they're mixing things up. They are now on the blue side. Before it was the Orianna, but Pain Gaming have done themselves a solid and got rid of it. Pain Gaming now going to remove the Lucian themselves.
So LeBlanc is open. Now, I'm not saying that you should first pick a LeBlanc.
First pick LeBlanc, you say, Betty.
But Renekton also. Do you first pick the Renekton, though? No, instead you go for the Sejuani. I think that this makes a lot of sense. Odi has a sense of comfort and an ability to act as a frontline and more reliable engage. On the Poppy, you have good disengage tools, but they were very reliant on Leon's acting as an engage tool and ultimately punishing the mistakes on Pain Gaming. But this time, there's more agency given over to Odi. So how will Pain Gaming respond? Will they look for the early Renekton priority? Will they continue to prioritize that bot side of the map? I would be very surprised. I am surprised.
Yeah. So Jinkaido incredibly comfortable on this pick. That's the important thing to note. I think he's only lost 2 games on it across the course of the year, one of those being in this series. So giving him something he's comfortable on in a game where you think he needs to be a pivotal part of your composition does make sense. But as you say, a little bit surprising considering the fact that Kaine has had his number for most of this series. The Charms, obviously, now alongside the Wukong for Carioca, can do a lot of work.
I'm wondering if Kaine thinks about going for a LeBlanc. Like, I guess you can argue that there's not really a really good matchup, like a stompy type of matchup that you could dominate on. You could go for something like an Akali, but I don't love it this early on in the draft. The Renekton makes sense for Summit, a very safe blind, knowing that they're going to have to go for the blind anyway. But do you lock in an AD carry here? No, they're just going to go for the LeBlanc. I think it makes sense. Like, early on in the matchup, very similar to every matchup that we've seen so far, is you have a lot of advantages against the Ahri in the 1 versus 1. Once she gets level 6, I think it becomes a lot more of a skill matchup. Obviously, the Charm can be a very powerful tool. But yeah, okay, so the high priority on the Ahri, like, don't get me wrong, game 2, he definitely had a lot more impact. Some of his charms still went wide, but later on to the game, he was landing those crucial picks. As a side laner, Ahri is a fantastic champion. Now, how do they round out their first half? Do they want to lock in a top laner here? Something like the Gnar for Wiser could make a lot of sense. But they're really paranoid about giving this bot laner something comfortable to have agency on, to win it on the 2 versus 2, and so they're going to take the Kalista and then ban away the Ashe. Okay, I do quite like this strategy.
The question is, where can R7 go with their bot lane? Renata taking away Kalista. Renata is just such a powerful combination.
Nautilus next, maybe?
Nautilus as well would make sense. Even a Rell. Rell Kalista is so powerful. It really depends on how R7 want to play it, because you could look for something like the Ezreal and just play back, and then Rell is not as powerful because you can just play on the back foot.
One of Curry's most comfortable champions is his Alistar.
True.
And they can save that for last pick too, so they can wait and see. But he's played 5 different champions across 5 different games. Of course, the last 2 Nami games that he's played as well. He's got a lot of versatility.
Nico.
And they're going to respect that possibility as well. Curry had a fantastic performance on this champion yesterday. So what will their pick be? You have to imagine it's top lane.
Like Xarte safe, gives you isolation in a team fight as well. You can pull that Renekton out, stop him from getting onto your backline, or focus down the enemy AD or support. It's the safest blind you can pick in this situation, and with support being left for last, they are giving Curry everything he needs to succeed against whatever R7 decide to pick as their bot lane.
What will it be? Maybe they just play safe. Maybe they just go for something like the Ezreal.
I wouldn't mind Ezreal Rel, I'll be honest. I don't think it's the best in terms of dominating that lane, but it gives you so much team fight later on. And if Kayney can get control of the mid lane, we've seen how well he can do when he starts to move around. Nautilus, a similar thing. Obviously, the slow from Riptide helping out the staggering blows as well onto the Kalista. Also a denial away from that Kalista Naut we were talking about, Betty.
My brain's saying Samira could be good here. I'm like,
no,
I don't think it's going to be Samira.
That's the Dracos voice in your head right there. It's like Nilah, Samira, Nilah, Samira. It's obviously not going to be Rek'Sai, Varus.
I like this. Yeah, that's fine. On-hit Varus, I think, is still very strong. The problem with Varus is the amount of mobility you have to things like Wukong. It's a scary thing to play into. I think I would prefer a Rel, but maybe they're concerned about the amount of lockdown that they have. Maokai would give you a lot more utility, but the Rel is going to be the lock-in for Curry. I think this makes the most sense because even it's a champion that typically you associate with once you're in, but Kalista provides that extra bit of security for either a re-engage or to just take, in case the engage doesn't quite go the way that you want it, you can bring your support out to safety. But a lot of great team fighting tools coming out from the side of Pain Gaming. The Wukong gonna scale nicely and provide that additional damage later on into the game, which means that this mid-jungle combo is going to be lethal, especially with finding picks on a side lane or just going for those early skirmishes. Meanwhile, R7, they have a lot of poke at their disposal with both LeBlanc and Varus champions that leverage Fog of War exceptionally well. They're a scary duo to face check into, especially with the Nautilus paired alongside them, with R7 having an incredibly powerful bot lane top 2 versus 2. Renekton Sejuani is a very potent combo that we've seen multiple times. Renekton consistently denied away by the side of Pain Gaming. A lot on the line. It feels like the comfort has been given across the board, especially for these two mid laners who I think are going to be pivotal in the success of their respective teams.
And the
ELLA versus CBLOL fighting for that last main stage spot.
The voices of the fans echo the voices around the world. Every hope, every dream of your region lying on your shoulders right now. The Liga Latin America looking to, for the first time, make it into that world's main stage for their evolution into Americas next year. For CBLOL, 8 years in the desert. For Pain, 9. And for all these players standing on the shoulders of those who came before in their regions, looking to do them proud one last time before the Americas comes in next year and we get to see them challenge all again under a brand new banner. Lines of scrimmage set out across the map here. Seo playing very safe back towards the tower. Looks like they put an early ward down towards that bottom lane to track if anything spicy was happening, but I doubt there's spice here, Vedi. Just a little bit of salt and pepper. It's German Scharf is what this is.
In the old chat right now, Kayney and Jinkedo saying, I like you too.
And now they're going to try and beat the hell out of each other for 30 minutes. And we're here along for the ride. As you said, a rivalry between the two regions, 10-3, sorry, in favor of CBLOL across the last 10 years. LLA have been denied so many times.
I mean, it's crazy to think how many times both of these regions have come close to qualifying to the main stage and then they've been denied. To have that opportunity against one another.
I mean, for Pain Gaming, so many times they were close to representing the CBLOL and being denied. 5 finals in a row they made as an organization, always getting second place. Then at the 6th opportunity, making it through. Leon's hit, taken down to about half HP. Something that's a little overlooked in the Rel Nautilus matchup is the fact that Rel can break through your Titan's Wrath shield as the Nautilus, so you don't have that tool at your disposal to the same degree you usually would. Obviously, that means she has to have held her Shattering Strike, which is often used as a possible engage tool. Kayney here, once again, winning the mid lane matchup early on. Is a little bit of a struggle for Ahri early doors because of the mobility of the LeBlanc before level 6.
I mean, it's also just, you can't really trade against the LeBlanc. I mean, Ahri is not a good trading champion. If that hasn't become clear over the last 3 games, I'll try and make it clear to you now. She's not a great trading champion. If she connects a charm, she gets a good chunk, which is what gives her agency in lane, but that's what makes it so difficult, right, is you need to land that charm. Now, LeBlanc is going to leverage the wave to kind of navigate through, leverage them as a wall so that you can't connect that charm, and you kind of have to predict when that aggression is going to come through in order to connect it. But if you throw it too early, then it makes it even easier for the LeBlanc to get a nice charm. So while it can be a skill matchup, a lot of the responsibility falls on the Ahri to be able to find those outplays as LeBlanc continues. Oh, the cannon being lost there.
It looks like Cheetah and Kuri kind of pretending that they want an early back here, coming back into the lane. You can see Seo and Leon's thinking about it. Charm does hit onto Kayney in the mid lane. Jinkado trading positively there. The hook.
Ooh. Thought he bent the bullet there.
It's one of those lollipopping situations where you're like, that shouldn't have hit me, but it ends up doing so because of the way that Nautilus Q works, and a lot of those hooks
seen
work.
That with the lines, where one line is for terrain and the other one is for champions.
And then it has a little bubble at the end, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of lollipopping. Odi here, pushing in. Now, Jinkado is down to about half HP. And I mean, Odi might just be like, hey, mate, you don't get any of this CS. Jinkado forced away. There's the first chain landing, but Kayney just going in and immediately dying. Jinkado will follow suit. Odi only level 3 to the level 4 of Carioca, and now he needs to get the hell out of there. We'll leave him in the permafrost. Does have the flash. Carioca can follow, and he still brings down the staff. PNG find 2. The dive ill-advised, I'd say.
But Jinkado played that as well as he could have, because he connects the charm once the chain has connected, because that crucially drew tower aggro onto Kayney, which meant that 2 tower shots connected. So he was trying his best to get the kill before that happened, but he wasn't able to do it, allowing them to win out on the 2 versus 2. Now the bot lane.
Looking for the engage here, so having to flash away, does still have that barrier, Ignite ticking as well. Kuri burnt both his summoners for that exchange, but as a support in this situation, you take that trade every single day, especially since the dive is beginning to materialize here for Pain Gaming, trying to put Seo and Leon's even further behind. They'll try and get the shove out. Leon's acting as that body man, that bouncer. It looks like in the end, Pain Gaming will call it off.
Jinkado needs to be careful about these roams. In terms of the gold being pretty even in the mid lane, the problem is, like, look at the farm, the experience. This is going to be a problem if he keeps looking for these roams, and he has to be very cautious about how much he is actually moving. Now, the wave is pushing towards him, so that's the good news. But if he were to die on a dive now, it would be some very serious problems. Meanwhile, Odi has been stealing away some camps on the top side of the map.
It's the first chain. Keynes doesn't have 2 chains yet, but will have those at his disposal relatively shortly. Kuri here. Crash downs, gets a shield. It's eaten up by the Varus. Odi trying to trade with Carioca again. Doesn't have the double buffs, of course, gifted those over to the Wukong earlier on, but with Kayney having to push in the mid lane. Summit under the tower. Wiser able to jump away. Summit just hit 6 off that as well, and Wiser decides that he doesn't want any more of that. Will back, then TP back in with a much fuller health bar.
You press tab and you see that mid CS diff and you are stressed. But the good news is the goal difference is not that big of a deal. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a replay of the skirmish that happened in mid, but Jinkado did do a really good job and showcased why that charm is so crucial in the matchup. Now that he's gotten level 6, he'll have a lot more security and safety thanks to the ultimate, but Kayney, knowing how strong he is, lands the charm.
First chain. Dashes back away from Kuri. Leon's, he wants to join the fray. Hooks the minion. Sometimes you got to show him who's boss. Jinkado forced away, does have no TP and no flash, so will take a while to come back into this fight. Kuri could try and hold the wave, but I don't think that's the wisest thing to do.
I mean, look at the experience difference in mid lane now. It's basically a full level. And having this much control on the mid wave means that it's very difficult for Carioca to really do much. He is playing towards his strong side of the map, which is the bot lane for now, as the swap did come through. Numbers advantage guaranteed for R7. Ultimately means a trade in objectives, as the gold largely stays relatively even, with advantages coming out on top and mid in favor of R7. Plate going to be secured as well. A tense affair. We talked about how these mid laners are going to be crucial for the results of the game. Kayney off to a great start. But Carioca on this Wukong in a position to be a real threat himself. You already see that Seo doesn't have the flash available. I'm wondering if they can consider a dive in the near future. Potentially set up a stacked wave towards bot. Jinkado with a little bit more wave clear now. Not quite enough to one-shot the wave, having invested in the early magic resistance to help get him through this matchup.
The risk for Jinkaido is you don't have flash, you do have Spirit Rush, as you say, so you do have a little bit more flexibility in this, but at every opportunity, Kaini is going to be trying to put you under as much pressure as possible. You can even see Leon's actually moving up from the bottom lane, having Seo just stay underneath the tower to deny as much vision around here. Jinkaido is the target, there's a bullseye on his back, and when you use the charm like that, the chains will find their home. Kaini just chipping away bit by bit until eventually that kill threat materializes.
And of course, we've been talking a lot about the mid lane because of how much action has been happening here, but the same is happening on the top side of the map. Summit has been denied this Renekton so often, but he's constantly finding good trades, building advantages. He finds himself with a pretty good lead for now.
Charm going down. Leons has to flash away. The Cyclone just short, but now a Tempest for Leons. Carioca gets his second on the board.
Numbers advantage in the mid lane for Pain Gaming, and they turn it into a kill. Jinkaido has the ultimate, maybe connects a charm.
Looking for it, lands the charm. Curry there with the Shadowing Strike, but I don't think they have the damage to go through. Kaini turns it back down onto Jinkaido.
Let's be careful about overstaying here. One more charm will be enough to get the kill. Low mana though on
Shadowing Strike?
Didn't want to follow that one up.
Yeah, it's like, do you have enough mana for Jinkaido to actually get the kill? Will the Magnet Storm actually do anything when Kaini can just jump out? I think it was wise not to follow it up, but always the possibility that PNG would have gone more.
The kill did go over to Carioca.
Yes.
Ideally would have gone to the Ahri, given the discrepancy that's happening in terms of the farm.
Sure, I'm sure Carioca would say differently, but yeah.
I'm sure he would. Admittedly, though, on this Wukong, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage. We already talked about the fact that Flash is really the only escape tool that Seo is going to have. Obviously, Leon's is going to have the peel available to him as well. But yeah, I am worried for R7 in terms of how they're going to manage this Wukong. Relatively squishy in the early game, but so much team fight threat, so much backline access, and it's so easy for him to get to the backline. Too often we talk about flanks, but thanks to his W, he can be very crafty, especially when you pair that up with his E, when it comes to actually getting onto the backline.
Already looking for something down towards this bottom side. There's a ward in the Tribush, but Curry and Cheetan are always very willing to be aggro. Glacial Prison hits only onto Curry. Fate's Call. Easy enough escape. Have to burn the flash from Cheetan. I think he burned the cleanse there as well. Summit here needs to be a little afraid of the all-out as he dashes in for a bit of damage and slices away to escape the clutches of the Cassante. Carioca on his way up is on a ward. So he goes for that Scuttle Crab. Kaini.
Nice.
Yeah, good chunk there from Jinkaido.
I was just about to say, he's also made it through the worst of it. Right now that he's got Merc Treads and the Lost Chapter, he's feeling way more comfortable. His wave clear is a lot stronger. You'll see him melt through those caster minions now. And after starting the lane by just getting a good trade, immediately, Kaini has to alleviate some of that pressure. So good job from him. Base is going to come through, has the TP available for Kaini. Oh, if he really wants to invest it here, though. As, once again, Curry and Carioca regrouping as they set their sights on a bit of deeper vision. The Grubs respawning, 5 seconds. But Pain Gaming want to get their hands on it.
Pain Gaming have done a good job this series of denying R7 6 Grubs. R7 played for it in game 1. Pain Gaming came across. We see the Charm landing here alongside the Shadowing Strike. Odie was just face-checking into them. The Spirit Rush for the chase. Jinkaido looking for a little bit more as he jumps onto Kaini. The Ethereal chase to get Spirit Rush reset. Leon's trying to come in from the side, but Odie just face-checked straight into Pain Gaming, knew that they were around the Grubs and still walked into his demise. Pain Gaming will take 3 Grubs, they'll take a kill alongside it. TP behind here. Wiser needs to find a way out, pops the all-out. Kaini going in, flash away by Wiser. As Kaini now lands the chains, even with a dash away. I'm not sure with Summit tanking the tower, Wiser will be able to survive this one. Summit dashes out of tower, aggro, Kaini takes him, then flashes. And the final tower shot doesn't find its mark.
They did have to commit the flash and the TP from Kaini to at the very least get some form of cross map, but you're right, ultimately it's a 1-for-1 trade with the Grubs going in favor of Pain Gaming and a few extra plates for Summit too. He may have overstayed here, he needs to be careful. He's greeting for the extra plate, Medic.
Summit overstaying Vedi in a side lane? Who would know? Curry comes around the corner with the Shadowing Strike, the Magnet Storm coming down as well with the crash down, TP in. Pain Gaming investing a lot in this, and Summit hasn't overstayed. He'll just back away. The Drake, though, available for Pain, so...
But he has TP.
Yeah, he does. I still think the Drake just goes over to Pain, right? I think that's fine.
Especially with Kaini in top lane. I mean, Pain Gaming, the gold is an interesting one because you can see that the solo laners are giving the overall gold advantage, but this Wukong continues to get stronger. Ahri's about to complete the Malignance. Dragon being secured as well. Pain Gaming, I think, doing a really good job finding these picks, punishing the plays from R7. Summit forced to be respectful here, knowing that he's on the weak side.
Does have the flash, no Dominus for him. That Renekton ultimate still on cooldown. We've seen this a few times though, Pain Gaming investing into one point of the map, trying to take these plays, trying to take the towers, and as you say, mid lane falling lower. Kuri trying to escape the clutches of Odi, but meanwhile in the top lane, Kaini is just getting free push by himself. LeBlanc not the quickest tower taker in the world, as the hook lands in the mid lane, there's the depth charge to follow up. Cheetan trying to escape, but Odi puts him in the dirt. Now Kuri next on the menu. Seo's gonna have to flash away because Karioka's here for the Cyclone. The barrier, the flash, not enough to keep Seo alive. And now in a 3v2, a 4v2, Jinkedo comes in from the side with a charm and 2 fall for R7.
R7 just couldn't move. CC after CC after CC. They were permanently rooted, stunned, knocked up. And it means that Pain Gaming were able to convert some kills back after losing their AD carry. But the good news is R7's on the cross map. They secure the tower and bot lane. Plates being secured by Kaini up in top lane. Look at this, level 11 now for the LeBlanc. Overall, in terms of gold, it's R7 that propel into the lead.
About 1,000 gold ahead. 2 Drakes to Pain Gaming, though, puts them in good stead if they want to try and fight around that. Cheetan has been involved in 3 kills, but hasn't picked up any of them. I'm sure he'd like to rectify that across the next couple of minutes. A Rift-held fight possibly brewing. A storm on the horizon here as Cheetan is slowed. Leons looks for the hook there, only onto Kuri, who can dash away with the crash down, but that means it's going to be slow for the next couple of moments before he can remount up onto his noble steed. Odi has a habit of just starting the Rift out. Here he does have a little bit of support while he does it. Jinkedo is down in the bot lane, no TP for him. Summit's going to take the top tier 1 as well. And he'll get the local gold. I mean, so it's a very good sequence for R7.
This Renekton is mega fed. He is extremely strong. He has so much gold. And it's something that Pain will have to deal with at some point. Like, sure, Weiser will be able to hold the Renekton, but in fights with the Herald now secured, things are only going to get scarier. I was concerned for R7, given that they weren't really converting these early, well, picks into really anything. It felt like the game was slowly slipping out of their hands, but now they're in full control of the objectives around the map. Pain Gaming will secure the bot lane tower themselves, but unlocking this mid-tier 1 gives you so much more access into the river, into the enemy jungle. The potential to make more plays. Kaini, we already talked about how this LeBlanc wants to try and leverage the Fog of War. Now you're going to have a much easier time doing that as the bot wave is caught. And we kind of return to a neutral map state.
Next fight, 2 minutes away, most likely, as that's when the Infernal Drake will be up and R7 kind of have to fight it. Otherwise, it's sole point for Pain Gaming. Pain Gaming, an organization that has been with the CBLOL since its inception. They were in the first ever finals of the CBLOL 10 years ago, lost to Vivokeed. And now in a kind of a Roboros situation, they beat Vivokeed to make it to this Worlds. 10 years since the first, now in what will be the last of the CBLOL, but of course the Americas League Evolution coming next year for both North and South America. Who else but Pain Gaming to represent them, an organization and a team that has been around for so long. Cheetan and Jinkedo as well, been around for so long in Brazil. Kaini goes in, Jinkedo misses the charm. The chains don't quite connect, but Jinkedo has to invest his ultimate. A much longer cooldown than the Mimic from Kaini.
I think Kaini should have been a little quicker with the chains there, but ultimately he gets the ultimate out from Jinkedo, so small win for him, showcasing how strong the LeBlanc is in the side lane. Your job as Ahri is mainly just to wave clear and then get out. So a little overextended there from Jinkedo. Will give the opportunity for Kaini to push in bot. Seo pushing in mid. They're stacking up as 5 now. Both sides are. Deep vision control invested from R7. Hex Flash. Nope, nothing too crazy. Nice setup.
It's the Drake fight we were talking about, Veddy. TP to the bot lane. R7 trying to maintain control around this. The Sentinel spots them out. Odi able to dodge away from the Shadowing Strike, but Weiser is looking for a little bit more. Kaini here on a control ward. He'll start to step away. Drake up in 20 seconds time, and perhaps the deciding moment of this series, the deciding moment for LLA and for CBLOL. Will we see LATAM or Brazil represented once again at the World Swiss stage as Oddi's caught out. The crash down doesn't land. The champ was enough to chunk out Oddi. Now Wiser on the flank. Chitan there as well. The hook goes down, but the Pathmaker in. All out a possibility still. Chitan looking for that bait score, but look at the damage already. Onto Wiser. TP coming back in, and Summit is here. Yep, Croc. Summit ripping through PNG. The clone, the face call out. R7 get the investment of Ultimates from Pain Gaming. Now they can turn their eyes back towards the Drake.
So many ults wasted on the side of R7, yet they're still able to force Pain Gaming out of the river. They secure themselves the Dragon. It will be their first of the game, and they will deny Soul Point. A very scary affair, given that Oddi used his ultimate defensively after getting caught by a charm, and then I think it was Seo's ultimate that was also then thrown into Wiser on the K'Sante, who then just brushed it off.
Yeah.
So I was really worried for R7 at the very start of the fight, but ultimately they make it work. Summit doing so much damage on the backline.
You're really feeling that 2K gold advantage. Like, Wiser melted, I think, quicker than Pain Gaming expected him to, and Summit did not. He was hard as alligator skin, you might say, as he just ripped through PNG. The Drake Soul slowed, as you say. Rainbow 7, if they can get 4 Infernals, this LeBlanc is absolutely going to kick a punch. But now the next objective, Baron in a minute 30. We'll see the resets happening from both teams. Event Horizon completed for Kaney here, alongside that Luden's companion. Oh, sorry, Horizon Focus, not Event Horizon. Completed for Kaney. He will be, dashing in, dashing out, getting that extra damage from the range on the LeBlanc. Picking up all of these Infernal Cinders as well for that extra ability. Haste dodges away from the charm. Good reactions there. It was a blind dodge. As much as a dodge can be blind, I guess, because you have to see the ability to be able to dodge it.
Good reaction.
Good reaction. I should have just stuck with the first sentence I said, Betty. Being too verbose here. Intense moments between R7 and Pain Gaming.
Maybe take a second to recognize the stakes that are on the line. The winner of this moves on to the main stage of the World Championship to compete against the best teams in the world. The loser goes home. Both teams playing safe, recognizing that, the rest of your year could be decided right now. You don't want to go home just yet. Both sides have opportunities to take control of this game. A single pick is all that's needed. Chitan, able to get away. Isn't forced to expand any of the summoners. Second item now completed for Jinkedo. As we see, all summoners can be available very soon. TP's almost up for both mid laners.
You can see how defensive Pain have to play, right? Like, they're all the way forced back, as you say. They've got a bit of vision on Baron, so they're okay. They're comfortable enough knowing, cool, maybe they take away our Krugs. Does that really matter when they group up as 4? Spirit Rush away from Dinkedo from the Glacial Prism. Carioca looking for that Cyclone. Seo still available off towards the backside, but Kuri's looking for that flank against the Magnet Storm in. Summit coming in as well, as the base call will pull out one. Chitan chucks him back into Kaney. The charm just wide, and Summit's on the back line now. Carioca trying to survive, but he can't through the power of the Croc. Wiser going in with the Pathmaker all out, pulls Summit into his team, and Summit's happy to be here. Nice to meet you, Pain. He'll take 2. R7 out with only 1 dead so far. Wiser and Kuri trying to survive under the safety of their tower, but that might not be too safe for too much longer. The Permafrost going off. Leon's going to tank the tower first. There's 1. Kaney takes it. There's 2. Seo joins him. R7 with a wipe under the tier 2 in top.
It's an ace, and they only lose a single member. They're going to secure the top tier 2 as well, and that may very well have been the moment that defines this series. They tried to catch Jinkedo. He reacts quickly with the ultimate, but then Pain tried to force the fight. The TP comes in, but he's very far away as Wiser tries to find a flank. Look, this engage isn't really capitalized on. All these resources are being spent one by one, and now Summit finally joins the fray. He finds an angle onto the backline. Chitan can't hit onto anyone, and it was just a scattered affair. While R7 were clumped up, grouped up, could focus down a single target at a time, it was Pain Gaming that couldn't quite lock anyone down. And with Wiser then delivering Summit onto the backline, R7 win a massive fight, and you can see what it means.
Leon's caught out a little bit here as the charm comes down. Glacial Prison hits onto Kuri as he was looking for the engage, but with the Storm Surge coming out, PNG have found a counter kill. won't amount to much, but with Drake up in 45 seconds, it does delay the vision control that R7 could have acquired in this upcoming minute.
You can't afford to rest on your laurels, R7. You may have found a winning fight, but that doesn't mean that Pain are going to go quietly into the night. Notice Summit pushing in the top wave, has the TP available to him as Pain Gaming continue to reclaim vision control around the river, force R7 back. He's this constant point of pressure that Pain Gaming have to deal with.
You can see 3 of them recalling right now. Vision for Curry. Doesn't have the flash, but has that Magnus Storm, and with Seo not having a flash, there's always that threat. Chitan still has the cleanse and the Fate's Call, but with the Ginsu's now complete, you can see the win probability powered by AWS starting to swing into R7's favor, and that LeBlanc is pretty deadly. Void Staff on its way. Chitan, you got no flash. You got no flash as Oddie looks for the chase. There's the slow permafrost for the stun. Summit dashing across the wall. A good Magnet Storm from Curry will buy his 80 carry a second. Summit needs to get out of here now because PNG are starting to collapse. Summit with a Ruthless Predator. Tinkato with the teleport behind. Leon's going in all on his lonesome. Kaney went in, but he was stunned immediately. And what looked like devastation for Pain Gaming is coming up in their favor. Seo is nowhere near the battle, and now Soul Point available, but Baron perhaps the call.
Was it overconfidence? Was it over eagerness? Regardless of what it was, that is seriously a bad fight for R7. Losing their mid and jungler opens up the Baron as an opportunity, and Pain, they catch the throw given by R7 and are gonna swing the game just like that.
It just swings in a moment, pendulum between these two teams. The Drake will be taken by R7. They'll get their second Infernal, but I'm sure they wanted a much bigger prize. Pain Gaming down, but not out. With no Pain, there is no gain, and Pain have been through the ringer this one. But now they are within 1,000 gold of their Latin American opponents.
R7 just needed to slow down, but they kept their foot on the accelerator and they paid the price. Another tower will go down. R7, now the team on the back foot. The gold will be equalized, but look at the 80 carries. Chitan sitting with a healthy advantage, and just look at the minimap here. The Varus is in mid. They think they've caught Chitan out of position, but the rest of Pain Gaming are quicker to collapse. The TP flank is so crucial as well. They just can't quite lock down this Kalista because they don't have the Sejuani ultimate. Summit's forced to retreat. Shinkato on the flank, and then watch Kaney tries to go in, gets chained, CC'd, gets shut down.
I actually think Curry remounts as Kaney comes across the wall and stuns him as soon as he lands. That's actually crazy. Maybe predicted, maybe just fortunate in terms of timing on that fight. Kaney now looking to see if there's anyone to catch out towards this top side. Baron buff remains on PNG for the next 2 minutes. But they don't really have the siege that they want. Kalista not the longest range. Ahri has a little bit, but R7 able to clear out the waves. They're trying to work their way down towards bottom side.
I think they should just have Ahri sit bot with the Baron buff, keep the rest pushing in mid and play between these 2 lanes. Ahri has more than enough wave clear to just be a nuisance. They've been able to make the rotation happen. They've been here faster than R7 have, and they're gonna unlock another tower.
I think R7 willing to give that one up. You can see Seo stayed in the mid lane just to get this push out, try and delay the next set of waves. That's what Kaney's doing in the top lane as well. But from a game that was 4K in advantage for R7, now basically even between these two teams. Almost 3K off the Red Bull Baron power play.
Still haven't broken that mid tower though.
It's true.
Pain Gaming, they really want to secure that, giving them way more access into the enemy jungle. But you're right, this basically gets neutralized the game. We now find ourselves in an interesting situation. Chitan once again finds himself in the driver's seat. A massive threat on the Kalista. 3 items completed. If he's able to dance well in the upcoming fights, he should be able to navigate any potential backline threat. He should be able to make fun of this Renekton, depending on how circumstances align. But then LeBlanc, Kaney, we've seen him find these one-shots before, and on the LeBlanc with 3 items, so much damage at his disposal. He could be the difference maker. Regardless, it's going to come down to another tense fight. Individual performance is going to be crucial, but this game finds itself on a knife edge, and what better way as both regions fight for a spot in the main stage.
Oddie's going to be charmed. Should be okay with this. Doesn't have the Warmogs, but Frozen Hard and Zeke's Convergence enough to keep him pretty tanky in this situation. Pain pushing through mid. They have 4, matched by Rainbow Sevens 4. Glacial Prison exchanged for a Spirit Rush away, and still that mid tower stands. Caney had stepped into Fog of War, and with the waves pushing in top lane, Pain Gaming could never have been sure they weren't being flanked by the LeBlanc.
Waves will be caught. Both teams take a breather, sigh of relief, spend what gold they've been able to grab. See a large rod now secured by Caney. Likely working towards either a Zhonya's or a Death Cap. We'll see. Third item now finished. Really 3 items being completed across the board for everyone. The gold really doesn't matter, or we're getting to that closer to that point. Again, the biggest difference is between these AD carries. This Varus just doesn't quite do the same damage that this Kalista does, with a 2-level difference as well. It's going to be difficult, especially with this K'Sante, level 16. We know how difficult this champion is to kill.
Everyone's got their summoners up as well, Betty. A minute before the next Inferno would be soul point for either of the teams, but not soul, importantly, if either one wants to give it up for pressure on a side lane. We've seen enough Nexus for Baron exchanges and Nexus for Drake. Always a possibility if one team out macros the other. Pain Gaming trying to regain control of their blue side quadrant here. R7 have a little bit of control for their own. Chitan, Flash Cleanse available, but currently his team now moves across to join him. There was a brief moment there where he was left without defenses. Summit pushing out top has the TP. Caney here, able to dash across this wall, can mimic that distortion, and then jump back. TP to the mid lane by Summit. They want to fight this Drake, Vedi.
Looks like it. I was going to say that they don't have to. They could just concede it, look to try and siege mid instead. But these teams want the third dragon of the game. TP comes through from Wiser.
He was trying to work his way down from topside to save the TP, but he just TPs in after seeing Summit walking across
Talked about
that board on the entry.
LeBlanc once again, trying to find the angle, but Pain Gaming doing a good job of spotting that out. Chitan starting off the drag.
Charm lands down onto Caney on the bottom side. You can see he's trying to burst Jinkato out as well. Summit and Wiser towards the top. The clone coming out from the Wukong. Cyclone used, but only defensively. Another charm's going to land, though. Sterak's enough. The Magnus Storm, it won't do too much because on the backline, Curry and Wiser are getting eaten alive by Rainbow 7. Karioka, Jinkato, and Titan have 1 health bar between them. Chitan trying to escape. He's locked up by Adi, and the stun will connect. He can get 1 kill, but it won't be enough. The wave's not in a state for R7 to end immediately, but they wrested control away from Pain Gaming.
It's an ace for R7. The start of the fight looked promising, but the crowd control just didn't connect at the same time. Good damage from Jinkato onto Caney, pretty much eliminating both mid laners from the fight. But then look at Renekton and immediately onto the backline, forces the cleanse. The ultimate comes out as well. But look now, both carries are forced to disengage. Karyok the same. And the scattered team fight from Pain Gaming mean that R7 can collect themselves. Their target focus was good. And they're able to find another ace. Dragon secured. R7 find themselves once again at the precipice of qualifying for the main stage.
Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Just keep going.
That's a lot calmer than I'd be in that situation, I'll be honest. I'd be screaming bloody murder. As R7, as you say, 1 step away, 1 fight away, 3,000 gold in the lead. Kuri getting hooked, Caney jumping across the wall, can't land the chains, but R7 very much on the front foot now, and perhaps a little bit too much. Jet charge coming out as well. Leon's is just deleted. He's burst down, steps into darkness, and is met with it. Kuri almost falls to the chains and does to the piercing arrow, but Caney will follow suit. And as soon as you say anything good about R7, they walk into their own demise. Adi caught out with the charm. And now it's Pain Gaming in control.
Another colossal mistake from R7. They overstep, they're over-eager. They needed to just calm down, but they just couldn't help themselves. And they walk into the meat grinder that is Pain Gaming. They find themselves 3 kills. They're gonna get another Baron. And Medic, we're back into the fold once more.
Are we sure that wasn't a replay? I'm pretty sure that happened 6 minutes ago, Betty. Obviously, Infernal Soul up in 3 minutes time for R7, but they're gonna lose so much before that. Still 14 seconds on Caney. 14-10 now on Adi. A tier 1 in the mid lane has fallen. We talked about how hard it was for Pain to break these, where they just took 2 in short succession. They'll back away afterwards with the respawns coming out from Caney and from Adi, but they still have the Baron on their backs for 2.5 minutes.
Let's look back. So again, look at the minimap. Look at the positioning of Seo and Adi. Leon's is just going in. He's just walking like this jungle belongs to him. It doesn't, buddy. I know you feel strong right now, but as well, Kaini getting locked up by Kuri's ultimate. And then the charm connects from Jinkado. A crucial pick. And then Oddie just tries to come afterwards to only then get locked down himself. Just a massive overstep. I mean, now the Baron buff sits in the hands of R7.
No one's defending mid. This is mid in him.
They've got, yeah, I mean, it's gone.
It's gone. They're trying to get back in time. It looks like they were trying to push out the side lanes, but they neglected the mid lane. Mid in hip tower gone. There's a possible TP from Kaini, but he doesn't really have any wards to go to apart from on the top side. PNG now walking down towards the bottom. Kuri pops the blast cone and gets himself out. Kaini now joining up with his teammates. Importantly, the mid inhib yet to fall, but with a minute and a half still left on that Baron. You think it's going to fall quite sharpish. Summit trying to deal with Wiser. Karaoke just shadowing between the lanes. Leon's there on the front line. Kaini jumping in just to get the cannon minion. Jinkado goes in, hit with the Glacial Prism, but is able to get out in time. R7, they've overstepped in this position before. We saw as well that Pain Gaming were able to disengage in time. Kaini looks for another chain, can't land it. TP now in, a hook lands, only onto the clone. TP stopped by Summit in the mid lane. This inhibitor tower falling lower. Fate School going in, Sail pops a stopwatch, and Kuri's in the middle of them all. The death charge coming in as well as Kaini tries to put the damage down. Cheat-down on the back line, dodges away from the distortion, but the Ignite is ticking. Karaoke's taking out Oddie, Kuri falling low, Summit on the back line, Jinkado falling lower. And R7 somehow, some miraculous way, have finally found a fight that might end the game in their favor.
Is it enough? Double TP into the top lane. Wiser is still alive, but R7, they find another massive fight.
Wiser can just go for the wave. Who cares about your life? If you can stop this from pushing in, he'll stop them. The chains land, but he's tanky enough with a Kainic Rukan.
They don't have a wave. Oh my goodness. Absolute chaos.
It's cinema, Betty. This is what you pay for. This is what you get your popcorn out for. This is what keeps you glued to your seat. It is cinema, and you can tell just how much it means for R7 and for Pain Gaming to be the representatives for your region. The LLA have never had this opportunity. Well, they've had the opportunity. They've never made it to the Swiss stage. For CB LOL, it has been 8 long years. For Pain, it's been 9. Infernal Drake up in 19 seconds time, Betty. What we got in terms of summoners.
Into the Pentagon we go, Medic.
Cheetan still has his flash, has that Fate School. No flash for Sail, no flash for Kaini. Jinkado has a Rabadons. Will absolutely melt through you, but doesn't have that summoner at his disposal. R7 trying to get control here. There's a flanker. Summit is fighting against Wiser. Kaini jumping in, looking for the damage. Leon's here as well. Summit in the middle of them. There's the Magnet Storm, and Summit's already down to half HP. He tries to jump on to the back line. Cheetan falling lower. Summit's doing so much work, but he can't quite get the damage. Cheetan caught up with that Hexdrinker's shield. He still manages to survive, and R7 have lost one. Pain Gaming healthy enough to continue this fight. They might just take the Drake. I think R7 will give up the Ghost on it. It's not sold for Pain. But it's more action, it's more fighting between these two juggernauts.
I mean, we've reached the point where Renekton now just has a much harder time playing the game.
Yeah.
So far, Summit has been consistently getting on top of Cheetan and making his life exceptionally difficult. But now with all these extra resistances coming through for him, it's harder to just straight up dive him or one-shot him. This time around, Cheetan is able to navigate his way through the fight. He takes out Summit. And now we're all tied up in Drakes.
And tied up in gold. 36 minutes in, 6 Drakes taken, 66.6 thousand gold for PNG, and R7 about to crest that mark as well. Cheetan burnt his flash in that last engage, does still have, well, the cleanse back up in about 30 seconds time.
That's a Zhonya's for the Varus.
Yeah, he used it in the bot lane play with the Seekers. He managed to survive the engage from the Fate School. It kept him alive.
My goodness, I'm now getting lost. There's so much happening. I need to lock in, focus up as we get closer to the game-deciding fight. Baron spawning 45 seconds. The gold really doesn't mean much at this point as itemization is largely completed across the board. I see a pot sitting in Oddie's inventory, waiting for the next fight to begin.
Yeah, Elixir of Iron, his beverage of choice. He'll chug that before the fight begins, as you say. Look at Oddie, though, on a good flank here. If Pain Gaming back away, in an inopportune moment. Oddie can find them, hasn't been seen yet. He's trying to go for that long flank. Karioka trying to spot him out, doesn't. Oddie's on his lonesome here behind the team though, backs away. The charm lands onto Summit.
Nice damage onto Summit.
Kaney chunks out Cheetan.
Nice damage onto Cheetan. Okay, so low health members.
Kaney's half HP as well though. Jinkado looking for that charm, it lands onto Oddie. Pop the elixir. The root coming out as well as he's locked up in the middle of the team. Kuri pulled back with a face call. Summit diving in onto Cheetan. The more of Malmortius, the depth charge going onto that backline. Kuri falling over. Cheetan's already killed off Summit and Kuri's been able to survive. It's 2 already for Pain Gaming. Depth charge coming out. Say you gotta do it all. Say you gotta do it all. But he can do nothing in the face of Pain Gaming, and now Kaney trying to get in, trying to kill off one. Can he defend? I think the answer's no.
They don't have a wave to play with.
Oh!
Kaney gets a crucial pick right at the edge. Pain Gaming win a fight, but now with Cheetan gone, I don't know if they can end the game.
It may just be the inhib. They shadow the wave in ready. Kaney.
I think they're going to try and end.
This guy has had the planes of his life. He's been the cornerstone of R7, and now he has to do it once again. They may just look for double inhibs. In fact, I think that's the call here from Pain.
It's the smarter one. It's for sure the smarter one.
Kaney dodges the charm, doesn't hit the chains. The double inhibs go over to Pain. Now the Baron up.
Oh my goodness. So Kaney keeps R7 just barely alive. But that last fight was absolutely insane. So R7 just got poked out. Summit got cut in half. Kaney got cut in half. And Seo, he just couldn't fight. He couldn't really hit anyone in the fight. So there was such a massive damage difference. R7 have been finding so many good team fights in this game. But Pain Gaming, it feels like, as we've gotten later, have found the confidence. They know how to play the fights now. And it's only getting harder. Summit's not having the same impact that he was earlier in the game with a Bloodthirster now finished for Cheetan. He is completely full build.
And R7 have to manage their waves. There's double TP available for Pain. If they ever push out, if they ever get caught in a fight, all Pain have to do is delay, delay, delay. So far, R7 have tried to take a mile on multiple occasions, and Pain have only given them an inch. Now they give them nothing. Deny them control over the mid-wave, deny them control over the river. They managed to pick up the Scuttle Crab, but that's about it here for R7. Tournament lives on the line. Oddie stepping forward, Charm going wide, Banshee's available for Jinkado. Shadowing Strike going wide as well, but Summit invests the Ruthless Predator onto a ward, plays out that control. R7 is 5, try to group up here and push it out once again. Summit
really nice
chunked out to half again. They can't get the control ward in the back of the pit. They can't get control over the
now. He has
Baron.
to base.
Yeah, he does. No
and
TP on him.
Yep.
He has the Sterak's. He can cull the Meek on this wave, try and get the Ferocity stacks up. But he's still half HP. Maybe over to the Razor Beaks to use that Fury.
And here comes the Soul. He needs to base sooner rather than later. It's going to be too late. I guess he's just doing his best to heal up, and he's just going to play with this HP.
He was spotted by that Scryer's Bloom. Karioka hungry for blood. Sharks in the water. Pain Gaming start to collapse. Kaney's pushing out the bot lane. Summit still about half HP.
I mean, this is such a hard approach from R7 with mid and bot constantly pushing in your face. Jinkado doing a good job of leveraging the fog. And here we go.
For the flank.
The Soul could determine everything.
Remember, Callista Spear is something we haven't had to talk about too much this game, but it's so hard to outsmite that. Kaney looking for it. Look how many spears are in there. Infernal Soul secured. Cheetan gets the face call and flashes forward. Kuri can't quite land the lockup. Meanwhile, on the backside, Summit doing so much work onto Wiser. Pain Gaming got the Soul, but they've already lost one of their players. Perhaps R7 can chase for more. The base, super minions pushing in towards those Nexus towers. And it looks like R7 won't get more out of the battle. Kaney backing away. Cheetan's down towards the bottom side. He's looking for the base, seeing if anyone gets the back off in time. Can't get there before Kaney does. The Nexus tower stands. Oddie chasing out Kuri. Leon's here with the blast cone. Will be able to find the flank, and Kuri won't have a way out of this. Summit's going to block his path. Baron wasn't started actually by PNG for a second. They'll just dash out. Kuri's going to fall. And now R7 can look for the Baron. Cheetan was looking, perhaps if they go for the Baron, we can go for the flank. But Kaney still has that TP. A steal for Karioka, a possibility. No flash on him, up in a couple of seconds' time. They're not going to go for it. The Baron, the first one of the game for R7, secured. It's taken 3, but they got one. And now,
my goodness. We go again!
We go again, baby! We go again. I didn't hear no bell.
What better way to determine a spot in the main stage. With a game like this, we crest 42 minutes, 42 kills. The goal is dead even, but it doesn't matter. Items being completed, it's all about the execution. The Elder, now the next big objective. The Soul is going to help, obviously, but we've seen that these fights play out in so many different ways. The reason why it fell apart for Pain Gaming in the last fight is because PNG, Cheetan and Curry hard committed onto Kaney. I'm losing my words.
It's fine.
And that meant that a lot of the damage just disappeared. You need him in the fight, especially this late in the game. AD carries are so important, and that meant that when it came to a front-to-back fight, Seo was just able to get the better. They took down Weiser, and they were able to convert it into a Baron.
A couple of flank wards here left up for Pain Gaming. You can see 3 of them, one in that tri-bush. If R7 overextend without clearing out, well, the tri-bush one is gone, but there's a couple just behind. If R7 just overextend here, Weiser can TP flank, Jinkado can do the same. We saw do it earlier this game. Someone's going to push out mid. The Baron remains for a minute 40. Hopes of a region on the backs of these players. The last representatives of the LLA and the CBLOL here at Worlds. One last dance, you might say, as Kuri's chunked out. The damage from Keeney would be even more if those chains had connected. Kuri's going to have to back away. Cannon minion pushing in, with the rest of the wave culled by PNG. R7 trying to sync their waves up, but can't quite do it. Just that cannon minion in the bottom lane. Kaney still looking for something, jumps onto Kuri once again. The Shadowing Strike and the Crash Down invested, but they'll be back up in short order. Kaney still trying to play out a vision. They do have a single Oracles on Leon's if he wants to invest it, but decides against it for the moment. There's the TP, the ward we talked about, but you can see that because it's a control ward. Chain of Corruption coming out. Weiser trying to get onto the backline. The Depth Charge is going to slow them. The Magna Storm going in as well with Carioca and Kuri and Weiser are all amidst Rainbow 7. They managed to kill off Seo somehow, and now Lions is all hailing the retreat. Kaney's down. Pain Gaming find the flank they were looking for. Oddie trying to get out of here. Summer's killed off Kuri, but Cheetan and Weiser will get revenge for their support. Now Oddie falls. 60 seconds on the Depth Chimers. Waves can be pushed in, inhibitors broken, and perhaps the backs of Rainbow 7 too.
An incredible TP flank may have cemented the win for Pain Gaming. CBLOL are looking to return to the main stage. There's only a Nautilus standing between them. The inhibitors are still there, but maybe they're too far away. He just has to buy time. Can Leons buy enough time for his team to respawn?
17 seconds on Kaney. 15 on Seo. A cannon minion, 3 casters, and a dream for Pain Gaming. They immediately engage, and Leons cannot get to the wave. Pain Gaming have done it. 10 years ago, they were denied, and now after 8 years in the desert, Pain are going to Swiss.
An incredible back and forth game. Both teams putting everything on the line. But ultimately it was Pain Gaming that was able to find the final team fight. Heartbreak for LLA, but celebrations for CBLOL.
Elation for CBLOL. Elation for CBLOL. 8 years ago, INTZ were the last Brazilian representatives in the main stage at World. Now Pain joined them after having been in the league for 10 years, after losing in the first finals, defeating their decade-long rivals in this, to make it here, to take down the LLA. Of course, commiserations to R7. They were so close so many times in this game. It looked like it was done. It looked like they'd secured the win. But they fall at that final hurdle, and Pain will take the prize at the finish line. A position in Swiss for R7. Dejection, but still hope as a region. Still some pride to be taken in how well they fought here at this Worlds.
I mean, I understand how frustrating it must feel to not only take down the North American representatives, but then to go so close against Pain Gaming, a rival in the playing stage, to then just falling short at the final hurdle. Must be heartbreaking.
Yeah, it must be.
but I really do feel that they did their region proud. The most winningest organization of the LLA. An organization that has dominated for so long. Had a fantastic showing at this year's play-ins. And if things had gone slightly differently, it could have been so close.
Yeah, it was so close.
I mean, yeah, that's
literally
my words.
A single team
It was
fight
a
away.
45-minute game, constant back and forth. They'd lose a Baron to then win a team fight, to then lose another Baron, to then win a team fight, to then get the Baron. And then Pain Gaming at the very end finally found the team fight they were looking for off the back of an incredible TP flank. Nothing but, nothing but praise.
Nothing but respect as well for both
Pain.
the teams, for both the regions.
Yeah, they gave their all. It was a fantastic game, super entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
And I'm excited for Pain. Let's see what damage they can do in the main stage. I mean, obviously, they're going to be the underdogs.
Yes, yes they are.
It is not getting any easier moving past this point.
CBLOL representatives have a very good track record of upsetting someone.
Oh, yes, they do.
INTZ beat EDG. Kaboom beat Alliance. I still remember those days, so we'll see what damage Pain can do. You can see the roller coaster of a gold graph.
Truly a roller coaster.
It really
I
was.
enjoyed the ride.
Oh, so did I. Absolute chaos, but absolute cinema at the same time. I'd pay to have a ticket for that, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, incredible. We're just setting up for an interview, but it looks like that we're ready for it.
We are. We're going to hand over to Jisun and Jisun for the Verizon post-game interview.
Please welcome T-Tan for the interview, everyone. What a historical moment for the CBLOL. Congratulations. How do you feel right now? What does this mean to you?
Que momento histórico para o CBLOL, como é que você se sente? Parabéns.
Cara, me sinto muito realizado. Eu acho que ter conseguido ganhar hoje me deixou muito feliz. É um sentimento assim irreal e é a primeira vez que eu estou passando. Então, por ser a primeira experiência, por ser algo novo, eu estou muito feliz.
Overall, I'm very happy. Like, it's the first time that we're achieving such like a thing to go to the next stage, and it's just like unbelievable for me.
Unbelievable, an unbelievable performance and mental fortitude as well, because you guys are off to a very rough start, losing the first game and then bounce back, and game 3 was crazy bloodbath. How did you maintain your mental fortitude throughout this crazy game of League of Legends?
Então, vocês passaram por um início muito conturbado, então a gente quer saber o que vocês fizeram para continuar com o mental muito estável, para chegar no terceiro jogo e ter esse banho de sangue que foi.
Cara, eu acho que o nosso mental, ele ficou abalado em algumas teamfights. Pra ser bem sincero, eu achei que a gente ia perder em alguns momentos, aí depois eu achei que ia ganhar e ficou uma viravolta muito louca. Mas, assim, a gente sabia que era um jogo de muita pressão, de muita expectativa em cima de nós. Eu acho que a gente sentiu um pouco, mas a gente conseguiu manter a calma e sair com a vitória. Fico feliz por isso.
So, like, I won't gonna lie, there were moments that I was, like, shaken, my mental was shaken, I was like, okay, I think we can win, I think we can lose, but in the end, like, we managed to, like, keep everything stable, and I'm very happy that we managed to do this and then bring the victory home.
In the end, you guys found your way to the Swiss stage, the main stage here at Worlds 2024. And you guys are carrying the entire Brazilian fans' love and support and hope. So anything you would like to say to them?
Você agora está aqui representando e trazendo toda a esperança para a próxima fase também. Você tem alguma mensagem para os brasileiros que você está representando?
Cara, queria agradecer todo mundo que está aqui, que é brasileiro, e todo mundo que está fazendo o show em casa. Eu sei que é muito importante ter vocês com nós, e quando a gente está unido, a gente é uma torcida diferente, é maravilhoso o sentimento. Então, muito obrigado mais uma vez, e dessa vez a gente passou para o próximo grupo. Então, fico feliz e a atender a expectativa de vocês.
I want to thank all the Brazilians that are here. Like, all you guys, like, give us, like, a strength in order to, like, be able to come to this, and in this time, like, attend all the expectations and be able to classify for the next group. I'm very happy.
Amazing. Vamos, Brazil!
Let's go. Thank you.
Vamos, Brasil!
Congratulations, T-Tan, one more time, and thank you so much for the interview.
You.
Thank you, Arthur, for the help with the translation. And back to you guys. Thank you.
It's a feeling, guys.
Let's go, guys. Don't afraid.
We'll leave him in the permafrost. Does have the flash. Karaoke can follow, and he's still.
Cassandra first. Nice, nice. Nice. I'm back up. Nice.
We can go nice, guys. We can go nice.
Nice, guys. Oh, nice. Very good. We have one more chance, guys. Really.
Yeah.
I'm hitting Varus. I get up.
Nice. Only not till Logis is barely vai pra casa, caralho. Okay, please. Go.
Let's make history, guys.
Hit that.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good. I just feel so good. I just feel so good.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice, I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little walk in the bite. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge, I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to pew. Kill him in a new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade. Better run away. I'm a renegade. Better run away. I'm a renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade. Better run away. I'm a renegade. Better run away. Yeah, I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since the cradle. Build different, homie, you could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and Renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky. Or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
And welcome back to the last day of the playing stage here at Worlds 2024 as we sadly wave goodbye to R7 after an epic showdown for South America. Painful
Heartbreak.
advance, of course, but guys, how do you feel? How you see that comfortably? The emotions for the past couple hours. I
feel spent after that. I can only imagine what the players have gone through.
Yeah, we were both jumping up and down on that one. It was a tough one for LLA, but man, the passion from Payne's side.
On the good side, we're just halfway through the day and we have another series
insane.
on our hands, so let's get straight to it because we have amazing matchups to go through, and one especially because in 2021 they were fighting side by side, but today only one of them will get to advance to the next stage. Maple and River is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, it's a fight for a spot in the Swiss stage. For PSG and 100 Thieves, this will be their last chance to keep their world's run alive. After struggling against Rainbow Seven in their first series, 100 Thieves delivered a dominant performance against the SoftBank Hawks. It's in the hands of Quid and the rest of the LCS's third seed squad to perform when it's do or die.
Ayla blocks it. The Orianna shockwave maybe a little bit early, but the damage is still done because River flies. And this is just the story of this game.
PSG entered Worlds as one of the strongest teams in the play-in stage, recently faltering to LEC's MDK. Now, with a spot in Swiss on the line, will Maple and PSG be able to clutch a win?
Now Junja is here, and the flash forward knocks up to the ulti to follow. PSG punished that dive, huge.
A win in this series guarantees the last spot in the Swiss stage. A loss, and your run ends here.
It's a whole lot of wins on me.
There's so much on the line, and even just talking about the history between both River and Maple is crazy. That they were together for just a little bit on PSG. Now that River and they're both in each other's way, basically.
Yeah, and the fact that you have Maple who's played for so long, I mean, with River obviously for a little bit, but this guy's been popping off, and now he's in his potential, well, he's already confirmed last year. This is his retirement. It'd be insane to see him go on, but now it's River who stands in his way.
Absolutely, and you want to make it count, especially when it comes to the expectations of PSG, at the beginning of play-ins. They were supposed to be one of the strongest teams, but so were 100 Thieves, and now only one of them is going to make it out. So we have to talk about PSG's progress, but also bad start at this playing stage because they put themselves in this situation.
Exactly. It's been really spotty here and there. So it's really been crazy to see that PSG has been like really fighting consistency, whereas 100 Thieves, I feel like they've had that glow up and they need to keep that going.
Is it going to be enough though?
That's gotta be 100 Thieves, man. 2-0.
You gotta believe for the West. We'll cope. I go on the side of Raz. Let's see what the casters think. It's the second series of the day. PSG 100 Thieves. Take it away, guys.
Well, Raz is taking the hopium. I don't know if it's copium right now. Azael next to me, very tall, by the way, like I might have to stand up while I'm hysterics. That's better. I've never felt that tall in my whole life. I don't know if we're huffing copium or hopium, because I know right now everyone's pick'ems are screwed. We know that's a fact right now, thanks to 100 Thieves a little bit earlier on. But after yesterday, people were like, wait, 100 Thieves are back? They looked good.
Yeah, they did look really good. And talking to the team, you know, they're feeling a lot more confident. They're feeling a lot more comfortable after getting that win. You know, Quid definitely didn't perform like we know he can in that first series. We really saw him show up in the second series.
He was great.
And I think definitely if 100 Thieves are playing to their level, they have a good shot today. But that being said, for me, the biggest question is, what is PSG's new meta read? Because they have had some atrocious drafts throughout this tournament that have really set them up for failure. And this is a really, really strong team. They were my #1 team that I had power ranked coming into play-ins. And I do think if they can get a real handle on the meta and they can draft a really strong comp, it's going to be so hard for 100 Thieves, because I think PSG is just straight up a better macro team, and they have some really talented individual players.
I know backstage you're talking a lot about it again, these drafts being a little bit geared towards previous patches. I love the read again as we're looking at this game, open eyes to see if PSG can adapt, as Ash has already gone. The Viego's already gone up against River, who's been a great carrier in the past. With the Vi against Junja is a must-take.
Yeah, this is really interesting, the Viego and the Ash bans against 100 Thieves, because PSG is really well known for banning, you know, against their opponents, banning specifically target champions and not so much banning the meta. So very clearly they're concerned about River, right? They're going to be banning the Viego, they're going to be banning the Jarvan. I would be concerned as well. I mean, I think he's been performing insanely well. One of, if not the best, as far as the junglers are concerned in play-ins. Even in the losses, he was trying his heart out to 1v9 on that Viego game. So it kind of feels like they've looked back at some of those games and they've just repeated this pattern that we showed against Mad, where against Mad, they just banned all 3 champions that Mad played in both games in their previous series. So they're just going to target whatever they think you performed on well so far in the tournament.
And with the Yone gone as well, we get our first pick and our first question to see how PSG adapt now. Azale, what hits your mind as a priority pick after everything's taken away?
I mean, it's going to be so interesting. You know, the Yone ban to me was a little bit of a surprise, because we've seen Maple dominate so hard on the Akali, and I really do associate Yone with Quid. So I'm interested to see what they are actually trying to set up for here. You know, if they're more concerned about that, but they're just going to go stock standard. It is Orianna. Now you have to really worry about the Orianna Nocturne combo. We saw 100 Thieves really dominate with it. We also saw them get dominated by it. We have seen this combo come out a couple of times. So now the question for 100 Thieves really becomes, you know, is it high enough prio that you need to actually deny it, or can you draft something else around it to really sort of answer?
And the question I have further for 100 Thieves is, are we going to get the Syndra matchup into it as well, right? Because that's up and available. Sniper on the Renekton is something I know as well. Backstage, you're like, we want to see him more on these carries. No more of this wishy-washy K'Sante B1, R1 pick instead. We get Sniper on something that can make plays.
Yeah, absolutely. K'Sante, you know, yes, he can play it. He did play it 3 straight times against R7, but it's really not what he's known for. In NA, people think about him for his Riven, which he doesn't really play in competitive, but also for his Renekton and his Jax. That is the kind of style that he is really well known for. And with the Sejuani coming through, Quid is also really a melee specialist here, so it definitely could be double melee solo lanes. The Yone is banned, but he could even take a page out of Maple's book and go towards something like the Akali if he wanted to bring out something a little bit aggressive here. But these are some incredibly strong power picks over on the PSG side. It's not going to be the Nocturne combo, but it is going to be Skarner, another super high prio champion, as well as Aja getting the Gnar. Has been really strong on the Gnar when he's been playing it, and I am, you know, thinking this is just like really strong team fight style here for PSG. I like what they're drafting in these first 3.
On the other side, 100 Thieves, instead of looking in the Akali, they went past it and they've returned to the way, something we have been seeing more and more in the past couple of days here at Worlds. So we get a bit of range added in and a bit more setup from range for Quid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the champion that he performed really well on against R7. You know, people obviously gave him a lot of criticism for the Vex, but kind of forget that Hwei game that he did turn in, which was really, really strong. He can definitely play those control mages. It's not what I would really consider his style. You know, he is more known for the aggressive skirmish-heavy champions, you know, things like Ahri if you're talking about AP, or a lot of these melee champions if you are not. But it definitely is looking like we are just setting up for some pretty heavy 5v5. But thus far, I do kind of really favor what PSG has, especially after how Aja played on the Gnar the other day. Has been looking so damn good on it.
Yeah, the setup again, especially when Junja getting this power pick at the Skarner. Let's see if he can have better performance. We'll go in depth because Junja has been a massive question mark at Worlds so far, but Once again, he's set up the success with the playmaking jungler, or rather, the setup jungler there. Now, there is Engage taken off from 100 Thieves' side. The Rel is first to go here. Lucian on the other side as well by PSG.
Yeah, it is really interesting. You know, when you are on red side in this kind of position, you can sometimes really try to pinch the support pool, and that may be exactly what they are going to do. You ban out Rel, you ban out Nautilus. Yep. You can even take away a support here on 4 if you want, and really try to limit what Woody has. Woody is someone that does really like to go towards those hard engaged supports. You know, even in the PCS, he was very much the player that was setting up for that follow-up. He's setting up for, you know, the Rumble when they're playing those, and the MFs, and in this case, he's going to be setting up for that Shockwave potentially. Is really a big fan of picks like Leona, and with the Braum getting banned out, it's possible that Ayla would want to look to try to take that away. Of course, Alistar is another good combo as well. They are instead going to go for the Varus and try to save Ayla's pick here for last to look to try to get that winning 2v2. Though it's not really what 100 Thieves are known for, and Ayla, I think, has been having a bit of a down tournament. He's looked nervous at times, and I don't think he's really kind of performing to the level that I've come to expect from him.
First international as well. I mean, the guy couldn't win, you know, he couldn't win an OPL championship back in the day when I knew him in OCE, and again, this is such a big step up for him as well after not even winning an LCS championship. So not trying to rinse the guy, just letting you guys all know that first major stage here, we're going to have to see how he does with an R5 counter pick. As Tomo, by the way, quick tidbit, 6th unique champion. He's played a different champ each and every game as he now goes up against Betty on Jhin.
This is something I've been talking about, you know, with just some of the different casters here about Tomo, is that I don't rate him, you know, incredibly highly on any particular champion.
Fair enough.
But he can play basically every champion, right? Yep. He can play everything at a really strong, serviceable level here. You know, and he can bring out the supportive picks, he can bring out the Jhins, the Ashes, the whatever, but he can also, you know, bust out the hard carries and play Lucian or play Zeri or whatever. So he does have a lot of flexibility. There's no way we're going Varus Yuumi here.
I mean,
and
someone in the crowd got baited in, and that was a squeal. Like someone really wants to see Yuumi, but it's Renata instead. So we get a bit more AoE to the mix here for Ayla.
Yeah, Renata making a lot more sense here. You have these 2 strong carries in the way, in the Varus, that you really do need to protect.
Yep.
And it's going to make it a lot more difficult with that handshake to be able to get in there. For Skarner especially, when you're just going through with the E, you can easily interrupt that with the handshake, with the hostile takeover. So it puts more pressure there on Woody, who has been, I think, a bit more up or down than I've kind of expected from him. I was really impressed with his play regionally, but hasn't been performing, I think, to his level so far here. But obviously, a lot of this comp is going to center around that potential Alistar-Orianna combo. The Jhin opens up, the Gnar is coming in on a flank, Junja is trying to come in on an interesting angle. You know, it's all about the kind of those first moments of the fight, and 100 Thieves being able to disengage, being able to stay spread, because I do think they are quite high DPS with this Varus, expecting him to go on hit, and with Quay, I would expect them to win a lot of these front-to-back fights, as long as things don't go tragic with that Shockwave.
Well, you have to think here, for PSG, I mean, they were really well known as a good team fighting team. They all have that reliability, that 5v5, but here at the Worlds, they've been underwhelming. That's the biggest takeaway so far for the PCS first seed. They've already lost VKE beside them, where SOFM's team with 3 individually powered players of the region were taken away without a single game win. Now you're left with the new PSG Talon, where they play so heavily towards top. They've got Arja, who's developed into the region. Junja, who is a sub-world champion, by the way, on EDG. Lest no one forget. But they haven't hit those bars, they haven't hit those high expectations. 100 Thieves at first, yes, against Rainbow 7, did the same, but at least they came through cleanly yesterday against SHG. Now it's time to put up or shut up for a final time. Swiss, Spot, last one available, and 100 Thieves or PSG are walking away with it after this one. Last best of 3 before we go into the Swiss stage.
Yep, it's going to be an exciting one. We are through the Champion Select, powered by Omen HyperX, and now I'll have all those picks locked in. PSG, yeah, well, they haven't been performing, I think, to the level that, you know, people were expecting from them. They do have a very stock standard comp. They have a strong comp here. I think it is very much, you know, playing towards the meta.
Yep.
And I rate them really highly playing these style of comps. This is one of the most kind of standard meta style drafts that we've seen from them the entire tournament, right? Sure. And this is honestly, like, as the LCS caster, what I was kind of scared of from them coming in. You know, I was kind of hoping that they were going to be drafting some of these kind of old style meta picks, and giving 100 Thieves an edge there. But if they do have a good meta read, which game 1, I would say it looks like they do, it could be pretty scary. And they aren't grouping up for potential invade here. River will be able to spot.
Arja walks into brush, sees River walking away. Junja. It is indeed. Now, quickly, before this lane swap goes into action, I'm going to try and fit this in. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, log into your right account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and Capsules. Now, Sniper runs away from there. I'm glad we didn't get any fighting while that happened. He'll move to mid as per standard. Woody will also shadow. Azael, as you said, it is a lane swap here as Betty now moves top and looks for the shove in this way.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 100 Thieves should not be surprised by this. This is honestly pretty smart here for PSG. You have Alistar, one of the worst early laners here, going up against a Varus and a Renata is going to be incredibly tough. PSG are going to dual lane their top and ADC up in that top lane. They do have the Skarner taking away the enemy jungle camp, so we'll have to see if River can get down and cross map to try to take away some of their camps. While Quid and Sniper, the two 100 Thieves solo laners, are the ones kind of just 2v2ing here. So it's a very interesting setup. You know, we see a lot more of these kind of dual lanes mid. This is something that was really popularized in the LCK, but it was a lot more of when we had that kind of AD carry meta, both supports would go mid, and we just have like essentially what looked like bot lanes laning mid.
Yeah, it looks like the strangest configuration. Imagine if you're just starting to watch League now and you're like, wait, or at least coming back to it. What happened to my game as we get a 3-man push in bot? Massive wave here. Remembering that bot turret is always going to be the squishier.
Exactly. It's been a pretty big change on this patch that people have been talking about. You know, this is a lot squishier on that bottom side compared to what is up on that top side with the fortification. They also made it so that additional people being around, it's not stacking up nearly as much in armor as it did after every plate is cracked. So they are here. PSG's going to try to defend this, but they're TPing in.
Arja is level 3. He's on a Mega Gnar as well. He gets a stun down, but there's no aggro yet. Flash and set from Sniper. We're looking at the picture in picture, but Woody's about to die. He flash headbutts, pulverizes to get on out, but Tomo matches in. River about to die, but before he does, he goes out and he trades 1 for 1. In the end, it was first blood over to Tomo, but in response, a kill over to Junjia.
Yeah, they try to go really aggressive there. They do end up taking down Woody. The trade on Summoners pretty even overall, and it is going to be first blood there, as you say, for Varus. So 100 Thieves going to be pretty happy about this as Sniper goes back up towards top. It did TP up there, but had no buy, really, so is going to be able to get pushed out by the Jhin. We'll see if he can pick up the wave before he leaves.
Arja was able to pick up some CS from what looked like the whole rotation. As you said, he's getting the push out here. That's why those numbers are inflated for now, and Ayla was just hovering in Fog of War, holding the wave to slow it down.
Yeah, this could be a little bit dicey for Sniper. You know, now we see that Woody is heading back up towards top side, so he's going to get pushed off. He has no TP, and this gets pretty awkward here because they didn't elect to actually swap back to try to match or anything like that. So now Sniper is going to be missing out on a lot of this, and I don't really think 100 Thieves are in a position to actually pressure Aja off. We'll see if River comes down and tries to do that because they're kind of forced to make a play here. It looks like Ayla, though, is going to base, and he's going to try to walk top and get Sniper back towards this wave, get him picking up some of the CS. So even though 100 Thieves got 2 plate spot, even though they got first blood, it's evened out by the fact that PSG is getting more farm, and Sniper really got punished. He's gotten zoned off completely.
And again, I mean, still getting sniped off, or rather, sorry, zoned off. No pun intended, no meaning. That first plate is eventually going to fall on down. You can see bot as well. Arja was walking over a ward that was between waves. I believe that just expired as he was crossing back down to the bot wave. So they keep it same, while Ayla, as he clears out, is now also spotted on a ward, so respect is given by PSG.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Ayla, they realize, okay, we can't actually dive the Gnar, so I just have to go top to try to cover and continue moving around the map here. We do see that Betty has those Swifties. He's going to be going right back out towards top, so we'll see if 100 Thieves does anticipate that or exactly what their move is going to be as Tomo has the wave crashing in. He's going to be able to pick this up and is in a really good spot.
Are you still excited by these? I mean, I don't know if you initially were, but
lane swaps?
And Emily still loves lane swaps, I think, but what camp are you in these days?
Yeah, I mean, I think lane swaps can be really interesting. I mean, my feeling on lane swaps is generally pretty similar to my feeling about everything in League, where I like seeing innovation, I like seeing variety, and I like seeing the evolution of it, but when anything becomes an every game, then it gets less interesting to me.
And to be fair, it's not an every game anymore, is it? And also the lane swaps changed, like top laners playing to around mid, that adaptation you talk about.
Exactly, and that's the part that is interesting to me, seeing where people can try to evolve a strategy and push it forward to create, you know, additional advantages, right? And that's something that in the LCS, TL was really, really well known for doing, is always kind of the evolution of that lane swap and changing things up to try to get little edges here. I think PSG used it very well. 300-400 gold lead for 100 Thieves. Honestly, who cares? You got your Alistar out of what would have been a really difficult lane. 100 Thieves, though, coming over to potentially contest, but they are pretty late.
They are indeed. Flash away. Ayla had to burn that really early into the fight. 2 grubs have already been taken by PSG as he engaged, set up by River. He's got a level advantage with the permafrost as well. He's running for his life. Archer just killed Tomo. Wait, bot. That was a solo kill from the level 6 Gnar.
Yeah, Tomo getting caught out there. I'm not sure if he'd even gone back to base yet. I guess he maybe had, I don't know. I mean, he maybe thought that he was actually going to be safe. He didn't have flash, so probably just got ran down. And we did see that flash from Ayla. That was the shockwave used from Maple that, you know, was able to kind of force that.
Yeah.
But it does allow 100 Thieves to at least take one of those grubs away. Aja, I talked about it. This guy's Gnar is very, very scary. He's been performing really well on it. And it's definitely a concern to see him getting ahead. Sniper, you know, was definitely not in a good spot out of these lane swaps. And yeah, just no flash on Tomo. And just going to get caught by the Mega Gnar, pretty much guaranteed here.
Looks like it's going to be a W into an ult shortly. Yeah. Aja just clean play. Set up early.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, Tomo just not necessarily seeing the angle for that. Thought he was going to be safe, was pretty far back, but the Mega Gnar hop in, able to catch him.
And it comes back to something you mentioned earlier, Azale, as well. We look at our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup. It's not about the players I'm going to talk about right now, as Maple and River go head-to-head, some history there. My point was going to be that, you know, you mentioned Sniper wasn't getting too much from that lane. The CS advantage now rearing its head as Aja has just stayed towards bot. He's got a kill as well. 620 gold up is a massive lead for the star player, or one of the star players, when PSG puts so much resources into this guy naturally anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's in an incredible spot. You know, Sniper obviously has been put down quite a lot in this lane swap. And this is one of the things that they talked about as kind of a weakness for him. You know, this is the youngest player in all of Worlds here playing. This guy was a tiny little kid when the lane swaps were out last meta, right? Like, he had to fully learn this from scratch and wasn't
like 12
used in
when
it.
Faker, you know, even before, younger when, you know, Faker won his first World. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, even younger than that.
All right, Chain of Corruption brings us off. It's an Impale, though, so kept in place. River can't get out. He has to Arctic Assault in the end. Woody zone controls as Aja is about to go Mega Gnar, and even though Junja's low, they got to respect this big top laner of PSG.
Yeah, I mean, back in, it was, what, 2013, right? So Sniper would have been like 6.
Oh, Jesus.
So, you know, it's definitely, you don't want to go too far into that at our age.
No. That's crazy.
But 100 Thieves here, you know, not able to pull off the dive on the bot side, well defended by PSG, and PSG opening up a nice advantage. And as I said, you know, I kind of expect them to play the better macro game than 100 Thieves. So if 100 Thieves are, you know, gonna fail on one of these early fights, I'm gonna get really concerned for their chances in this game, because PSG, Aja is set up well to play through the side lanes, and they're moving around the map, you know, so much better than what 100 Thieves is doing. And as a result, the Renekton's been put very far behind, and as we know, Renekton from behind, you just really aren't offering a lot. So Sniper's going to have to find a way to be able to get some sort of impact in this game and put himself into a better spot.
Whereas you can see, he finally gets some solo time in the lane, but Aja has that TP ready to match top, so CS is still going to lead by about 15 here once Aja is done with said wave. Sniper goes back Phage in inventory, so he's playing that game of catch-up that we were talking about before.
Yeah, and in this matchup, Renekton versus Gnar is so much about the move speed, right? And when he has this early tab, he's already has the tier 2 boots there on the side of Aja. It's going to be very difficult for Sniper to really find much of anything. If you go in for any sort of a trade, then Gnar can really chase you down and punish you with the hyper proc, with the tier 2 boots. So Sniper is going to be heading off to the other side of the map, and they're going to try to avoid that 1v1. It looks like 100 Thieves likely going to reset and send Tomo out towards top with Ayla. They realize that Sniper is not set up for success in this 1v1, so they're going to have him laning against Betty here and seeing if that's going to work out better for them.
Woody's back again. Junja's just going to hover around mid. 15 seconds till the grub spawn. PSG on the verge of looking towards 4 or 5 if they can at least scrap the majority in this upcoming objective in 10 seconds.
Exactly. Shockwave is back up, of course. And Ayla just about have his flash back from when that was forced at that last grubs. Tomo is up on that top side, but we'll see if 100 Thieves can get pushed. Ayla and Quid trying to do that here while Tomo is up solo on top side. 100 Thieves, if they want to contest that, is going to have a really tough time to actually reconvene and enter the fight, because look where Tomo is compared to the rest of the team. I don't really think they have an angle in here, and if they go too far, they could just be giving up some free kills.
And they could be opening themselves up to something like the curtain call as well. Quid tries to zone out. It looks like 100 Thieves are hungry for it. The ult sent out, but 3 grubs were granted, taken, and given over to PSG. 100 Thieves are still late to the show, and PSG know that if they run into this, they can re-engage. So grubs taken, 100 Thieves spend their time looking at them and get nothing.
Exactly. I mean, Sniper went down to bot side because he had the TB, but part of the problem is, you know, when it's your Varus that's split from the team, he can't threaten on a flanking angle, and he doesn't have time to actually walk all the way around to rejoin with the team. So River wanted to go in, see if he could at least snipe away one of those grubs, but at the end of the day, PSG do get 5. The gold is pretty much dead even, and it's going to come down very likely to 5v5 with these compositions unless Aja can really continue to open up that lead in side lanes. But Gnar, you know, mostly just takes the side lane leads, gets push, and then brings those to the 5v5s, which is what I'm expecting. But again here, it just feels like PSG is understanding exactly what 100 Thieves want to do at every turn. You know, that's why Woody is going top with Aja to cover any sort of a dive that River was in position for.
And then look at what happens in response, because Maple can step up, Junja's nearby in case Sniper tries any all-out, and there's going to be 2 plates taken. Shockwave used for pressure as well. Maple has good wave clear at this point with Lost Chapter. And Azael, there's another plate. He's granted more and more gold, and Dragon on top of the grubs that they just got.
Exactly. I mean, just look at Sniper's position right now. Like, he is put so far down in this lane swap, and now you have a cloth armor and a phage, and you're laning against someone who's double your CSs. We're going to see Junja in some trouble.
Yeah, Dragon does go down at the very least. Impale's there, and Betty cancelled his recall. A deadly flourish, a flash over the wall. Quid now wants a new target, but Junja gets on out. At least a flash burnt, but the objective he came for was taken with ease.
Yeah, they're able to grab that objective, no problem, and Sniper's just getting zoned off all of this farm. I mean, it's half the CS of what Maple is.
I'm just going to get more plating.
Exactly.
It's a map masterclass right now.
Yeah, they're playing it really, really well. They got 2 plates bot. They're getting multiple plates stop here. He's even going to get another one before this does fall. Sniper is entirely out of this game. And it's going to be a situation where PSG, you know, they got the early objectives. There's no sort of pressure on them to take any fight before they are well and truly ready. And 100 Thieves are going to be in a really, really tough spot.
Again, Aja, you know, he's not at the top there, but he's the player I'm watching for this game. Tomo, the leader of 100 Thieves, thanks to the earlier kill he got. But you've got a 1.1k gold lead in top lane, a 30 CS lead. Aja's a player who, you know, historically you wouldn't remember him from the PCS. You remember players like Hanabi up in the top lane. I think another good Gnar player. I don't know why all PCS top laners are so good on Gnar.
That champion has been good for like 10 years.
That is also true. Part of it. So maybe everyone's just good on Gnar if they're a top laner.
If you're still there, you're probably pretty good on Gnar.
That's true.
But no, I mean, it's very true. You know, he's not one of the maybe the biggest names, but also PSG plays so heavily around him. So they obviously have a tremendous amount of faith in him. And Junja has an abnormal amount of jungle proximity towards top lane. And Aja, you know, there's some really interesting stats. He was 5th overall in the PCS as far as kill participation for First Bloods, which is just crazy for a top laner to be, you know, above a bunch of junglers and champions like that are so involved traditionally. So, you know, they really do focus on him. It works for their style. 100 Thieves going to be over here on this Herald, and this fight could be trouble for them. Quid is not with the team, and I think 100 Thieves are about to get flanked by Aja and all die.
Yeah, Woody's also on a ward and making that flank happen. As you said, a Mega Gnar about to go right up against the wall. Azael doesn't like it, and I'm sure North America are hating it as well. River caught in an impale, a kill, a take, and Tomo will only survive a little bit longer. And here's Maple to bring it to a conclusion. Quid running for his life, a perfect setup, a triple to the mid laner of PSG, and the PCS are not taking anything today from 100 Thieves.
PSG just wiped the map with 100 Thieves, but what are they even thinking with that contest? Quid is on a base timer. You have 3 people up on top side trying to contest the Herald. When you know Aja is behind you with Mega Gnar bar fully prepped, this is just about as bad as a setup can get here, 400 Thieves. I mean, look where Quid is. Quid is back in the map, TPing to top side. Sure, he's going to TP in, but there's a TP here. The Gnar is already coming in from above. Like, there's just no way you're ever going to be able to get there in time as Quid, and Sniper's not in a position to even rejoin with the team either. So 100 Thieves, it feels like really nervous in this position, maybe feeling some pressure that they need to contest for an objective, but they weren't set up to do that in any sense of the word.
Spooks looks worried. And Golden Glue as well.
I mean, as he should. This game is really out of hand already, and it's 15 minutes in.
And it felt like it started, you know, with the lane swap. It felt like the map movement from PSG was always quicker, always snappier. You look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, solo lanes are so far ahead. And when we consider, you know, Maple on PSG, once again, a historic play, not only of the region, but of this team of Flash Wolves back in the day. Azael, I know you can attest to, you are older than me. But Maple is you know, a big part of this region, if not one of the biggest parts of the PCS. And he's performing well. He's been the best performing member of PSG so far at this tournament, too.
Absolutely. I mean, the featured matchup is River versus Maple. Yep. I think back to like Maple Karsa, and even, you know, even further back when, you know, the LMS, as it was known those days, were really known as the Korean Killers. They were able to take down some really big series against some good LCK teams. Were kind of famous for that and the level that they could perform in those big matches. But 100 Thieves, you know, they took that Herald fight, and that might kind of be the straw that broke Campbell's back in game number 1. You know, it's tough to say that this early on, but yes, they were falling behind, but they were within reach of, hey, you have a good team fight, maybe you come back. At this point now, you are so far down in gold, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them, and you're starting to get to the point where you have to really rely on PSG making mistakes that they just don't often make.
Oh, ulti against the wall. Wait, the wave's dead. Quid's in trouble. He's taken 2, maybe 3 turret shots. Shielding comes through, and Woody's attempting to play off the dive. Turret might still be going down as Arja gets down low, but 100 Thieves are still in trouble. The Herald was shaken. This is a free mid push.
Yeah, Ayla trying to come in from behind to try to see if they can find some sort of an angle. Is the Verisol going to miss?
It does. It's all falling apart. North America's 3rd seed are just not getting anything here. And Impale for free. Arja autos him down, and look who's here. It's Meal number 2. A double kill for this Nah. Bot eventually falls, but no one's there for the local goal, while Maple is having free servings of a dessert in top lane.
It's looking rough for 100 Thieves. PSG are making this look absolutely easy in game number 1, and they're just pushing forward. They're going to take even more.
Here we go. Is the Sejuani tanky enough? Arja says no, sends him backwards, and River, the once great member of PSG himself, is taken down by his former organization. A 7k gold lead, 5 grubs, a drag, and keeps stacking it up, because PSG in game 1, their adaptation and their glow up so far at Worlds is definitely going up in stocks.
I mean, this is by far the best game PSG have played so far at Worlds. They're looking incredibly clean here, and they have settled on what their meta is going to be, at least for this series. And this composition, I said it as far as the draft was concerned, and even we're coming out of the draft, this is a comp that they could really dominate on. This is kind of their bread and butter style, where they're such strong team fighters. They know how to play out these style of comps where you play 1-4. Traditionally, you know, in the PCS this year, it was a lot of Maple side laning on those marksmen, but they can very easily just have Aja playing through that side lane, and he's set himself up well to do so. So PSG in an incredibly commanding spot here, and 100 Thieves going to try to have to find a miracle or just look towards game 2.
I mean, again, it looks like right now it just feels so hard to come back from. River just jumped into this brush, by the way, and in his brush, he might even die. He doesn't have flash to get on out. He sends an ulti in return, but into Woody it won't mean a thing. Arja's about to go into Mega, and River almost getting sniped down as there's an Impale again. Into the middle, Sniper wants to finally fight, but they're
Maple
too far behind. Maple's flanking on Orianna. If this doesn't tell you the dire straits they're in as he flashes away, then nothing will. It's only game 1, but at 19 minutes, it's almost done.
Yeah, it's looking pretty over to me. Quid, the lone surviving member here. Maple was on a flank there, coming in 1v1ing Tomo from behind. As an Orianna here, they know the powerful position they're in. Maple 5-0 here on this Orianna at this point. Juja has been involved in so much as well. Aja's in an incredible spot. And quietly, Betty is very, very strong as well here. 100 Thieves, you're going to have to start looking towards game number 2.
And I know you wanted to see more from Woody. I think the package is working together, so Woody is too. At least that gives you a bit more. Game 2, a reset for 100 Thieves. Yes, we're already saying that. You can look at the scoreboard. I don't need to read it out again. It is beyond belief at this point. The best game from PSG in the tournament. And we're ready to come into this talking up players like Quid. Oh, what a resurgence he's had. You know, we can mention that in the next game. So many good elements here. But PSG just haven't given it a chance to breathe. There's been nothing that 100 Thieves... Like, I'm looking for positivity in this game from 100 Thieves, and I'm struggling to find it.
Yeah, there's not really anything going for them. You know, I think that early dive bot, you know, went okay. You got the gold on Tomo with the first blood, but that's really about it for them. You know, their setups around these objectives have been really, really bad. They have not been really in the right spot. That Herald, I really do think, kind of sealed their doom in this game. You know, compositionally, I think they were in a 5 spot, but PSG played the map so much better in the lane swap. Sniper was in such a tough spot, and 100 Thieves had to take really weird lane assignments because Sniper got so far behind and he couldn't actually go 1v1 versus Aja, so it kind of sacrificed some of the rest of the map too. And then from there, you start to feel like maybe these 4 players here who have never even been to Worlds before on 100 Thieves start getting nervous, start feeling like, oh, we need to make something happen, the game's going bad. And then it really starts to spiral, right? Because you're taking fights that you're not set up for, you're taking fights that you're not going to win, and PSG will crush you if you give them those sort of opportunities. There's so much veteran play here over on the PSG side.
And there's almost so many nerves. There's got to be when 100 Thieves are facing down history himself. We saw in the first series today, obviously with LLA versus CB LOL making history of their own, NA's 3rd seed has never been out in play-ins in Worlds. We have seen North American's 3rd seed even. I'll go further to say that Cloud9 in the history of 3rd seed did so well that they were one of the best NA teams at Worlds over the years.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know, this is, you know, kind of a very young team here that is coming out with 100 Thieves. Obviously, they had a massive upset over Cloud9 to get here. They fell in very convincing fashion in finals weekend to FlyQuest and weren't able to make their way all the way finals. But deservingly, they did qualify here. And we've never had a team actually out in play-ins at Worlds, period. But, you know, this is potentially them going down in this game number 1. Of course, there's a lot of League of Legends left to play. Definitely could come back, but game 1 is looking incredibly difficult to make something happen in.
And in 2024, if it's more like this than PSG, I'm going to start crowning them the potential NA Slayers. MSI, by the way. I'm sorry, I know. I know you're for the region. Azael, 2024 MSI, FlyQuest, PSG knocked them out of the play-in stage.
I mean, there's no shame in losing to PSG. This is an incredibly good team.
That's also true.
You know, that I don't think have really shown up in the way that people expected coming into, you know, play-ins. But if they can play like this, they really can challenge top teams. You think back to that MSI, yeah, they knocked out FlyQuest, and that was the first time any NA team had ever got knocked in any play-in, period. But then they went 5 games against BLG. They almost took BLG in a best of 5, which is incredible to think about. So PSG, when they are playing at their best, this team really can go toe-to-toe with the very best teams in the world. And if they bring that level, I always knew it was going to be a terrifying series here at 400 Thieves. But PSG, full control of this one. They are 10K up. They've taken all of this vision away. 100 Thieves know they're on the Baron, but the question is, can they actually safely approach?
Well, they can't. Shockwave is the engage, and Tomo has to flash away. The curtain call now out of range, but Maple just takes him, and he can no longer stay. The old, Archer. It shows you, doesn't it? A clean performance is historic. Most played for a reason. And PSG got early lanes. They got an early game. They got an easy one at that. A double for Betty to clean it up. Sniper didn't join because he said, wait, the fight's already done. What am I going to do now?
What an absolute stomp here by PSG. They are dominating in game number 1. Aja with a beautiful Mega Gnar there, catches multiple members. Tomo just separated from the team. He was walking out trying to clear vision by himself, but really couldn't be there without his team behind him, without River being the one to face check. PSG just choke out 100 Thieves from this game. It's an easy Baron here, 24 minutes in. And with this kind of lead, you have to think they could probably close the game on this Baron power play.
Absolutely, only 24 minutes in, but this Baron is going to wreak havoc. Thank you, Red Bull, and let's start clawing at it because 100 Thieves need a game plan to return in this series. Only a BO3 as we look at the replay.
Yeah, we can watch this replay one more time. I mean, Tomo's trying to actually play for this vision, but, you know, look where the rest of the team is. Ayla is down in mid by himself. I'm not really sure what he was doing there, and River needs to be the one actually, you know, first checking these brushes. You have to be playing further back there if you are Tomo. And, you know, they're just feeling the pressure. They know they're over on Baron. They don't want to go too slow, but at the same time, PSG have completely choked you out, and Aja is going to punish that to the maximum. As we can see in the picture-in-picture, Sniper just trying to claw some gold here off the map, trying to get something back here. But we'll see if they can even defend their base, as this Baron power play is going to get massive, you have to think, with 2 minutes on it, and they're already at the inhibitor towers.
The Sniper's been reacting to top lane turret. He's got to push in himself. He gets some gold back to his credit, but with an impaled back, where can you go? There's enough damage here that River, even though he's going to get bailed out for a little bit, will end up dying. So a 4 versus 5 to run into the base with, and Baron's got another minute 50.
Yeah, and no one can answer Aja at all, so he's just going to kill that mid lane inhibitor, and PSG are pushing forward. They're looking for the win.
Of course they can. Junja can't die. He's almost a 3-item Skarner, and with the range that they have, PSG now are breaking down turrets, inhibitors to go as well. This will be double. And let's just see PSG fully commit to the end. What have they got to lose? Not a lot. I mean, they're in such a strong position. Here they go. Underneath the Nexus tower. It's a full committal. Doesn't come through. It's just inhibited for now. But PSG have another wave still pushing in. And with Baron, they make it easy. Arja with a knockback is clinical yet again. I feel like I've gone to the doctors and they've given me a full bill of health watching Arja play that Nah. Nexus turret number 2 will drop with it as well. And in 26 minutes, PSG do not give a single chance for 100 Thieves to breathe at the start of this elimination series.
PSG 1 game away from Swiss. Absolute domination. 20-1 was the final scoreline there in the first game of this series. This was the PSG I was terrified of.
True.
They looked so incredibly good here. They played it very clean, very clinical across the board. They outplayed 100 Thieves in the individual matchups and heavily across the map.
There was a glow up. It's a great glow up for this third series of PSG's tournament. They've looked better each and every single series that we've seen them. And all I can say is I hope 100 Thieves show up to the party because, again, we've seen some great games from them. We're going to have something to talk about from this team because we know what their capacity is as we go to a short break and see if 100 Thieves can find their mark.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb sticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine.
right, boys, let's go.
He's just going to get caught by the Mega Gnar pretty much guaranteed here. So it's going to be a W into an ult shortly.
Aja just clean play. And here's Maple to bring it to a conclusion. Quid running for his life. A perfect setup. Maple's flanking on Orianna. If this doesn't tell you the Dire Straits are in as he flashes away, it's only game 1. But at 19 minutes, it's almost done.
I have Golden Glue on standby one more time for the mid-game check-in. Thank you so much for joining us. It's the final match in the playing stage, the last test to make it out of the playing stage. So I know we asked you every time about the pressure, about the stress, and the players are also like, we don't care about the stress, we're just chilling. So one more time, let me ask you, how's the vibe today?
I think the team's vibe is pretty good. I'm pretty stressed. I'm watching these games. I'm pretty stressed. I think they don't feel the stress as much as I do. I think especially after watching how that last series went and how close and back and forth that went, I was just like, man, I really hope our games are not like that. I don't think my heart can take it.
Well, I'm glad the players are not stressed at all. I mean, looking at this matchup, the biggest disparity I see is the experience. 100 Thieves, full of young bloods, their spirits are really high, you know, they're always just going in, you know, they're not afraid of nothing, whereas PSG, they're packed with experienced experts. So, is there any specific piece of advice did you give to the players regarding this kind of experience gap?
I think you know, sometimes I think ignorance is bliss, and sometimes they don't even really know the level of, I don't know, like stress or pressure that they've been under because it's like brand new. But I mean, I would just tell them to, as much as you can. It's like a really rare opportunity, and to really enjoy the moment. And you know, a lot of people didn't even expect us to be here, so it's like there's just a lot to gain from us playing well.
Okay, I'll let you get back to the game, and thank you so much for joining us. Good luck today.
Thank you.
And welcome back to the desk after this first game. And I think these insights were important, especially given the way the game went. Really not according to 100 Thieves and Golden Glue's expectations here. It was a stomp. Let's go to Cat.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to tell you now, okay, what did 100 Thieves at least do well? Because quite frankly, they didn't do anything well this game. And I know that's very harsh, but it's really just because PSG controlled this game from the get-go. Coming out from the swaps, the first grub fight, the second grub fight, the Dragons. 100 Thieves didn't get a single one of those. They got one grub in terms of neutral objectives. And as soon as PSG ran away with just a little bit of a gold lead, they played a slow, methodical, controlled game that is what we had come to expect from them from the PCS, but really hadn't seen so far. So I'd say very scary PSG so far that we haven't seen in the tournament.
Yeah, just a max punishment anytime a mistake was made. The first dive I thought was great from 100 Thieves. Of course, still, it was still messy by the end of it because you're trading 1 for 1, but you're still getting the first blood. And then immediately afterwards, it's the reset. Renekton going top, getting punished there. Varus getting bullied on bot side, dying to the Gnar solo. There was just a lot of mistakes that happened. And then at every point, you're like, okay, 100 Thieves, let's reset. Let's like at least slow the pace of the game down. Oh, we're like Sedge queuing in for a control ward, and we're like going into another fight that we're just disadvantaged in.
Yeah, it's the dive that really kind of screwed the pooch on this one. They just messed it up. The fact that you weren't able to actually get that experience onto your top side, and then Tomo had to go for a very late reset, which gave more advantage to Betty. But I do want to give a quick shout out to Aja, because this is a man that oftentimes kind of gets lost in the woodwork when it comes to PSG talent. You look at names like Junja, like Maple, Betty stepping up in these fights, and Aja isn't always praised in that team, but he had a phenomenal performance. He got that early lead on the Gnar. He brought it not against the Renekton, he brought it down to Tomo, pushing him completely out. It was him having incredible Gnar ultimates. That was really where my focus was for a lot of this game, and he popped off.
I really feel like it was a lot of PSG players having a lot of good moments on their own. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, I feel like Woody as well was able to put off a massive flank that put PSG right back on track and exactly where they wanted to.
And it's just a shark in the waters. They don't see him coming immediately. They had already spotted him on a control ward. The problem is he goes out in that fog. They're still busy with the Rift Herald, and suddenly all the members of PSG is there ready to clean up. And it's also just, they don't move out quick enough. They don't call it a bad fight quick enough. They take too many losses. And as soon as this happened, that gold lead we were talking about, it's just gone over in the favor of PSG, and they just run the game afterwards.
Yeah, the sirens had to have been flaring a little earlier on when Quid had to get a base off, because he got chunked pretty heavily by the Jin Q. It was like a 4th shot Jin Q that hit him. And I was like, okay, he needs the base. So suddenly that's an opening that Alistar can go for. And then the TP comes in from Maple, and there's just no escape from the Varus.
No, I will say though, I mean, it's looking dire, right? Raz, you and I, we were here last year as well, and we were covering PSG. Do you remember who they played against in their qualification match?
Oh, remind me, please.
Oh, well, I will, since you've clearly forgotten. They were playing against BDS, and I'll tell you what, PSG was on match point as well back then. It looked incredibly dire for BDS. They hadn't gotten anything going for them. They couldn't get the ball rolling. Here's the thing, though. The thing that made them come back and reverse sweep PSG was the fact they went back to their roots. They started finally getting something going for them. They had to get the comfort going. And I think if you're 100 Thieves now, that's what you need to rely on. You've just been completely demoralized. You need to just find that comfort that lets you reset.
I love everything you're saying, GB, but I'm looking at these stats here, and especially these two players, and it doesn't look good. How do you stop the individual power from PSG, but also the team cohesion that they seem to have here?
Well, this was just based off the lane swap, and flatly, I agree with Azael in terms of PSG just having the better macro. If you can just, I would say the first thing that I would want to do, I think Orianna and Skarner is a much better pick, and I would like to at least try and disrupt it a little bit within the draft. And then try and match in lanes, because I think PSG has just had a better play through swapping, and probably just don't want to even face that going into the next game.
I also think Quay is a bait without setup. I don't think not having a Vi, having something like along these lines that can easily have access to the backline to set up for a Severing Bolt, just leaves you very vulnerable when you try and go for these early skirmishes. So I think opting into something that can play a little bit more aggressive and match PSG talent in these early stages will suit better for 100 Thieves. And if you're not getting these early leads where PSG talent can play the map, I think that's where you'll find that niche that the LCS boys need to survive.
And it's the only hope they have.
I'm
here.
scared, Laura.
And I get you, Raz. I would be scared as well. 100 Thieves, they're back against the wall here in this elimination series against PSG. Let's see if they can come back in game 2 against Respect.
It'll be okay.
Oh no. If you want a hug, just ask him, man. Maybe after the game, after the series, depending on which way it goes.
I unfortunately have a lot of experience casting NA lose internationally.
Apparently you're a bad luck charm. Didn't you tell me that at last Worlds?
Yeah, I've never cast NA win a series.
Really? Like ever?
Never.
You've been casting for years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's Azael. That's Azael of Hysterics.
What can I say?
And let's hope your luck changes around, because 100 Thieves got run over in that first game. As you pointed out to me, Woody did more damage than Sniper on Renekton.
He did.
And he was a cow.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper was basically fighting minions, it felt like, in the side lane for pretty much the entire game. Every time they took a team fight, he wasn't even there. So, I mean, this game was a disaster from pretty early on, but you have to give so much credit to PSG for playing the map so incredibly well, for Aja getting such an advantage, including that solo kill over onto Tomo, forcing, you know, punishing that missing flash that he had from that earlier dive. You know, I talked about it when he locked it in. Aja really played well on the Gnar so far this tournament. Again, he played an outstanding game. This was one of the most one-sided games I think we've had of the entire event.
Agreed.
And if PSG plays like that, 100 Thieves really need to step it up, or they're going to have no chance at all. I do agree, you know, with what people on the desk were talking about, as far as I think 100 Thieves needs to go towards comfort. I think Quid is, you know, definitely a strong player as far as the control mages go, but I would just like to see River and Quid pick a strong winning 2v2, play around mid jungle really heavily. They are the big stars of this team. Try to avoid a lane swap at all costs, because, you know, it's definitely something that they are very weak at answering. And try to play something early, try to play something aggressive where you can take skirmishes, you can take fights, and try to get the individual outplays in that way. I think that's 100 Thieves definitely their best chance at doing it, because if you go into a macro game against PSG, I expected it. You know, you're not going to be able to match what they can bring. You know, they're just a much stronger macro game that they can really bring across, and they have so much more experience. And we talk about Maple a lot. This guy's been playing forever, but Maple and Betty were teammates in this kind of situation like 6 years ago, right? When Sniper was 11, and all these players over on 100 Thieves are really lacking in international experience. And you know, even regionally, you know, they're not known as a macro team, so they need to play towards their strengths. The Ziggs is going to get locked in. I'm thinking it's going to be a Tomo Ziggs, almost guaranteed. He used this really well in NA as a neutralizer as far as those 2v2s were going. He played it a lot against Berserker in the C9 series, where they had that big upset, where, you know, he was just, his job was kind of just shutting down or equalizing that 2v2 and then showing up for the 5v5. It does make me wonder if they are going to go something a little bit more aggressive for mid jungle here to facilitate that, because obviously Tomo, you know, you can play that 2v2, try to play that to a stalemate, stalemate, and then you can move him mid and have Quid more in a side lane or something like that, where I think, you know, he can play with River and try to really make something happen.
But while on the other side for PSG, let me just update you all. Triple melee here to sync up with the Sejuani, of course. But, you know, the Rumble's had a lot of criticism in the tournament. There have been some great games. But again, with the nerfs, people are still questioning the priority it holds.
Absolutely. I mean, we see the bans being swapped up here for 100 Thieves. They banned out the Skarner and the Gnar. They had banned out the Yone, and then immediately they take away that Yone as soon as that is left available, and they take the Sejuani that 100 Thieves had been using in that last game.
Renekton mid.
It's going to be Renekton. This could be Renekton mid. It also could be Renekton top. You know, we'll have to see exactly where they go. I'm expecting it to be Renekton mid into that Yone, and having Sniper play that Aatrox. But Quid also has actually played mid Aatrox before in the LCS.
Okay,
so, you know, there is a possibility of both those matchups. Definitely expecting it to be the Renekton, though. Obviously, is that old school Yasuo counter, and it's kind of the same thought process here against the Yone. And we even saw it brought out, was it against Maple that the Renekton mid came out against the Akali, but then it worked really poorly? That was in the Mad series, right? It was Fresco's one. So, you know, we have seen that fail against Maple. Obviously, different matchup, but similar idea. And we'll see if Quid is going to be able to pilot that and how successful it will be. You know, if you look at the Soul Lane's 400 Thieves, you'd be like, they could really use a Sejuani, but unfortunately Jinja has taken that away on the other side. And already you have to feel like 100 Thieves are kind of locked into a very early game comp, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're going to have Ziggsbot, you're going to have these kind of like early mid-game bruisers in mid and in top, regardless of where they do go. So they are going to be really low on damage as far as that's concerned into the later stages, especially if there's like a safe AD carry that's locked in from Betty. We saw Xayah a couple times in the earlier series, something like that could be strong. I think even an Ezreal could be quite strong in this kind of situation.
Ezreal's a good pull out as well. We've seen a little bit of the Varus too, depending on what we want to add to this.
Varus I would be a little bit kind of like unsure about, just because you know, Renekton and Aatrox are going to be looking to jump on you, and then it's going to be a Ziggs ult on your head, right? So I do think you want to have an AD carry that can have a dash, that can have some sort of safety to it. It's not that PSG couldn't win without that, and I mean, if you overcommit to a Varus, if they were to draft that, and then over on the other side there's a Rumble and Yone roasting you, then obviously that could still work out. Rel is going to be the lock-in here, kind of that S-tier support. Really does just come down to all these different engagements.
Alistar's open again, though. Woody didn't get a ban against him. It has been the go-to, and that's how I love that you knocked this on the head. Again, Ezreal gives a bit more versatility around this very heavy dive.
Exactly. I mean, you could just play Cleanse Ezreal, and then all of a sudden it gets very difficult to lock this guy down, right? Like, really with this kind of comp, already what they want to do is they want to lock someone in place, and they want to Ziggs ult on their head, and they want to instantly kill off that carry. Yone, lots of mobility. Ezreal, lots of mobility. This becomes so much more difficult already through the draft that PSG have grabbed. I think if you just go something defensive, you know, some sort of like kind of safety support here, even like a Braum or like an Alistar that could kind of punt some of these carries out on the 100 Thieves side, I think it would be really, really strong. I think Rakan can work as well as far as the counter engage goes. You know, Sniper and Quid are going to be just running in towards these carries. That's the only way they can really play it out. But Alistar, you know, one of the picks I was more expecting, you just headbutt out Sniper or Quid every single time they come in on these fights, and you're kind of binary in the way that you work on these champions. Like, you slice forward on the Renekton, you get headbutt out. How are you getting back to that Ezreal? It's very, very difficult. Then an Equalizer is layered over the top as well. We see the bans, you know, from PSG. They know that 100 Thieves need some sort of AP carry in the jungle because it's double physical soul laners, so they banned out the Brand, they banned out the Shyvana. River going to be going towards the Lilia, which I do think is quite strong in this draft. It's 4 melees over on the PSG side, which is kind of that dream for the Lilia. So this could be that X factor here, potentially 400 Thieves. If River could really get going and have a great game on this Lilia, then maybe it gets to the point where he can be that extra difference. You know, if all these members on PSG are stacked up too much, Lilia can be a nightmare to deal with. So it does have an opportunity to potentially take over a game.
Because they can really stack up, can't they? I mean, that PSG comp is like all in, all buttons. We all dive, we all press, we miss. River's a good punishing factor, so that's a real nice hit, considering that 100 Thieves are up against Death's Door. I've used this analogy over the past couple of days, considering we are on the elimination matches, but our last Swiss spot is determined in this series, and for PSG, after that game 1, they are firm favorites, they are heavy favorites, they are very powerful favorites after winning in 27 minutes with 100 Thieves, barely scraping across more than a kill. America needs your energy because this would be history making, this would be history breaking. PSG this year knocked out FlyQuest at MSI. And now up against 100 Thieves at Worlds, they have a chance to be NA killers. Will they start writing their own history, or 100 Thieves got more in the bank than they let on in that first game?
Yeah, we'll have to find out if 100 Thieves can bounce back here. It is a very different style of composition. It's very skirmish heavy here, and it's going to come down to a lot of these early fights, because I do think when you have these types of comps that are kind of binary, it's just a lot of melee champions that run at each other and fight to the death. When one team gets ahead, it's pretty tough to actually turn it around. You know, there's less ability to kind of have that X factor and have that outplay in these kind of compositions. So it is going to be interesting. It's going to be exciting here. Maple going towards the grasp on the Yone. This is that kind of new meta as Fleet has really fallen out of favor, you know, even on these melee champions, but especially on the range champions. A lot more people are playing with the grasps. It procs off your W, procs off your Q, so you can farm it up, especially in these melee matchups, quite well. And just the resolve tree in general is quite strong for Yone. And you're going up against a Renekton, you know you're going to be on the defensive
Plus
end.
Stride Breaker first item as well. I mean, this Yone gets quite tanky. A lot of HP in the build. It's important that you raise it because, again, it has been the go-to as we are getting standard lanes for the time being. No swap up for now. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. And again, to confirm, Quid does take this Renekton into the mid lane versus the Yone. No PTA. He's gone for Conqueror here, and it looks like Resolve also in the tree.
Yep, absolutely. And Betty, as I was expecting, is going to go cleanse, so it's going to be very difficult to lock him down. You know, if Woody just even goes towards like a locket, you just go that kind of defensive style. You just need to keep Betty on this Ezreal alive. He really is going to be one of the biggest problems here for 100 Thieves, especially as you go towards the later stages of this game as the Ezreal scales up. He is going to be a nightmare for the 100 Thieves squad to deal with. It's going to be so difficult to actually get in the back line, be able to lock him down and burst him down. And if you don't, it's pretty easy to hit 3-4 melee champions that are just kind of running at you with Qs.
I mean, again, that's what I love about these drafts for both sides, though, is that, as you said, alluding to this game, it feels like it's going to be brawl heavy. It's going to be kind of in your face. I am going to track River a little bit here because he's clearing towards the top side. Bot here for Junja, and while I have your attention at home, I kind of want to mention that it's something that you left us with, Azael, after the first game, is that River has had a good tournament so far. 100 Thieves have been in question a lot, but I think the best performing player is this jungler. And I really hope he bounces back after what was probably his worst game at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in their loss versus R7, he was having some monster games. He was such a standout player. Of course, in their win versus the Hawks, you know, these are his stats before game number one, but, you know, has been playing really, really well. Definitely did get dominated along with the rest of his team in that last game, but he is set up for success here. You know, he is a champion that has a lot of pressure on him to really get things done in this game, which could be their final game here at Worlds. So we'll see if River can step up and really make something happen, as he has been 400 Thieves, you know, all year long.
And again, as a player who I highly respect after watching a lot of VODs and their journey into playoffs, especially the C9 series, so pivotal, that linchpin, or better yet, that stabilizing factor that brings it all together with some of his great engage tools. You know, on the Lilia this game, we mentioned it before, if there is a mistake from PSG, if they can't pull off this team fight, then River on Lilia is going to be the big playmaker again, is going to be that deciding factor, so it seems fitting.
Absolutely, and in this jungle matchup, you know, he can get ahead of the Sejuani. You know, if Junja can't find those plays around the top side, and that is a question, because he is set up very well with Maple, with Aja, you know, these double melee soul laners, but River could try to get ahead of the curve here. We can see the push coming in from Aja up on top side. You can Junja just up top to try to cover, but not going to look for any sort of play. He will just be recalling, and River going to do his Raptors here. Obviously did them to start, and there's a flash in bot.
It is a flash engage, ignites down straight away. Ayla just flashes backwards to crash down maybe, but he's about to be auto. Betty flashes in, gets the Mystic Shot after getting first blood. Ayla can't be doing that in potentially their final game.
Yeah, that is rough. Quid taking a good trade mid, but does it even matter with first blood going over to Betty there? That was definitely a misclick. There's just no way he's looking to actually flash back in that position. A panic moment from Ayla costs them big time, as it's going to be Ezreal, really, as I said, the last person you want to get that gold, because this guy is going to be such a nightmare for them to deal with later on in the game. If you allow him to get accelerated, it's going to be so tough for 100 Thieves to ever take him down.
Over 4 years in the North American scene, it's such a big moment for this bot lane, especially Ayla I'm talking about here. But as Maple hovers around mid, we draw our attention close. He now roams and looks for something to see if he can catch off this mid Yone.
Yeah, I mean, Ayla obviously is a pretty experienced player, not at the international level. They are going to look. A nice snap back there from Maple. But, you know, played in the OPL, has been around, you know, the LCS and the LCS team for quite some time. Yep. Tomo, if you don't know, this guy, you know, didn't start the split with 100 Thieves. You know, he was a sub-in for Meech, who subbed himself out for mental health reasons. We can watch this one more time. A great engage here from Woody, and then...
Oh, no.
That's just a panic flash from Ayla. I think what he was maybe trying to do was Q backwards and then flash away or something like that. But just a bit of a panic moment. Your mouse is in the wrong spot when you use that flash. And he knows it. A bit of a laugh there, you know, trying to kind of keep the mood good. But your heart has to kind of sink into your stomach when you have a moment like that, and you know you are one game away from being eliminated here at Worlds.
As we look towards mid, let's pause on that thought. Level 6 is available for both of them as River and Junja are now getting involved. But Junja sits there first on top of Quid, and he's got a melee mid laner who can help him out with the permafrost. But he backs away because grubs are now here and health bars are important as River looks to stick around.
Yeah, Quid doing pretty well in the 1v1, but it's not a big enough lead that like you're really concerned about it at all. Woody has roamed over, and Quid did take a pretty big chunk there from Junja, so that is going to help them quite a lot here. He will be able to get the Honey Fruit and heal back up somewhat. But we'll see if 100 Thieves are feeling confident to take this fight.
But Arja's walking down first. Sniper had to back away. The wave pushed up against him. He teleports towards top, so PSG get the scuttle bare minimum, and they are in River comfortably first with numbers as the engage is set up by Woody. 100 Thieves are here by themselves. The top laner not involved. The equalizer layers down, and the proof is shown by Arja setting up to put him into the ground. It's a double kill over to the top lane Rumble, and PSG in the same spot as last game, just clean the fight again.
Yeah, Sniper's coming over to see if there's anything he can do here. He's going to maybe be able to push off Junja a little bit. But one grub already grabbed, and now it's going to be really tough for them to get anything more.
It's rough. The setup from Woody, beautiful, but respect from 100 Thieves, not just there. 2K gold lead, all from that. Arja already winning the lane. As I didn't get to talk about it in the early game, but he was already 20 CS up, and as those numbers come back up,
yeah, and now he has 2 kills. Like, he is completely ahead of Sniper. Sniper is going to be already out of this lane. Jeez. Absolutely. We can see the Ziggs ult used there to just try to clear the wave. 100 Thieves in a terrible spot here. 7 minutes into the game, you're already 2K down. This is a nightmare spot for them to be in. And again, it's at one of these setups at the objectives, they just really feel completely out of sorts. I mean, you called it. Sniper is back in base. He's TPing back. You cannot be positioning that aggressively without him around. They just go for an easy engage there onto River. Ayla completely whiffs on his crash down, and it's a couple easy kills there for the Rumble.
And then all in the meanwhile, Betty just keeps whittling away at the bot side. Let's watch the setup yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? The TP is up there. You know, we can see that the Aatrox is not anywhere near, and then I don't know what that crash down was from Ayla, but he unfortunately goes right down into the equalizer. River, you know, they just shouldn't have even been there until the Aatrox is there, right? I think that their composition can fight pretty strongly at that first grubs, but Sniper needs to be with you. You have to be a 4-man squad. And if you are, then hey, I think you have an opportunity to really make something happen. You know, get onto a target like Aja or Maple, try to lock them down and burst them down. We know that Woody had no flash from the altercation in the bot side, so there were targets that they could actually punish, but again, they show up, they don't have all their members together, and PSG just instantly crushed them.
Sniper's going to go all in here. Aja is about to burn out, but he's got the equalizer almost up and available. Dragon's going down for PSG bot. I paused for top because there is still kill threat there. Fated Ashes, Morellonomicon, or rather, Magic Orb. I can't even remember the name. Let's just call
Oblivion Orb.
Oblivion Orb. Yeah. Thank you so much.
It's the baby Morellonomicon.
Baby Morellonomicon. that I just picked up, so healing be damned for Sniper, who's only got Merc Treads.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be obviously pretty effective there in top lane. Does he win this?
Does Sniper win this? Let's find out. He hits all the sweet spots. Maybe yes, but overheating on deck. Sniper takes down Aja. The ult for Junja will get a response here as he looks for the auto and the aftershock. But Sniper finding the solo kill is some hopium desperately needed by North America.
Yeah, that's a big moment. Ayla here waiting on the side. We'll see if they can find anything more. They need those kind of plays to be able to come back in this game. PSG already were in a great spot and do have the better scaling composition here. But unfortunately for Sniper, no TP. He gets killed by Junja. And then as a result, you're kind of really not getting nearly as much as you want. If he got that kill, got to push out the wave and have it crash, he'd be in a great spot. But he loses multiple waves to his tower afterwards, and the wave is going to bounce away from him. So this is like a net of like negative, 12, 15 CS even compared to had Junja not been there.
Flash, Quid, disengaged from the Mega Inferno Bomb. The Fate Sealed catches two on the way out, and Maple has to flash. Woody's now caught up in the action as well as Quid doesn't have the Ruthless Predator. He used it here on Maple. They're going to get some summoners out, and if Woody wasn't there, I think Maple would have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Aja makes the roam down as well. River, trying to interrupt these recalls, is able to do so onto Woody, and is going to be able to take away some of these camps. 100 Thieves, yes, everything early went kind of disastrous, but with this composition, you cannot afford to just say, all right, let's sit back. You need to keep playing with confidence. You need to keep looking for these skirmishes and say, you know what? Memory of a goldfish, let's just forget what happened earlier, and let's just keep playing to the strengths of the composition, because if you sit back, you're guaranteed to lose. They're in a really rough spot, but at least if you take some fights, you have some opportunities to get some outplays, to make something happen, and try to claw your way back, because it is do or die for the LCS number 3 team.
As the wave crashes, or at least gets close to Aja. I'm not sure about the freeze there, but the next wave is coming in, so it's in a very good spot where Woody now trying to take advantage of it. Flamespitter might reset this a little bit here as Aja close, by the way, to getting that Leandri's first item as Sniper is still pushed out in the lane. He also needs a cover in River, who's moving top anyway because of the 20-second timer that Grubs are now spawning to.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Sniper obviously just so down as far as the itemization is concerned. Merc Tread's definitely a good buy, but at the same time, his first item is going to be so incredibly delayed compared to what Aja is going to have, where he was really accelerated by those early 2 kills. Again, Woody moving up towards top, and they're going to look for Sniper here.
And he's in the danger zone, so he's already doing so much damage. Flamespitter out, but he's going to overheat before the fight kicks off as PSG in the River again. This place has not been good for 100 Thieves here in this series.
No, it has not at all. But 100 Thieves, again, they have to keep fighting for these things. They did get 2 early grubs. They're going to look to see if they can make something happen here. This time, at least, they are together, but Woody's on the flank.
Flashes, pops him back in. That deer caught in headlights. Equalizer down, and PSG had taken the hopes away as Ayla gets good engagement. The Fate Sealed, used on the backline. Sniper can't get in. They're getting picked apart again, even though 100 Thieves had some hopium from the solo kill, from a pick-off kill. It's falling apart just like game 1.
It's just a gorgeous engage from Woody. He found the early kill onto Ayla with that engagement bot side, and then another one finding River here. He was the one who found River at the last fight around Grubs. Again, this time even better. Picks him off, knocks him into the team. Even when River flashes out, Aja had held the equalizer to drop over the wall to guarantee that kill. It's a brilliant engage from PSG. Out of fog, there he goes. Q flash, W over the wall. River flashes back, trying to get to safety, but Junja nails the ultimate. Aja has the equalizer. They know if they kill off that Lilia, there's not a lot of threat. So even though there's some good individual plays here from 100 Thieves, dodging out on the Fate is Sealed there by Quid, a good ult from Tomo, it just doesn't matter because so much of the power there is in River's hands.
This is Sejuani, by the way, when everyone's in that little scruff, E, because Maple's hitting, Aja's hitting, Woody's hitting. There's so much CC to go around. Everyone gets a pile. And now we come back to live. A 3K gold lead, a dragon, 4 grubs. PSG, I was worried about how this team was against Pain. I thought Pain, at the start of the series, I'm like, wait, maybe Pain is the better team.
Pain was one fight away from beating PSG.
That's right. And then we've developed, haven't we? Even against Mad, they showcased a little bit more. Here against 100 Thieves. This is the PSG we were hoping for coming into Worlds because of how well they could team play, because of how good individually as well these guys were good with their hands.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they're playing incredibly well. 100 Thieves also making it pretty easy for them, going for some of these fights where they don't really have it set up. And PSG is playing the map better, is really punishing to the maximum when there are these mistakes from 100 Thieves. So PSG looking like a really dominant team. They have about a 3,000 gold lead here already. But again, 100 Thieves have no option but to keep fighting. You're playing Aatrox, Renekton as your solo laners here. There's no sit back and scale. You need to make things happen now when you're looking at a Yone and an Ezreal on the other side that are going to scale to infinity.
At least they're trying to make it happen, and 100 Thieves never saying die is a good thing to say the very least with the game state. PSG are moving into River now though, as Dragon at 3.5k is about to be reset. Ulti sent into Tomo on the back line, True Shot Barrage, and taking himself, flash over. Tomo hit with a flail. Ayla has to back away as River hasn't even got forgotten to play this game. PSG corner him into the wall. And I'm telling you right now, Venison is going to them all.
That one looked personal. He's caught against the wall with no flash at 20% HP. They equalizer him. They use the Yone ult. They use everything and the kitchen sink. Making River wish he still was on PSG.
Oh man, the throwback. He was on the best PSG roster. I had it all prepped out. I had it all scripted, but scripts be damned. PSG are breaking that. Breaking it in half as 100 Thieves try to defend their mid turret, and Tomo sends out everything. Woody was about to die, but he pops the ulti. Turret goes down anyway. And now it's a 4K gold leaders. 100 Thieves try to find something off the force, off the side. Ayla jumps in, but Arja is burning down Sniper at the very least. He gets a reset, he gets the kill. PSG only have Betty for the damage now, so they have to run away. 100 Thieves, their best chance in this game, is now looking at them in the face. A double already. Sniper finding some blood, finding some kills. They're not out of this just yet if they keep getting opportunities like that.
Yeah, Sniper showing up in a big way there. They know they need to get something. They need to find these fights here. They lose that mid lane tier 1, but Sniper is able to come in, get a couple kills for the team. It's a good play from him, but still they are down 3,000 plus gold even off that. You can see the difference in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot. It is massive. It's advantages for PSG entirely across the board. That will have evened out a little bit after those couple kills there from Sniper, who is now ahead of his lane opponent, Aja. So he's now 300 gold up off of that, but still, he's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting if they want to have a chance here. You know, I was talking before about how I think there's a lot of pressure on River. River has been put very far down. You know, he is behind the Sejuani here, not in this really strong position that he wants to be in. And Lilia from behind, you know, you can be very vulnerable to these plays. PSG is just hard engaging on him, bursting him down before he really has an opportunity to stack up the Conqueror, to get these passive stacks out, to find any good sleep. I don't even know if he's pressed Ultimate yet this game.
I don't think we've seen one. What chances he had, right? The fight always seems over before he gets into position, and now as Herald goes down, you know, I was ready to hype up in there, and I see the Sniper kills, and I get excited thinking, okay, there's something. But we just come back to the macro game, we come back to the map game, and it's PSG again flaunting with it as they pick up the Herald.
And at the end of the day, it's PSG with a much better scaling composition, up 3,000 gold with all the objectives. You know, they're going to be able to get another tower here. They move top. They are controlling vision very well on the map. Maple on this Yone, he is going to be scaling so much better than the Renekton. And is going to be able to get solo gold on that tower, pushing in the top lane as well. 100 Thieves trying to get something back on that bot side, but Herald dropped mid. That means tier 2 is gone. The question is only, can they even defend the tier 3?
And now they all have to move for mid because you see Arja moves back into position, defends bot. PSG not overstaying their welcome as Sniper gets sent away by a blast cone. His angle matters, but only if he can find a target as Woody disengages and gets out of those infernal chains. So mid stays standing, but the damage means it's a breath away from being taken down.
I mean, it's just really well handled by PSG. They just retreat out to the top side. They have like 3-4 pink wards up on that top side of the map, so they had full vision of 100 Thieves. There's no way for 100 Thieves to get any sort of like a TP flank or make any sort of unexpected play. So they knew they had full safety to just retreat up towards that top side out of the mid lane. And it's just, again, great macro play here from PSG. This really is their hallmark. They are not one of those teams that is just going to scrap at every turn. They're going to be able to play really intelligently around the map. When they take a fight, it's only going to be one that is on their terms, that they are feeling confident that they will win.
That's why Maple's so reliable, whether it's on mages or things like this Yone. I mean, Maple's map play is I think, the thing that always brings it together. It has so far in the playing stage. He's been
absolutely.
The best.
And I mean, when Maple is able to win lanes, that's just the cherry on top. Because this guy really made his career on the map play, on how intelligently he moves around. You can see Ezreal ult's coming bot. They're going to try to defend.
They get the satchel charge, which gets the turret down, but Arja's not hit by the little swirl seed, so he walks away. 100 Thieves get themselves a turret.
Look at top. And this is, again, you know, Maple pushing in top, you know, getting that gold onto that Yone. They're going to be feeling really good about that. Betty incredibly ahead here. You know, is stacking up, just about fully stacked now for that Muramana, and is going to be in an incredibly strong position. There you can see it now. It just does tick over. So he has that now available, and it's only going to get harder and harder and harder to deal with this Ezreal as he's leveling up, as he's grabbing more items. You know, you kind of need to deal with him. You can't really ignore this guy whatsoever in a team fight, but the soul laners are going to be a really big issue as well.
So let's highlight where the next chance stands for 100 Thieves to keep their dream alive at Worlds. Dragons up in 35 seconds. It'll be the third for PSG. Baron in 25. This objective fight that 100 Thieves have to keep bringing tempo to is up soon.
Yeah, and this is the big question is, you know, Ezreal has 2 items and is on a huge power spike, but 100 Thieves have to weigh that against the fact that they are just getting more and more outscaled. So even though it is only a Chemtech Soul, I think they are going to try to drive their line in the sand here and put their world's lives on the line with this fight. If you lose this fight, if they get to Soul Point, get even more of a gold lead, it's probably completely cooked. So 100 Thieves, they have to wait and see, can we find the right angle to go for this fight? And if the opportunity isn't there, they definitely can't force it because you really only have about 1 more fight left in you.
It would be such a rough history if North America in both internationals this year fell out in play-ins. Maple trying to make that happen now, but onto Quid, he doesn't get the fate sealed. Just some damage out as the Soul Unbound gets him to half HP. Quid is the one who has teleport, so he's going to move down now for the fight. Azael, he's trying to make it happen.
Yeah, he's going to try to look for this Sejuani. They want to try to target the jungler, it looks like.
Junja's buying time though. Blast Cone separates them all. There's an ulti out from Sniper. Quid has got the dominant, so he pops it now, but Arja just turns. They see this flank in action. They bring their own teleport. They pick apart the pieces, and Sniper, the member who's trying to keep them breathing, has run out of oxygen.
That Blast Cone just destroyed 100 Thieves. They tried to find that flank, and now Arja spotted Quid. He's going to get cooked.
He's going to get destroyed. I know what I'm having for dinner tonight. It's going to be snappy as Quid runs for his life down. He's got nowhere to go. Betty, Arja are just fighting for the scraps. I don't know who's paying the bill, but I know that they're eating good as Inatara drops down. We snap to another part. A flash from Maple. Tomo hit hard, almost dead as well. PSG, if they're not making a play bot, they're making it mid. They're making it all in one. They got the Dragon from that Azael. There is literally no positive takeaway I can give the 100 Thieves from that play.
Yeah, I mean, they lose the Dragon, they lose the fight, they lose the mid-tier 2. Even after that, PSG got everything. Just dismantle that play there from 100 Thieves. They felt they needed to try to send it. Maple up on that top side, spent his ultimate on Quid. So Quid says, you know what? We're going to try to call for this play. We're going to try to go for it right here, right now. Does TP in. Had they been able to pick off Junja to start, it could have been very different, but that Blast Cone really destroyed them. It sent, you know, Sniper over the wall, so his ultimate expires. It saves Junja. It pushes away Quid and puts him in this situation where he's pretty awkward. And then again, it just Woody has been playing an insane game.
Right game, yeah.
The instant engage onto Sniper, they 100-0 him in that spot when he's trying to come in on the flank with Quid. His target selection has been beautiful, and PSG have all been instantly following up on any of those engages, whether it's an Ezreal, an Equalizer, a Glacial Prison. Everyone is there to do their part to burst down the member that Woody zeroes out.
And we're finally getting the Junja that as well, you know, isn't just caught out, you know, in movement, caught out in random places, I think is what I'm trying to say. In multiple series so far at Worlds, we've just seen the Junja that was again not promised. When all the pieces are working together, PSG look clean, and now with a 6, almost 7k gold lead, if my maths is correct, they hover around the top side. They look for this top side turret. A dive underneath for Quid just to enable that inner to drop down is getting close as Woody's caught out, but no, no, no! He says Ayla must walk away. He pops the ulti laters. It's a miss from Junja, so Sniper takes him down. There's a mistake as a flash Arctic Assault gets him out of ground, but now you see Ayla is just standing by Arja while Maple also shut down. PSG, I just called them clean. Right after that, they get picked apart.
Yeah, they do get a pick there. 100 Thieves, they know they just have to keep forcing here to have any opportunity of coming back in this game. It's a 5,000 gold lead, though, for PSG. So even though they do trade up, they get 2 kills for 1. They get that shutdown. I think it was even a farm shutdown on Maple. And that went over to Tomo. So that is some slight hope for them. But PSG can just play towards their win condition here of Soul. Just look towards it. Yeah, it's not the strongest Soul, but you already have a significant gold lead. And it's going to make it that much harder for 100 Thieves to burst down those members, which really is their only hope in these team fights. You know, they have to zero someone out right off the bat. You know, get a stun on a key member, which really at this point is kind of only Betty, like, you know, and try to one-shot him with the Zigzalt. But it's so tough because you have to think, it's like, okay, how is this going to happen? Maybe you get River hits him with a sleep, and then he forces the cleanse on that, and then afterwards you can get him with a stun and then burst him down. But it's like, it has to be this series of events to really ever imagine Betty getting fully caught out and burst down.
Still trying to realize or wonder if River's used the Lilting Lullaby yet. Maybe we've seen one.
I haven't seen it, but like it could have been used, you know, on a skirmish that was kind of on a pick off the side. You know, maybe it was used on Maple there, for example.
Yeah, yeah.
But You know, definitely not any big impactful ones by any means. You know, when you think of Lilia, you do think about those like Q flash on 3-4 members and a big sleep to set up a fight. You know, there is that as an X factor. There is a potential, you know, big engage from Ayla that could set up a multi-man ult from Tomo. These are the kind of things that you have to really be looking towards and hoping for, because PSG are just playing a pretty bulletproof game and looking like they are very close now to being able to secure their Swiss stage spot.
You know, I'm used to North America bringing us the big sleeps. The 9-man sleep still resonates with me. I'm just saying. Oh, man. Your Lilias. Next tier. But in this game, that's what it has to be, doesn't it? It has to be next tier for River. It has to be the carry that we talked about being so crucial for 100 Thieves. It's been a massive year for them. Obviously not MSI, but it's been a massive year, this split. Being able to do the unthinkable. The 3rd seed. You have high expectations when you're part of this major region, and here against PSG, they're struggling to move towards Baron. 50 seconds till the Dragon, if PSG look to pivot and try and take Sol.
And I think it's so incredible that they're having this strong year, especially after what last year was. It's such a bounce back year, because last year PSG got knocked out in both plans at MSI and at Worlds, and then to come back and have such a strong performance here, you know, in an era where I think a lot of people were saying, well, the time of Maple, the time of the PCS has passed. Woody's going to catch him again.
It's their time now. River's going to be laid down and sent to bear. Sniper stands in front. It's a good sleep this time. I correct myself, but Sniper's now running to 5 people. He doesn't get the kill on Arja. Ayla engages only to die in the end. The range, the true shot barrage. Betty's time to shine as Quid keeps on committing, but he doesn't have the damage. Now Betty's caught into a chain. Sniper's trying his heart out. This guy's got a bright future, but not today.
Maple's gonna look for even more. Tomo's got nowhere to go. The Soul Unbound, the flash will get him to safety, but Betty, triple kill there, barely survives. They're gonna get Soul, and PSG, that may just have secured it.
River's chasing down. Maple won't get the launch up. Betty was going to die to the Dragon. Tomo kills Maple in the end. PSG are getting a little bit sloppy, but as they move back to Dragon, Betty can hit from over the wall. Arja is going to help them secure it. Now River, as he walks in, wants the steal. It's a little cartwheel to move forward, but it's not enough. PSG with Soul. Tomo teleported as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's desperation hours, right?
It really
they know if you give up the Soul, you really have no chance. You're already so far behind. Your comp is outscaled. You're in a horrible, horrible position. So any play the 100 Thieves go for is likely to look bad at this point. But again, Woody, it's a masterclass. It's Q flash, W back into the team. Yeah, this time River does survive, and he gets a pretty nice sleep on multiple members. But he's out of the fight. And Sniper is kind of that hope here, but it's a gold lead in action. The Zonius was completed for Aja. If Sniper got that instant kill there with the Q3 flash on Aja, which he would have had the damage for, he would have got the reset on the ulti. And then this fight that is that close, imagine this is an ulted Aatrox. It could have looked completely different. Maybe he can take over, maybe he can actually turn that around, but they just don't have it. And you can hear the disappointment in the voice, obviously. You know, trying to stay positive in these situations. You have to try to look for those 2% odds, those 1% odds, whatever there is for you to grab. You got to try to reach out and grab it in these situations. But Betty said he was going to be a problem in late game, and late game, it feels like, has arrived early, as he's already on 3.5 items because he has 8 kills. We're 28 minutes in. This guy is a monster, and he has double summoners for the next fight, which is just going to make it that much more impossible to deal with.
And they're just going to start up Baron right into the pit now, and as Betty hits away, River needs to move towards his former comrade, who's also on top of the Baron. Maple starts chunking it away, and River's way too far away as Woody turns it for an engaged. Baron goes down. A fate sealed over to Ayla's fate at Worlds. Betty with his 9th, and PSG are going to start running rings again.
Yeah, PSG in an incredible spot here, dominating this series, start to finish. It feels like this one a little bit closer. Last one 20-1.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, this one really hasn't ever felt that close because of the compositional advantages, because of how even they kept in the early stages. The advantages they took were pretty strong even from there. They've played the map incredibly well, and now Maple and Betty, monstrous gold leads. Such reliable carries here for the team.
And PSG dotting the I's, crossing the T's now. 2.5k starts off our Red Bull Baron power play as those waves start crashing in. Not much standing gold outside of the bases. It is just that inner turret in the bot side. And Nexus turrets to go, rather inhibitor turrets to correct myself, as PSG starts stealing away River's jungle and making it even more impossible to find anything in the game.
Yeah, River, not going to be able to get into that jungle, but 100 Thieves, you're just hoping for a miracle now. You're hoping for some sort of deep ward. They do have one deep ward behind them. We'll see if Quid is going to actually elect a TP on it. I probably think he should. I don't think the chances are going to get even better here, but 100 Thieves not going to go for it just yet. Are going to be backing off, and we'll see if those wards do expire. Quid is pinging he's going to go for the tier 2, so I guess their call is we can't actually defend anyway, so try to get a little bit of gold back on the other side.
But they did this last game as well, right? And PSG just keep taking and taking and taking. Mid turret's about to drop down.
There's
as
the
well.
TP.
There's the full commit, and maybe the TP comes in late because River's about to die in his own base. Maple takes him down. It's an engage from Maple, but look how split they are. All onto Betty is good from Quid. That starts it off, but the equalizer has to be walked over. PSG still an advantage. A flash away from Junja. Stops the sweet spot from Sniper. They tried. They fought. North America, though, history is calling out to you.
PSG are going to be going to the Swiss stage. It's a 2-0 over 100 Thieves.
Azael, it's rough. 100 Thieves were expected to be one of the best teams out of play-ins, but when PSG lighten up, I'm sure we'll remember this name, the NA Killers of 2024. It started at MSI versus FlyQuest. It continues against 100 Thieves here at Worlds 2024. They have done the unthinkable. They have made history here, and they have locked in the last spot at Swiss for this year's Worlds.
Play-ins ending on a high note there for the PCS. PSG dominate 100 Thieves. This was not close. This was a team playing at a different level than the LCS number 3 seed here today. Fortunately, 400 Thieves that couldn't get it together against the PCS team. Maple, Junja, Aja, everyone on the squad, Betty and Woody playing incredibly well. I have to give so much credit to Woody in this game. Alistar was one of the best support performances. This was looking like Alvaro out there. They're both playing so incredibly well. He set up, it felt like every single fight, every engage he had, someone was going to die on 100 Thieves, and it felt like time and time again, the fight was over before it even began.
Another early game that stings dear. 100 Thieves. As I said, you know, a lot of history's been made at this Worlds. This has been a very big World for play-ins. But never before has a North American team been knocked out at Worlds play-ins. 100 Thieves, a valiant effort in the end, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, bright future for a lot of those players. For them, their first time making it to an international event here. Obviously heartbreaking for them. You know, you work so hard and it's not the result that they were hoping for, but they will be heading home and, you know, looking to try to learn from this, come back next year stronger if they can. PSG, though, they are heading to the Swiss stage, and they will be awaiting their draw here to find out who their first opponent is. And I have to say, if you watch them on day one, and you watch that first game from PSG, you would be saying they have no chance against anyone at Swiss stage.
They get smoked, yeah.
You watch this series, and you're saying, oh God, I don't think I want to play against them. I don't think I want to draw them, because PSG playing at this level when they have a strong meta read like they did, I think this is the first time they actually had really strong cohesive
better,
drafts.
isn't it? Yeah.
You know, the series that they lost against Mad, they really weren't drafting to that level. The first series that they lost, I really don't think they were drafting to that level. So if they come in like this into the Swiss stage, they could be a threat for pretty much anyone.
That's what I love about our teams that we're sending as well, right? Because, you know, we saw early qualifications from teams like GAM, who a lot of people said, well, you know, the VCS doesn't look hot, or, yeah, the VCS is overblown. They looked absolutely clean coming through. We've just seen a elating series from CBLOL, you know, Pain managing to lock in their spot after a big back and forth best of 3. And now, after PSG's performance, I don't know. I don't like calling things out and be like, this is the strongest Worlds we've ever seen, because it's all by comparison and by meta, right?
This is the strongest World.
Zale says it. It's better. But this is already a really exciting Worlds, and we're just in play-ins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think the level of so many of these regions is going up.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, you know, people are coming into this event, and as far as the power rankings were concerned, so many people had R7 and Pain as the bottom two teams in play-ins. They just played for a play-in spot, you know, to advance, and they were able to pull it off. You know, Pain's going to be in Swiss, and they're going to be there with PSG.
Well, we're going to throw it over to the Verizon post-game interview with Jisun and Aja, who just carried that best of 3.
Welcome everyone. I have Azu on standby for the post-game interview. First off, congratulations, 恭喜 Azu。首先恭喜你们获得今天的胜利。 So first off, I want to ask you, how do you feel qualifying for the main stage of Worlds? It's been 3 years for PSG Talon actually. Last time was 2021. So what does this mean to you?
首先恭喜你们要晋级成为就是瑞士轮的队伍。那晋级就是PSG 在世界赛已经连续3年晋级，那你有什么样的感觉？
我觉得挺开心的吧，因为我们前面是打得有点差，然后今天的话是要把状态调整回来。
So at first, we didn't feel good about our performance, but like later we adjust all, and then we feel good.
I think the adjustment was so effective. I think as the matches went by, PSG Talon had better performance throughout the playing stage. So what was the main focus preparing for this 100 Thieves series? Because you guys are the NA killers, and you guys did it again with this time around a clean 2-0 win.
那在看到你们改编上有显著的效果，那你们也被称为是 NA 杀手。今天对上100 Thieves， 那有什么样特别注意的地方吗？
我觉得对上他们的话，其实我们一样就是把我们状态保持好。我觉得我们任何对手都能赢吧。
So playing against 100 Thieves, we keep our maintenance to the best, and we think we can win all teams with this situation.
Great confidence heading into the Swiss stage then. Speaking of Swiss stage, is there any specific team that you would like to face?
那进入瑞士轮的话，是否有一些就是特别想要对到的队伍呢？
特别想要对到 G2 吧，因为我们以往都输他们。
So I would love to face against G2 since we like constantly losing to them.
A revenge might be happening, so thank you so much for the interview. And one more time, congratulations on qualifying for World Swiss stage. It was Azu, everyone. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you, Jisun, and congrats to PSG Talon, of course. Here we will see them next week in the Swiss stage. Happy faces on the side of the coaching staff. Of course, bowing to the crowd here. They had such a dominant performance, honestly, today, compared to the beginning of the playing stage that we saw from them. I mean, that's what we said at the beginning of the day, right? It's the...
Oh, Raz.
It's the form of the day that matters, and yeah, Raz being all the LCS fans right now, all the Western fans right now.
I liked it better when they were the LCK killers. Why us?
Yeah, yeah, they went, oh my god, true.
Listen, we've all been there, okay?
Have we? Been there. We're gonna be there soon.
Hello, Mad Okay, Lions. fair, okay.
Excuse
Wait
me?
a
bit.
Thank God I had you guys.
All
right, thank you.
But, I mean, PCS and PSG specifically, I mean, they gotta start somewhere. They used to be the Korean killers, then they fell a bit off. You gotta have those baby steps towards greatness again. So yeah, starting out with you guys, it's unfortunate, but I mean, the better team won today. There's no denying that. They just were dominating, and while game 2 was a lot more sloppy than game 1 was, it just always looked winnable for them.
I mean, to give players like Sniper their due, that man tried his damnedest to bring this back from the
that
brink.
Aatrox like made me start planning the game again. I was like, oh, it's not over. Let me get some of these Sniper highlights. We really needed that.
That was the thing. One Seeker's arm guard, one auto away from having a reset on that ultimate, and he could have carried that fight. But PSG Talon, as you said, like phenomenal game 1, incredible game 2 coming into the back of this. It just they felt like they couldn't be stopped.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I think that just the fact that it was the first internationals for a lot of the boys on 100 Thieves, and for PSG, they've been pushing again and again to go as far as they can. And seeing performance like this, a bounce back from when they were playing against Mad Lions, it's, you know, big respect to a lot of those players, especially Woody. I think Woody is the player that we were all looking forward to seeing after his performance in playoffs and PCS, and then being able to come up and have such a strong play on his Alistar and all that. Love that.
It feels like it was the PSG that we were waiting for all along, honestly. Rumored when we were just even prepping for the event and looking at the games they played domestically. Took them a while, but I mean, it's all about scaling.
Yeah, I mean, they still got the side lane win condition going for them by picking up the Yone as well. I think that gave them a lot of the same comfort as to why they were so good in their own region. So they can still draft these 80 laners that allows me able to have that prowess. But I also just think that it benefited this team so much that they were able to slow the game down and just make it up objective focused instead. That was something they couldn't get done at all in the beginning. They kind of got sucked into the chaos. They looked uncomfortable on the meta. Picks didn't work for them. And this time around, they were just in the zone. There's no denying that.
And of course, we see 100 Thieves bowing to the crowd. Sniper still with a smile on his face. You know what? A long career awaits this player, I feel. Again, I want to remind people how young he is this roster, and Raz, you know more than anyone that it took them a while to find the final form that was suiting for them. I don't know what's going to happen of the roster now, but I of course, being sad that you don't make it out of play-ins, but still, when you look at the progress from all these players over the year and what awaits them in the future, I have hope.
100%. I mean, I talked about the fact that it was the first Worlds for a lot of those players outside of River, and like from some players, especially for Quid, like nerves were a big question, but then I felt like he actually had the glow up specifically going in the series after that. So I would, focus on these players going into the next year, and hopefully they make it back to a stage like this again.
I'm excited for their future.
Absolutely. One small thing to note is just like as a roster, they're barely 2 months old as well, with Tomo coming in and all these things, right? So while this is a good baseline foundation, like hopefully they just keep the members for next year and start building with this, because the foundation was there.
Draw show upcoming next. I'm not nervous at all here, guys. This is me at my most ultimate calm. Like, what would be the worst scenario for the West here? Let's think about the possibilities that we have.
So it depends how you look at this, right? Because FlyQuest is a pool 1 team now.
Yeah.
PSG is a pool 4 team now, which means they can draw each other, which, if you're FlyQuest, you would love that revenge.
Yeah.
Like, that would, not only would it be a play-in, I mean,
To the Worlds 2024 Swiss Stage Draw Show. We have 16 teams split into 4 pools. Pool 1, Pool 4, Pool 2, and Pool 3. The pools are determined by regional strength and the team performance throughout the 2024 season. Teams from Pool 1 will play against teams from Pool 4. And teams from Pool 2 will face teams from Pool 3. We'll be starting with Pool 1 teams, then drawing from Pool 4 teams, then Pool 2, and finally, Pool 3. Remember, teams cannot play someone from their own region in round 1. For example, if T1 is drawn against Gen G, the drawn team will be moved down to the next available matchup. Pool 1 has BLG, Bilibili Gaming Dream Smart, HLE, Hana Life Esports, FlyQuest, and G2 Esports. We will start the draw with Pool 1. So if you can, please draw the first team. It is Hana Life Esports from the LCK. Please draw the second team. It is FlyQuest from the LCS.
I mean, realistically speaking right now,
Now, please draw the third
the
team
Pool 1
from
team
Pool
is like,
1.
we're just waiting for who else is going to face them.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
exactly,
that's the
yeah.
thing. That's the thing.
I definitely would not want to pull the LPL or LCK.
Yes.
Like, that is terrifying. Let's be real. LEC and LCS are definitely the easier options to go through, so...
It is G2 Esports.
You're very much hoping you're dripping down the bottom now.
I do love how engaging the
please
fans
draw
are just
the
by
last
seeing the
team
logo.
from Pool 1.
Yeah, we know that. That's us. That's us.
Matchup I'm probably most excited for from Pool 1 and Pool 4 is like a Madline versus FlyQuest.
It is Bilibili
That
Gaming
would be
Dream
fun.
Smart from the LPL.
Love me some Western rivalry.
I just know that BLG is pulling Mad Lions. I just
has to
I
be
just
it,
have
yeah.
that feeling, yeah.
Honestly, we say
Yeah.
this, but like
Pool
it's
4
that's Swiss,
consists
right?
of
Like the amount of opponent that they're going to
Lions
face off
Koi,
against, and it
Gambit
ramps up, but
Sports,
ultimately you're never safe.
Pain
Like,
Gaming,
regardless of the
and
start.
I mean,
Talent.
at least the good news is you can't get any rematches when you get into the
And that's
second
the good
round,
thing.
right?
Please
Yeah.
draw
So
the first team.
you just kind of pull BLG and say, cool, you're out of the way now. We cannot interact with you ever again.
Yeah.
So maybe
Here we
that
go.
works out better.
Here we
All right.
go. Come on,
This
man.
is where it begins, guys.
Is it Mad Lions?
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
It is PSG Talent.
That's actually a bit of a banger.
Yeah.
Well, here's the
I'm
thing,
excited for
right?
that, yeah.
They were promised in the beginning
please
coming into
draw the
this
second
this Worlds to be the one that would take down these top teams.
Yeah.
So if you truly want to test that analysis, this is the game for it.
It's also in the past, PSG Talent have
It
done
is
okay
GAM
against some of
Esports.
these teams. So, but and GAM knocked out top esports.
Now, please draw the virtual.
That's a good point, Dak. That's a very good point. Is this G2 now? Opponent?
We had, yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It is Pain Gaming.
So then,
See when the schedule comes back up, or the matchup
so
comes
then,
back up.
please
FlyQuest was the
draw
last one
the
you
last
went,
team.
right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's Mad Fly.
Oh,
Wait, you might be right, yeah.
that would be great.
It's Mad Fly.
Let's go. Let's go.
We avoided it in
God, oh
play-ins,
my
but we're
God,
going to
let's
get
see
it in the
Look
actual
at
group.
this.
No, wait. No, it's Fly
No,
Gab.
it's Flyer versus GAM.
Oh,
This is really confusing.
Moving on to pool 2, we have
Wait, can we bring
Top
them up again?
Esports.
Oh, well,
Gen
I'll
G
just have a
Esports.
look at on the matchups later.
Team
Yeah,
Liquid
sure.
Honda and Fnatic.
Can you, I don't know, like,
Once again, these are the
Please
professional
draw the
teams, so
first
let's
team.
pay attention
it
to
feels
who's
a bit
1 and
unfair, Gen G being pool 2.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, something doesn't add up here. What are you guys doing here?
Yeah. I mean, look, same with top, but okay, there they
Yeah.
are.
It is
There we go.
Top Esports.
I mean, that's the thing. Says a lot about the strength at Worlds every year,
Now,
but
please
even
draw
more
the
so
second
this year.
team
I
from
feel.
Yeah,
pool
but it's
two,
also
when
just
you
the
got
top
upsets
2
like
from
this.
both LPL and LCK
Yeah.
look absolutely insane. Top Esports looking the strongest out of the LPL for the majority of the year, despite the fact BLG were there. So I think it is going to be crazy.
It
Boom.
is Team Liquid Honda.
Honestly, going into the finals, this was going to be the expected pool 1 team, Team
Now,
Liquid.
please
Where, of
draw
course,
the
that was like a
next team.
banger of a finals
True,
that they
yeah.
had. As a reminder, that was the one where the Minions was the difference maker.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
We have Fnatic.
Cheers from the Berlin audience, of course.
Yeah.
Please draw the
Love
last
it.
team from pool 2.
I wonder if it's
Oh,
Gen
she
G.
should.
That would be crazy.
Should have switched that one around.
Crazy. How did you know? How did you know?
Oh, yeah.
You're so good at this.
Thank you, I
Alright.
appreciate that. Okay, top eSport TL, Fnatic, and then
And
Gen
Gen
G.
G.
Okay.
Moving on
So
to pool 3.
we can't have any
We have
inter-region
LNG,
matches.
Ninebot
So we'll have to see,
Esports,
because I'm not going to be able to keep track of this without
Kia.
where they actually land on the whole
Weibo
thing.
Gaming Tap Tap, and T1.
Well, the first one is either down 1 or T1, right? That's the only one they can.
Yes. Yeah.
Please draw the
Hold
first
me,
team.
I'm scared.
Who are you scared for?
Let's just be glad we don't have Odo Omni pulling these.
We
All
have
right.
drawn
Thank God.
LNG, so it is an invalid
Thank God he stayed
matchup,
home.
So we will
Oh my God.
move LNG down to the TL match. Please draw the next team.
Can we at least play with Yao still? I mean, like, of course, Scout
we
was
take Scout. We
I
take
know,
Scout.
but I'd want him back.
We, GB?
We have T1.
Versus top, then, isn't it?
Oh. That's an insane match.
That is
Yeah.
incredible.
Please draw
Wow.
the next team.
And this has to be a great meta
Yeah.
for T1, of course, with
I mean,
Syndra,
especially
Orianna, all these
Exactly.
yeah,
yeah.
when you
Yeah.
consider like the
This is for
latest
Fnatic.
form of T1 and what we've seen from them, that's gonna be spicy. Weibo.
Weibo.
Alright.
You know what?
We have another invalid draw, so we will
You know what?
move Weibo Gaming Tap to the next
Tarzan looks
matchup.
pretty fun.
Now please
pretty
draw the
scary.
last team.
I can't. No.
It's fine. A lot of emotions today.
And it's gonna be D plus Kia.
And again, like I really don't want to
Now let's
underestimate G
take a
plus Kia.
final look at the matches
They looked
that we have
amazing
for the
this
Swiss
year.
stage round 1.
T1 TS,
Oh,
Team Liquid
wait.
LNG,
Fnatic
Fnatic DK, and Gen G versus Weibo Gaming.
Oh my
right.
God. Showmaker
Thank
shot is a
you
big one
everyone
too.
for tuning in. The World Swiss stage begins on October 3rd. The order of the matches will be decided and posted later on lolesports.com, so stay tuned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jisan. So, I like Malu for draw shows more than Odo.
I was gonna say better than
Really
Odo.
not?
Better than Odo.
Very good, very good.
Okay, can we take a look at the
on
at
the
the schedule that we're going to have.
Or just
Let's
the
take
games,
a
yeah,
look
the
at the bracket,
matchups, yeah.
actually. We're going to take a look at the schedule later. To wrap up playing, celebrate playing. I think most of the expectations we had coming into playing were correct, at the exception of 100 Thieves, of course. And that gives us our Swiss brackets. Any first thoughts on the first games that we're going to have?
I mean, FlyQuest pretty happy, I think. At least with some of the teams there, you get FlyQuest versus Cam. Yeah, Rash, you're going to have to get a big client.
Okay, thank God they have the screen behind me.
I mean, Top Esports T1 is absolutely
That's
insane.
a banger.
The fact that that's going to be happening on day one is unbelievable. Also, Genji versus Weibo, but I think for G2 versus Pain Gaming, with how Pain Gaming are playing, like, Pain can take that. Like, they've actually been looking pretty decent when it comes into play-ins.
Yeah, just taking a look at this now. My God, you're right. I am so happy for FlyQuest to be able to have. I mean, of course, never underestimate a team that's like an underdog like GAM, but that's one thing that I'm excited for. Top Esports, Crim versus Faker is another solid one. So definitely want to see the form that T1 is in at the moment, just because. What the hell? Like, it's been a really tough one. They barely made it to this event in a 5-game series.
I know. I was there watching. No, but yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be a great test for them, and yeah, see how they enter this Worlds competition. I am actually slightly worried about the first Fnatic matchup.
I mean, yeah, I think with good reason for sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially with, well, some of the issues we saw from Fnatic last time. They've obviously had a lot of time to then try and reset and figure out what they need to do, especially with those early games objectives. I am scared for G2 because it's Pain Gaming and Brazil when they make it to main stage.
Yeah,
you know?
it's pretty
I mean,
scary.
I'm just saying.
I appreciate that the MDK lads have a lot of confidence because they're definitely
they're
going to
gonna
need
need
it going up against Billy Billy
Hold
Gaming.
on to that one, boys. You're going to need it.
And
but
Knight
again,
has
it's
just been on
Swiss.
a tear.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, Knight has just been on a tear, so that matchup is crazy for. I mean, that one just looks really good for BLG, obviously. The one that I'm interested in the most is Team Liquid versus LNG, only because they must have not have had a lot of time to be able to scrim with Scout. No. Like, that's the biggest question for me, because they didn't know how long it was going to take to resolve the issues. So will that matter? What form is Team Liquid going to be in? Those are the kind of the few questions, but like, you know, LNG has to be extremely happy that they have to start the first stage without the substitution. That Scout, who has been the reason why they're here ultimately, is able to play in game one.
I think for me, though, just looking across the board, so many of these mid lane matchups are so interesting to watch. Like, when you look at Genji Weibo, when you look at, like, Raz already alluded to, like, Cream versus Faker, you got so many amazing mid lane matchups, especially because I think the shift is going to come through in the meta as we start to move in towards the main stage as well, where I'm expecting more of the Akalis, maybe get some Sylas counter picks for like Aries or the Orianas that we've been seeing. So I think this mid lane matchup is going to just explode, and you've got incredible talent. As they even mentioned, like Humanoid versus Showmaker, these kind of things. It looks insane.
Early takes on the meta that we've seen so far in general, because I know that it's always the question, is this meta going to benefit this team or that team? And we also know that play-ins meta usually is not going to be the final version of what the teams from the main event are going to be playing, but early thoughts on strength here.
I think it's exciting only because we're seeing Skarner, Orianna, like some counter matchups into stuff like that, like the Akali. So for me, if I'm thinking like the Akali matchups, Zeke is going to be the person that really is going to be.
Remember
on top of
2022,
that.
guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like, and I'm excited. I really want to see the form of Peanut, because Peanut domestically is a terror. He really slams it, but whenever it comes to international play, a lot of the times that's where the question comes in. He tends to falter there. But if he's at his same level that he's played in the domestic league, then they have to be, Hanwha Life has to be the team to fear here.
Yeah, when I look at like the BLG, Genji, Hanwha Life, I'm not really worried about a meta for these types of teams. Like, they seem incredibly versatile with whatever they want to bring to the table, and I think they'll be able to pop off regardless. I think the meta shift is probably going to help massively T1. Like, getting Faker back onto more of these control mages is going to be perfect for him, and I think that's where he's really going to shine. But even guys like Caps, right? Not that he didn't play well in domestically on these these AD carries.
Yeah.
But I think like Syndra's, these kind of things have always been the wheelhouse of Cap. So
100%.
we're shifting in towards a lot of the strengths of these mid laners that we're seeing. And I think that's really where the pop-off performances are going to be. And I think it's going to be a question mark for me about how do junglers facilitate that? Do we end up with a lot more of the tanks? Do we start to see things like Viego coming in, which are great for Wei and Tien, or is it a Lee Sin for Tien? Like these kind of players, that's where I'm really excited to see how that facilitation goes on between these strong mid jungles.
Yeah, but I also don't think we've actually seen Syndra at her best yet. I still think Syndra in some of these mid laners' hands will be incredibly powerful, and I think there's going to have to be asked a question in terms of what will you actually pick into this, right? Because I don't think we've seen the actual counter matchups. Sylas is one of the ones that do well in solo queue as well. We haven't seen any Sylas right now. We got great Sylas players at this tournament. Vedius was talking about Echo. I'm not too sure about that one yet, but it's the fact there's still a lot of experimentation available.
Big Echo player.
I know,
I know. So I'm waiting for it. I'm ready for it.
It was one of the biggest matchups in 2018 as well, so why not if we see a lot of Syndra.
Also, Exakick tweeted he's playing Echo AD carry to counter Syndra AD carry.
That is a thing, yeah. I
So who knows?
Someone get Weston back. We need some Fizz, we need some Echo, we need some of these back.
And I'm just interested in how frequently teams are going to lane swap, because that was something we didn't see it nearly as much during the play-ins, but it's definitely still effective. And teams like Team Liquid really made their name, at least during Summer Split, off of the effectiveness of their lane swapping. They're going to be going up against LNG, so I think it might be a good chance to be able to do that. And just the kind of the champion pool that I want to see from mid lane here, because APA has a great Aurelion Sol. We haven't seen that at all. And I wonder if we're going to see a larger champion pool mid lane of mages now that, we're seeing a lot more stronger side laners in the second stage than the first stage.
I'm going to rewind a bit here and talk about the team that just qualified, PSG, because looking at their first matchup, they're going to face off against the champions of the LCK, Hanwha Life Esports. So talking about their improvements and everything, and today we wanted to give praise to Woody, of course, who is the Oppo player of the series. How much is his performance and the rest of PSG's improvement is going to be enough against Titans?
In terms of setting up for objectives, right, Woody was just there to make all of these team fights that much easier. He had some really good reads in terms of where he needed to be on the map. I also think when he was cheating reset timers, either of Dragons or trying to stay ahead of Ayla, he was there the entire time. He was trying to influence top lane at some point as well, which would have been a mega roam, and then Archer griefed it a little bit, but he was ahead of the play multiple times in this series.
Yeah, and if my question is going to be on how he's going to perform versus Hanwha Life, or how this team is going to perform, my first look is going to be Woody, because domestically, Woody was the biggest development in this team, becoming really the reason why they won their finals and why they became such a good team fighting team. We didn't get to see that so much during the play-in stage, and he really, really showed up today. So if it's going to be PSG potentially taking it over Hanwha Life, Woody is going to be a big factor in that.
Yeah, I think this series has really created a lot of buzz around me for Woody, where I want to see him being able to get these flanks, playing around the vision like we saw today. And I think if you're able to set that up successfully, that's where PSG talent can try and take it. But you're up against such a powerhouse. You have to be playing on all cylinders.
But what better way to cement yourself as the Korean killers again, Dagda, by taking down the LCK #1 seed. PSG, the road is paved out for you. Now you just have to walk it.
I love it. The storylines, the fire from all these teams, the excitement that we only had for this play-in stage, guys. It's just the beginning. I cannot wait for next week.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's just the start. This is what people were waiting for. The biggest matchups, and it's just a couple of days away.
It's Worlds, baby. We'll be back next Thursday on October 3rd, 2 p.m. CST. You don't want to miss it. We have weeks of amazing League of Legends ahead of us, and this was just the beginning. See you for Swiss. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Away from the Aquabism, but he's not back with a Bramble Smash.
It's GG, okay? GG game of this guy.
Incredibly well. Nice bubble there.
Curry flashes over the quickness, the charm.
Look at me. Oh, nice, okay. What the fuck? I'm today so good, you know?
Give some of that moment of freedom. I say as he just dies!
I'll go home, guys. Don't need to.
Stop, guys. Stop.
We'll leave him in the permafrost.
Diese Nacht, ich nehm dich zur Frau.
One in the okay, please. Go, 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 go. Let's make history, guys. Hit that.
He's going to get caught by the Mega Gnar pretty much guaranteed here. So he's going to be a W into an ult shortly. Aja just clean playing.
If this doesn't tell you the Dire Straits Serenity flashes away, it's only game one. But at 19 minutes, it's almost done. PSG still an advantage. A flash away from Junja. Stops the sweet spot from Sniper. They tried. They fought. North America, though, history is calling out to you.
PSG are going to be going to the Swiss stage. It's a 2-0 over 100 Thieves.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through all your lies. I'm not like one of your kind. I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never settle, fight back with resistance, pedal to the metal. We're setting fire to the system, yeah. With my hands tied. Sun up the right.